Okay. Hello and welcome everyone to the Peach Belt Championship quarterfinal match in the Division A League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm Polar. I'm going to be casting alongside Gozarian.
Yeah. Today we have Huntington versus Augusta University. And this is going to be at the bottom of the bracket to see who gets the semifinals.
Yeah.
That will be starting momentarily. So we will...
There's currently some issues apparently with the patches in the tournament realm, so they're kind of figuring that all out, and then we'll be able to get started.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon.
What are you most excited for in this match?
I'm curious to see how the teams will implement grubs because they recently got nerfed a bit, so there's a little bit less priority on it. So I'm curious to see if these teams are more dragon stacking or grub stacking. So I'm just kind of curious to see if they also can implement lanes since lane swaps got killed the pre-level 4 minutes. I'm curious to see if they're still going to do any after 4 minutes. Because that's something that our team used to kind of do in the past, but it's still up to if they actually want to or not in the modern day League of Legends. Ever since they absolutely sniped the lane swaps.
So here,
Polar.
Yeah.
So here we have Drake stacking has become very strong. Our team, I think, has also prioritized Drake stacking a lot more. Grubs have been a little weak, especially if you just draft enough wave clear anyway. Usually Siege is a lot harder to draft for than wave clear.
Yeah, that's something that we've recognized a lot as well, because we usually played for Grubs on my team, and they would just get free dragon stacks, and then 5 minutes later we throw a fight.
And then you make one mistake, and the game's so horribly lost.
Yeah,
and it's so hard to come back, especially when you're forced to fight for soul.
Yeah, and then if you mess up that fight anyway, and they get soul, it's really hard to play the game.
Yeah,
so
especially if it's a good soul. RNG.
Yeah.
Gods will have to smile upon these players to see if they get a good soul today.
Yeah.
What do you think the first soul will be?
First soul. That's a great question. I feel like it's going to be Ocean Soul. That's my guess. What's yours?
I think it'll be Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul?
I'm feeling Cloud Soul.
Oh, Cloud Soul's that one soul that's just super slept on. I feel like it's so much stronger that it actually a lot of people think it's kind of weak because you can't actually see the stat in terms of damage. But that movement speed can actually make especially on certain characters. If you get certain characters out there that just do really well, if you have any Hecarim players, Udyr players, it's just that character becomes a menace. And assassins as well. They just anything that does well with movement speed, it makes the character so much stronger. In Chemtech Soul as well, I think the Chemtech Soul hate is overrated. It's still a soul, and it does so well because of the extra tenacity. But people always forget the tenacity because that's one of the strongest stats in League, right? Everyone talks about movement speed, but I think tenacity is also just so strong, especially if you have an ADC without cleanse, right? It just makes it so much easier for them to be able to it gives them a chance to live through the CC if they get hit by some random stray.
Yeah, Chem Soul. People say it's the worst one. I think Ocean might be the worst one.
Ocean, so they're all so good. There is no worst one.
They have gotten a lot more even. I think obviously Infernal and Hextech are still the strongest.
I think it's just Hextech's the strongest, and then
Infernal
that
Mountain are pretty good.
Infernal Mountain are usually also seen as the second best. Hextech Soul is always good. Infernal Mountain are 90% of the time the best one, really good. And then it's Ocean's situationally very, very, very strong. Especially if you have tanks and slower team comps, just poke damage. Because you just get to shrug off all the poke for free.
Yep. Especially if you can retaliate. Or if you're the poke comp, then you just keep yourself topped up for free.
And you get you don't have any mana issues because you use so much mana.
We'll have to see what
souls they get.
What souls they get today. What our first two Drakes will be, and whether teams will prioritize the Grubs.
Yeah.
I hope to see some strong bot lane 2v2s after lane swaps have been removed.
Yeah.
So hopefully they prioritize that in draft. and both teams play toward the bot side. I
Hopefully,
think.
I'm personally the other way around. I want to see some top lane carries. I want to see the Camille's, the Jaxes, the Nars, the Fioras, the Irelias.
That would be really spicy.
I don't want to tank tops. They're fun every now and then, but I want to see them brawl. And it looks like we're actually getting into draft. We're getting a Jarvan ban from Augusta for the first ban.
Yeah, so Huntington here is on red side, so they can prioritize that top lane counter pick or strong mid lane counter pick for their very good mid laner.
Or support counter pick. That's the most slept on counter pick. It's honestly, in my opinion, better than mid lane counter pick sometimes. Because it can change the game for two players compared to mid lane, which is just the one player. Mm-hmm. But we're also seeing a Vi, Hecarim, and Jinx ban coming out.
Banning a lot of utility out of Huntington's jungler, who I think is mainly a setup on this team.
Yeah, it looks like Augusta really does not like Walt. They are just 3-banning the jungler.
Yeah, they don't want to see this guy play any utility, provide anything to
no
this
AD
team.
bruisers.
Yep. They're forcing him onto something greedy here.
I'm curious to see if we see the Gwen ban. That's been a very common ban. I'm curious to see if Nefiri has any priority.
Is available, and our camera is covering first pick. All we can.
We're ourselves kind of there.
Looks like they're hovering Darius first pick, which is still really good in the jungle.
I'm curious to see. I think it's going to be a bit of a flex here to see.
I think it will too.
We see the Mundo.
Mundo insta slam from Huntington. Looks like they're drafting a very big front line here.
Yeah, which is kind of curious into Darius because that's what Darius likes.
Yeah.
Darius likes a lot of meatballs to be able to get his stacks on, so that way he's able to just take over a fight. And we're seeing Nami with the R2, which is very interesting. And then the Braum match.
Braum response into Nami.
Well, we haven't seen it yet. I'd be very surprised if they locked it in because
they actually do it. And this is usually not something you want to be blinding or even just picking into Nami. It's just really weird.
Yeah, Braum's greatest strength is it neutralizes melee supports, but he struggles against range supports typically because it's very hard to actually hit Braum Q against range champs. So half of his kit is just kind of in his shield. It'll only block one thing, right? So if you just consistently poke down with the Nami, it makes it very hard to function as Braum.
It's Ari, not Malzahar.
Okay, so the Malzahar pick here is incorrect. It is actually Ari mid lane. So we will see what they ban as they're currently hovering Ari in the ban. So Victor versus Ari's classic matchup. Ari will get poked out in lane. So it can be a little hard for her if she might do this silly Roa build that's been going around, the Roa Leandri's build.
I've been seeing a lot of Roa nowadays.
I'm a hater. Buffs. I hate that build. I think it's so useless. I like doing damage. I think Ari is better one-shotting someone.
Yeah, but getting that early game strength, that like level 6 power spike to be able to like actually win the skirmish series, especially at like second grubs and second dragon fight.
I'm a little concerned about Huntington's bans. They banned Lucian. They banned Lucian when they have
and
Nami.
They banned Corki, which are both pretty common pairings with Nami. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing instead. Looks like it's going to be Mel.
Okay,
so I'm thinking that's going to be
here.
AP heavy. I would assume that the Mel is going to the bot lane with the Nami. I played against this combo. It's rather frustrating at times. However, they are weak to heavy engage, but they already drafted the Braum, so they're actually going to be able to poke very safely from afar and absolutely chip down this Braum, making the bot lane matchup kind of hard for Augusta to play. And then they're also locking in Smolder, which I would assume is also going to bot lane, so we're seeing Braum and Smolder versus Nami Mel. We're kind of looking like both teams are kind of trying to scale up a bit in the bot lane with the Mel pick and the Smolder pick. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're actually... And then we see Mordekaiser.
So I guess this is technically still flex. Either one could go into the jungle.
Yeah.
It's probably Darius though. We'll have to see what they pick here at the end. Looks like Garen Hover.
Yeah. And sorry, I forgot. The Mouse Heart is actually Ari. So we're actually seeing Ari mid lane. I'm curious to see. It's going to be Garen versus Darius. Well, it may be Mordekaiser or Darius actually. Yeah. And actually, so it's looking like it's going to be a Mundo jungle most likely, which is
So you have free hit for
pretty
the
rare.
Smolder in his team fight. If he gets 225, you can just
Yeah,
keep hitting this guy forever. And the only
Augusta's
real engage they have to get on this Smolder is Ari hitting a charm or a Nami wave even. And it feels like, I mean, Braum can deny a Nami wave. So
yeah.
I don't see how Huntington actually gets on top of these two carries, the Victor and the Smolder.
Yeah. I guess they're trying to also poke out with the Mel. However, it's just Victor is very similar, and actually, I believe his range is longer with his E. So it's going to be they're very similar ranges between Mel, Smolder, and Victor. Once Smolder gets rapid fire, but I think Augusta is going to have rough lanes. I think all of their lanes are pretty rough. However, I like their team fighting more. Completely.
I agree. We're going to have to see how these team fights play out. Hello. We have our third caster joining us, the coach for Huntington University.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I feel pretty good about that draft. I feel like both teams got what they wanted. I think they were a little shaken with maybe the Mundo. I think they maybe thought that was going top. Maybe we thought that Darius was going top. I think that they had a really beautiful pick with the Mordekaiser. It was really safe, something that they're really able to execute. Knew the Gwen was something that they really, really liked. I think maybe the Darius was something to maybe take it away from Aerospace, who's as his time as a top laner. He was actually a Darius OTP, originally. That's where his origins came from his freshman year. He had a great win rate on that. And when we went into jungle, and in fact, I think we went against someone in a different conference that picked him. We're like, wait, is this viable? And then all of a sudden it starts showing up all in solo queue. Yeah. And like, wait a second, this actually might be worth something. And then, Augusta, great team. I mean, shoot, they're the third seed. They're really dang good. And so, I expect, my guys to really have to claw away here. That maybe the draft, is not your standard have an AD. This is a draft where you got double mages. You got the Ari, which is really popular with the new Roa build that's been coming out, Rod of Ages and Leandries. This is going to be an Ari pick that's probably going to be something that is just going to be, what's the word? It's going to be prominent. It's going to be something that is going to be safe. It's hard to gank. Historically, Augusta likes to get their support roaming early. I see my team has a little bit of an issue, so I hope it's not a bit of an issue. But, what do you guys think of the draft?
I think that team fights are going to be really interesting because I think engage on both sides is a little weak. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be poke, I think, with this Smolder Victor on blue side, and it's going to be poke with Ari Mel on red side. And I think that blue side will win this poke war. We're going to have to see if we can see ways that these teams force fights around Drakes or Grubs or Herald or Baron and Otacon. But I think blue side will have a better time playing front to back with Smolder when he gets online.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, Braum's a really notoriously a great peeling character for the ADC. Smolder kind of going into a handshake lane with the Mel. This is kind of more like David Goliath kind of bot lane. You kind of have like your gold and iron versus kind of looking up tall and seeing, oh crap, we're going against a diamond or almost two diamonds, right? And so obviously the favorites are Augusta, and tip the cap to them. But I think ultimately, you don't got to look at ranks. You got to look at champions. And I mean, you notice the poke. I don't want to factor out that the Mundo cleavers are something that does percentage HP. Those are something that can really catch people off guard with how much they do. On top of that, then you actually have the Mel that has really long range from the Q. And so, but I think it's really going to come down to, I think you're right. They're definitely a better poke comp. They're safe about it. But Huntington's got the pick comp. They have the Ari charm. They have the ability to find these. They have the ability to find these charms that can make or break a team fight. Right. Bit of an issue. The best player on Huntington, by far, is somewhere around that Masters 200, 300 LP. Augusta has a couple of those. They're a little higher up, but last time they focused them out, got them out, and I think it's really going to come down to how did the solo lane, not only just the jungle, but just how top lane really is. That's where my thoughts are.
It looks like their read this time was to target out your jungler, actually.
Yes.
They really did not want you to play any util in the jungle. They got rid of J4 to get on top of things. They got rid of Vi for that point and click. And they got rid of Xin Zhao for that stall with the ult.
Yeah, I mean, really intelligent bans right now. I think that's really up the aerospace's avenue. But what do you kind of think? I saw them probably saying we probably don't want to have an Orianna to deal with that pairs really nicely with those, and kind of put them on something that's maybe I actually thought they were going to first pick their mid lane. I thought it was probably going to be a Victor.
I could see a Syndra too. I think Syndra's really good into a bit of an issues pool because Orianna is obliterated by Syndra, and that's his best champ, I think. And he plays it too, so it would be a good takeaway. But Syndra is a little hard to blind sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially with things like Nefiri being very prominent right now.
Yes. I mean, I wonder if this is played on current live patch or if this is multi-nerf Nefiri with 2 hot fixes and a nerf and a patch. So, Nefiri was something that we were kind of looking at. But when we came to this tournament with seeing the nerfs, the micro patches, it just wasn't something maybe we felt confident to pull the engage on. If we had this conversation maybe 3 days ago, okay, because the second hotfix still pretty dang good, and so it's a bit unfortunate, but that just is what it is. We're on a fresh new patch, which honestly I think is pretty nice because you get to sit there and I want to say bring something new to the table, right? People are still adjusting to the new patch, and I think if anything, this is where both teams, and I think for a team like Huntington, where on paper, statistically, they are not on even footing. They're climbing up a mountain in terms of individual ranks in each role. That's something that they can pull out something like that Dr. Mundo to kind of offset the draft. And wait a second, we didn't expect a Dr. Mundo. But how they handle it's really up to them. Darius has a really great target to stack up and get an ultimate reset on.
We were discussing that. We were worried about that in team fights with this Mundo just being a punching bag for this Darius to get 5 stacks and then just run at your backline and one-shot someone.
Those fights have to play really close quarters because, Mundo's got his passive. So really in terms of pick, you got a Braum Q to slow, doesn't take it off unless they get the 4 proc. You have the E from Darius and both from Mordekaiser. And so, if he's playing his range and playing outside the box and just throwing his Qs, he could still have that advantage. And of course, having that, instant health coming in from the ultimate. If he pops it at the right time, isn't crowd controlled. The team from Augusta has really low crowd control, and I would say Huntington does as well. So it's really going to come down to raw mechanics that these characters will be piloted on. And so I trust that the Mundo is something that is also a default of him. Whenever he didn't get Darius when he was a top laner, it was the Mundo, and I just kind of find it kind of funny that it's coming out here.
We should be getting in a game soon. There was a bit of a lobby issue. They just remade the lobby and redid picks and bans. We should be getting in a game very shortly. One thing I do want to ask about your draft is what were your thoughts on your bans and the Nami pick? We were a little skeptical of the Nami blind, especially on 2 and then banning Lucian on 4-5 too when you have first pick out of the second ban phase.
Yeah, so traditionally, right, I think that if we looked at this when both teams were even footing, I would agree with you, hey, what the heck is their coach doing? In this case, knowing my player really well, he often wins a lot more on these mages. What's going to shut down a mage bottom? Aggression. And so with that, the Lucian, if they had a really intelligent ban on the Varus. I think if they didn't ban that, we would have went to that. But having Mel in that back pocket was something we feel really confident on because that's something he's been historically playing throughout the season. So it lent more towards the comfort. And, our support, Iron 3, this was someone that came out and filled in for us for an emergency sub and kind of stuck it in. halfway through the season. And so he's like, hey guys, I mean, I'm going to get ranked for you guys. I'm going to try and do what I can. But, it's like, I haven't played the game in months and all that. I'm like, okay, like we got to work with what we got. And so I expect that Augusta is going to get pushed in the bottom. I think they're going to be able to, get a little bit of chip damage from the Smolder early. But I think having that Nami that can, press that ultimate to peel, give a little extra damage when Mel shoots those long range Qs. It's going to help, I want to say, not win lane, but negate any leads that they can get. If they try to dive, Braum, is going to hold up shield, which is, going to get caught by the Nami ultimate or the bubble. And if he does it wrong, that could potentially lead into a really good counter. And so that's kind of my thoughts on that. But I think you're definitely right. If this was more traditional and this was like LCS, right? I think absolutely you're right. I don't think we go in and we ban that. I think we pick it away. But you're kind of in collegiate. You're kind of only have to work with what you're given, right? And the skill levels of the players piloting these really high risk, high reward champions. I think it's just better to put them on comfort and something that they're going to be able to do well on. But we got in the game, guys. I mean, we're seeing a standard 5-point. I want to see if Huntington or Augusta decides to sit there and hop in and put down a ward. I imagine Darius is going to walk up and put in a late ward onto Raptors. Typically in the jungle, everyone is trying to really start their Raptors early to hyper. And there we go. Darius is going to go walk in there, feels confident with Mordekaiser behind him. Thing's going to come out. There's the ward. There's the Q.
Walking into Ari here, though. He's going to take a lot of damage? No, he's not. Okay.
They don't
take two
confident.
cleavers.
Yeah.
But it is jungle, so it doesn't really matter too much if he takes damage.
Interesting. We see Ari's actually taking bone plating into this lane against Victor when Victor auto attack, which is a very interesting pick into Victor, but I'm kind of curious to see how that'll impact the lane instead of taking something more like either a second wind or more a damage secondary, because her damage is going to be a little bit less now. And we also see it coming from Victor as well, also taking damage, which is very interesting.
I think into the Ari it makes sense because Ari's going to be looking to try and use W from long range, maybe find the poke. But his history stands a bit of an issue. It's always typically finding these leads. We look at the ranks here. It's about your platinum emerald player versus someone who's currently masters, and so the runes are going to be very helpful. But I think that the player skill level might actually trump that. But I think it's a good point. I mean, having that second win, I think maybe his thought process is that it's a little less value since it's ranged. If he was a melee, he's going to get a lot more benefit out of it. And so maybe just trying to protect from those long range bread and butter combos if he were to get, like we just saw there, laser into a Q auto. That was beautiful by Victor.
Ari taking a lot of damage here. This lane is a little hard for her, especially when Victor gets lost chapter. It becomes very, very annoying to play. As me, I played both sides of it. It is horrible for Ari, in my opinion.
Well, right now with that new build, I think with the Roa Leandri's build, if he's on Lost Chapter and he's on Roa, having to chew through as a mage a lot of HP is always really difficult. And so as Victor's probably going to go into going into your Luden's Echo, or maybe going into your tier second. It really depends how he's feeling, more defensive or offensive. He's holding his own really well. And I think right now, Ari just really trying to just survive, right? And I think he realizes this is not a game. He needs to go in with the mindset of, I got to kill him level 2, level 3 with Ignite. This is very much a, hey, we just need to make sure we minimize any risk and really just play this out to where it's going down to team fights like we all said.
Make sure you get that level 6 power spike without falling too far behind, so that way you can really impact that second grub fight and second dragon fight, because that is Ari's greatest strength. She's a bit of a lane bully, but her greatest strength isn't actually her lane. It's her ability to take over a team fight at that level 6 power spike, which is very strong.
Getting one reset is just huge, but we see a gank happening right now. The sidestep was not enough, and it forces the flash, and that will end it right there. Mordekaiser are going to have to take the boo-boo on the back end and walk on back, but his wave is actually slightly slow pushing away from him, and this could cause a regank angle. A bit of an issue, finds the window.
We did see Darius path for bot side here, and window path to up. So we're going to see a little bit of a jungle split here. It looks like blue side will be prioritizing Drakes, and red side
is a flash trade in the top lane. Or the Garen went for the flash lane kill, and Mordekaiser gets out at 1 HP, kind of making that gank, the flash from Mordekaiser earlier, kind of evens out now. Now like Garen went for the flash kill, and unfortunately Mordekaiser got out 1 HP, and now he's able to TP back to lane. He has a lot of control. Mordekaiser kind of is in control of this lane, since he was able to get back the TP, and the flash ignite did not kill him.
I think right now, though, as long as that lane wasn't put in a bad spot, he's not going to be able to push that wave fast enough. He will have priority for these grubs in a minute. So I wonder if the Garen's just going to sit there and, Beyblade blender this wave just so that way he can hit 6. Mordekaiser should be hitting 6 right on this next wave, which means if Garen, maybe not, but they're going to be able to get priority for these grubs. First grubs, I think, is much better than first. Another gank here. Victor does not dodge the charm with the cleaver, misses, and this is a lot of AD damage, but there's not really anything left. The gray health, he doesn't have flash, and now Darius is going to be able to claim first blood. He wasn't sure of his range and his damage output, and the stray auto attack is going to be enough from the tower to make it to where Darius Flash W picks up a double kill early. And if you're Huntington, the jungle mid is your key to the game to victory, and already stepping off on the wrong foot. This is going to have to find some way Huntington's going to have to find something inside.
really good counter gank by Darius and roam down from Mordekaiser after shoving that massive restack wave. And Garen was on reset, so he had to catch or he loses whole level almost.
And man, I almost want to say the gank was good. It's just Aerospace miscalculates the Q off the charm and then just doesn't want. Oh no!
Ward and Garen in Death Realm, and Mordekaiser will win that every day of the week.
I think Garen was level 5 there. I don't think he had his ult available. If not, he grossly miscalculated his durability there. And now things are slowly starting to get away. We're already seeing 2,000 gold ahead coming in from mostly CS League. We saw that those 2 kills are really going to do something here. Mundo going for something here, though. And Mundo just going to be... Whoa, what a flash by Nami! Question mark, question mark, question mark. Nami going to get stunned up as well. And Eclipse is just going to claim 1 by 1, but he's going to get the shutdown. Way too eager. Does Mel want to go for more? Could hear the Braum might stay and they might try to play it, but no, it's a straight 1v1. Mel's might have the...
Lose this.
Oh, he's just going to flash auto. There's the barrier, has the Q.
He's doing a lot of damage, but it's not
passive execution. Mel is just too much for the Smolder in the early game. He doesn't have that many items yet, and Mel has the full Austria after being able to TP back, and Smolder was just too low.
That's a blink of hope Huntington desperately needed. Man, right now, just it feels like Aerospace is just so disconnected. You know, this is someone very timid when you meet him in person. You know, when you see him online, and there's a little bit more confidence. But this is his first LAN ever. You know, I think a lot of other players are in similar boats. But, you know, this is a fresh team. Last year they had really good success online with no LANs. But this is a different beast. And sometimes the crowd, you know, the casting and everything on there kind of gets into your head a little bit. And Darius off to a great start, has priority through the mid lane, has a lot of gold in his back pocket, and 3 grubs early, absolutely going Augusta's way.
Yeah, and the problem here is that there's no trade for the Drake by Huntington, so Darius can probably just run through mid lane, and he is way stronger right now, sitting on a full third
I don't know,
and 50s.
2v2 though.
He sniffs the bush cheese.
We're going to see him.
They're
Charm.
still going to see him here.
Charm going to land. He's going to bring it down to half HP already. He's jumped quite far, and he is absolutely decimated as he decided to go into the Yumu's build. And, you know, usually going to Yumu's means you're a little squishy early, and hitting that charm, Ari can pop away there. That charm goes a little awry. Victor going to take his chops and eat it, but Ari going to be able to find the heads-up play onto the Darius, and that's going to stifle his tempo quite a bit. Bot lane getting that confidence to go aggressive now that this Darius is off the map. Do they decide to pull the trigger on this Drake?
Darius is back now, and he is chasing Mundo out.
That's a nice reflect.
He does have ult still, and Ari does not, so Ari's a little weak here.
Yeah, we saw Mother get called by Smolder, and it was reflected by Purging Protecto. I actually think he benefits from the heal there. But because of that, I think there was just some really big hesitancy on what the call is to make. Maybe they didn't even feel confident enough to feel safe in a 3v4, especially with burning those ultimates like we saw, just to kill the Darius. And I think they just wanted to leave it up. But honestly, letting this game scale out is going to favor Augusta on the tail end with that Smolder. But mid-game, if this game's even, I actually got to give it to him. Garen could execute anyone from half HP. It's just a matter of do they execute their character.
Garen is losing on a priority in this lane, but he is keeping good CS, so he's not super far behind. He still does have kill threat, being the Garen with Ignite. If you're not careful, you can get half HP'd and you will just die.
Yeah, we're starting to see first item components nearly finished. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of different characters start to get onto the first item power spike, and that might be the handshake where Huntington and Augusta decide to go ahead and duke it out over that first Drake, and that'll set the tone for the rest of the game. Augusta, a confident 1,700 gold ahead. Ari being down levels, and honestly kind of getting the work from this. I mean, the range from Victor playing with this Ari a little bit too much, but once the Rod of Ages starts to pick up, Mundo going to find Darius, and look at that, 20% of his HP just gone. Ari is going to go try and play aggressive, but he has to use all his dashes. Victor has flash available, no ult. Dr. Mundo now going there, but Nami's on the first one. Mel's here as well. Darius has the phase rush proc. Victor able to walk out and dissuade anything else. That was a great roam by bot lane by Huntington. This Braum is now a little bit in no man's land, but now they're the ones being caught out as Mundo is completely a disarray here. Nami's going to have to burn the ultimate, has no flash, and at least, at the very least, Envy's going to pick up that kill. And there's the teleport by the Ari. I don't know if there's anything else they can do. No ultimate available, and Mundo's coming in quite late. They do find the charm. There it is, the Guardian proc. Does Huntington decide to do this? It's a 3v3 for only a second, and they're just going to have to accept that that was their fault. I mean, Huntington's absolutely trolled it on there. They had the tempo with what they had on the jungle mid. They had the HP bars, but I think Aerospace just wanted chicken.
Yeah, that roam from the bot lane actually, because they weren't actually able to get the play out of it, it made them fall behind in bot lane and tempo because they had to go catch their wave. And they walked back the dangerous path, which you just can't do if they're bot lane. Because they moved, the Smolder and Braum got to push out their lane, and they also got to match it. And they just got caught in the middle on the way back since Victor did have that HP advantage from that chunk on Ari. So he was able to also be there in the Darius. So.
Yeah, and I just think, again, this is, Kiono, he's iron, man. Like, he's learning as he goes, and those kind of mistakes, are the ones that you make on, whether you're in game or out. But we see a team fight right now. Darius is going to find a nice two-man heal, but now only Mordekaiser pulls him into the death realm. Garen is going to have to duke it out 1v1, but Mundo is going to take one Void Grub, but he's going to get absolutely smashed by the Victor. And there is no one else. A magnificent roam up from the Braum. Does Huntington decide to try and find something on the back end? But with Huntington having their jungler gone and their top lane, I just don't see it happening. And I mean, even on that timer, Ari picking up Rod of Ages, but nothing to punish this Smolder.
Yeah, Ari got chunked out there by Victor, I think. He didn't even use ult on her. So, yeah, he's forced to back here with no TP, so they give over the grubs for free. And that Braum roam, when they tried to take one, does punish it with 2 kills.
And the bot lane, unfortunately, wasn't even really able to punish the Smolder that much. Smolder didn't actually even lose any farm out. It looks like we're in game.
He has flash. Silence is gone. He has a large wall to be able to have to take it on. There's the execute. Shutdown goes over to the Mundo, and any bit of gold right now Huntington can desperately need. Victor going to assert dominance, though, as this Darius is just going to go out and take a little look-see here. And there's a free grunt to his pleasure, but Nami going to sniff it out. This Darius probably knows he has no reason to be worried. He's going to take it. Does it get sniped? It does not, and that's just a punishment for Mundo showing on vision there, losing one. But he does pick up a shutdown to offset it. But
I think you're very happy with that trade, getting that shutdown into the Mundo, who already has his heart steal, and it looks like one of the kind of carries left for Huntington. Definitely worth it for the Grom trade, 100%.
Yeah, right now, Mel, 2 kills, about to complete his first item. I think he's going to be hopefully going into the tier. I think he's really I think he's debating going 2 mana items there. My memory's foggy, but it's the 2,700 gold. It's purple. It's Blackfire Torch, and then going the tier that's going into the Archangels later. Nami.
Bought out again in their own jungle.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Seraph's because you need Faded Ashes for Blackfire Torch.
Another gank top, though. Mordekaiser has no death realm. It's going to be up in just a few seconds. Garen just trying to play the range. He gets the Q in the silence. He should be able to pull him out here, but I think the blender's too much. He should have it up right now. The Garen is going to get bodied. 1 versus 1 and traded. The Mundo is not able to get him in time. In a 1-for-1 trade, Augusta is absolutely happy with that. And the dive bottom, Mel, that's the punishment. We go for the top, and there is nothing he can do. Sweet spot found on the Darius, and that is just the yin and yang to jungle. You show top, you're going to find something on the bot. And I don't think Mel needed to be there.
Didn't even need to use the Noxian Guillotine there. Just did so much damage to that Q that Yomu's finished. And now he's running at this Nami, tagged by Braum Q, and you are so dead.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyono is just getting picked left and right. And just unfortunate. This is something that we saw, for the better half of the last couple of weeks. And it's really tough because you can say, hey, go the safe way. Well, what's the safe way when you are taught one way and then all of a sudden you no longer have possession of even just your shallow jump? Darius gets chunked to half.
Braum is here and so is Smolder. Tag Mundo with the Q.
They do have Garen, but Garen's kind of a little late. They're going to keep trying to maybe weave in there. And no Ari on the side, so the flank's going to go front to back. This is just going to be dissuaded and back to farming. But right now, what a game by Eclipse. He is just showing so much pressure left, right, and center. And I think really he's just getting fed off bot, and then the mishaps from Kiyono. We saw that early 2v2 middle, which was, I think, errant by Aerospace dipping into tower range. I don't think he goes for it, but another top lane gank again. Now there's certainly
10 seconds.
There's certainly something that they have to find, but right now the blender, you would think it's Dr. Mundo and Garen, but he's holding his own. And Mordekaiser holding himself together. And I am absolutely in shock there that there is no hard committal there with either ultimate. And now Huntington setting their sights, I think, on anything to go for broke. I think they know that the Darius is on that Drake, and this is their trade. But this objective is really hard to take quickly. But it just seems
not
like
doing it, so I think they're giving it.
I think it's too much of a tempo thing for Augusta to try to do both, so they're just not going to be greedy and try to contest both. And instead, just take the bot side and let the Victor push it out. Increase that farm lead that we're seeing. Been building up this whole game in the mid lane. This Victor does only have 1 kill, but he already has a shutdown due to just how much money he's been taking in himself from the farm. And this Ari's been moving around a lot, but the Victor has been staying mid most of the game, just slowly building up his late game carry potential. So
Augusta playing for this tier 2 with Darius Hover, but a Hexgate coming in from Mundo. Nami
already 3 stacks. Darius going to proc his phase rush and hightail it on out of there. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Mundo W doesn't proc and absolutely kind of cancel that. But Mel, half HP on turret, and that E is not going to hit, but the slows are going to be a little bit too much of a problem. There's Mel, there comes the Mother. The Mother is not going to find much. Darius just going to try and walk up and do as much as he can. He is going to find no avail on that. And now it is just too much from this Smolder, and then the Darius is going to walk through turret and find the Noxian Guillotine. And now it's a kind of an offset ultimate from this Ari. And Ari is going to have to flash for the hills. He already used all 3 procs to get in there. Smolder trying to find it, and there it is. But it's Nate Striker that's going to pick up the kill. 15-5 in kills. The gold lead slowly becoming out of reach for Huntington.
Nami moving there into the bot side jungle, let Augusta get that mid push and hit that tier 1. And when they tried to repunish it, Augusta was there to collapse.
Yeah, Augusta's starting to just build up such a big goal lead that they're able to take these risky plays and they turn out extremely favorable for them because of how much more money they have in their pockets. The fact that they're all at an item and a half, probably coming up to those 2 item spikes soon. It's just gonna snowball their lead, and they also have the late game scaling with the dragons, especially since we see it's this Hex Tech Soul, which me and Gozer were talking about earlier, is one of the strongest souls in the game, and it's looking like they're going to be able to secure it with their dragon stacking in their current lead. So it's kind of doom and gloom for Huntington, but there is always a way to come back.
There is a way to come back, and I mean, I've seen even pros throw, Dignitas Baron, anybody, Now, if that's to be remained, I mean, again, Augusta playing really calm, cool, and calculated, not taking too many risky fights, and Garen and Braum just going to exchange hellos, but right now, I think with Otacon spawning and Drake coming up number 3, I wonder if Huntington is just going to opt to try and just farm the 2 items, or if they feel like it's at that point press go button. But Darius trying to go for another Gromp. Dr. Mundo does not land the smite there, but there's the Nami ult on the back end. This could be really good for Huntington. Victor could not get in range for the Q from Garen.
Charm goes wide.
There's one.
But Mordekaiser is in their entire team, and he's doing so much damage with his Rylai's.
Oh my goodness, he is having so much agency out of that, and in the worst possible spot, Huntington is just going to have to accept getting absolutely blasted on all sides. Ari going to get flashed on immediately, the charm's going to hit, but the Braum trying to find it, but it's the laser by Nate Striker to tap him on the tail end. And it's just like you guys said, I think this is just becoming doom and gloom, and I think if anything, it's onward to game number 2.
Huntington played into that choke there with Victor upgraded ult, so a lot of damage there. The Mordekaiser TP, while it did look a little sketchy, he's so tanky and he does so much damage with these items. Riftmaker and Rylai's completed. The Victor double burn with Blackfire Torch and Leandry's max stack Darksteel.
Just going to tear through that Mundo. That Mundo's HP is just... Victor's eating it for lunch now. It's just vaporizes with one beam. And there's no way for Huntington to even engage, so this Victor's poke is just going to absolutely tear apart this Mundo.
I don't know how many stacks Smolder has right now, but he has at least 125. I think he's a little behind.
I think we can see it here on the monitor. 161. He's getting close.
He is a little behind. You typically want to be around 10 a minute, but
that's the optimal goal. But I think they're so far ahead in this game.
At this point, mid jungle on Augusta is
absolutely
Thanos.
tearing.
They could do whatever they would like.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, right? Those slight mishaps really disrupted tempo. But Mordekaiser gonna sidestep that charm. He's brought to the death realm and brings Ari. Ari gonna go right on over, but now we gotta look at the Darius. The Darius is trying to find one reset. He will find one, and it's Huntington one by one falling as the double kill goes to the Darius. He'll find another, and it's a quick ace for Augusta, and this should mean inhibitors dropping.
Heavy damage to hurt teams, so I think it's just going to be that mid inhib, and then they're also going to be driving this free drag. This is going to be Soul point. After this, it's going to be Soul. It's already looking bad. If they get Soul, it's just...
I don't know if they'll quite be able to grab the inhib. I wouldn't, with Baron not being up for another 2 minutes, but because that is a couple waves of
It gives some extra gold
minions
for Huntington to actually pick up from the super minions being pushed, because Huntington's not contesting any objectives anytime soon. So I think it actually is a smart idea to leave the inhib, so that way Huntington is forced to walk up to actually grab that mid wave instead of the super minion just automatically pushing it. Looks like we got a bit of a mishap with the Herald there.
I think that was just intentional. He was going to run all the way down to tower and be no man's land. I think they were just trying to wave clear. I don't think he was even going to make it down to that tower. And they probably had no vision on this map to feel confident enough, stepping even where tier 1 would be.
Vision control is going to be very hard here, especially with mid inhib open, and this Victor Darius and the Braum can just run around wherever they would like as a 3-man and pretty much kill anyone they see. Vision control will be very hard to get for Huntington on even the closest sides of their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, right now this is kind of hoping for a misplay by Augusta at this point. I think Augusta, in land environment, I think they're smart enough to know to just sit there and suffocate the resources, don't give them an opportunity. We never know. Maybe they get
look to pick one out in the jungle. Maybe get lucky somewhere. Look to get that shutdown maybe onto the Mel, and maybe the Mel is able to pull something out, right?
Yeah, that's really all they can hope for because we're starting to see magic resist starting to get stacked by this Darius. He already picked up his sweet spot items, and I mean, just bursting him is already a challenge enough. And now having to get through magic resist and a Steric's Gauge, I just don't see it happen. And right now the Mel going to get slowed, gets the speed boosts by Nami and now Mundo on the run. And it's just, again, they can't even contest their own jungle right now. And
chased out and red buff taken by
my
Augusta
goodness,
here.
that smolder.
Forced out from Mel.
I don't even think Huntington gets a fair fight here. Garen just turns his E on and runs straight into the middle of it. And now there's Ahri in the back end, but there's too many shields. The Locket is used. The Mundo is just one more away. Nate Striker going to pick up the kill as well. And the Darius is going to easily run down the Ahri. But there's blinking HP bars. Means that it's just, I think maybe the hope was Mel finds a tag on a Q and then presses R, but it just not going to work out here. Excellent game coming out of the jungle mid duo of Augusta, and I just think they're dissecting Huntington piece by piece. And right now in my head, it's back to the drawing board.
It's going back to draft, looking at game 2, thinking, what are we going to do? What are we going to change? Any thoughts from the coach?
I don't know if I want to say that on cast right away. You can ask me right after. Yeah, I think in general, we kind of wanted to start off game 1 really about just, hey guys, this is your first LAN. Let's play comfort. Let's play something that you guys feel like is something that you guys can be successful on. And I think now that we've kind of shown that, hey, we can hold our own for 5 minutes, and and then as long as we don't go dip our toes into the tower and, we feel confident fully engaging, I think that if we air that out and we put it on something that makes a bit more sense comp-wise rather than comfort, I think we could see a little bit more different of a game. Death Realm Garen in, he's just going to have to be on the edge and wait. He's going to slam by that. He's going to flash away, and it's a flash. Uwu's going to take it down, and now the Ahri has to burn the ultimate, and on the back end is just Huntington can't find a single fight to 5v5. They're picked off every single time. Huntington's supposed to be the pick comp, and right now Huntington is just dismembered piece by piece by Augusta. And right now I think this is victory road right now. Darius trying to push this in, has the Baron wave, they have the wave, they have the damage. Ahri, not much you can do. If you step up to even touch that wave, there's nothing you can do about it. Nanami going to get pulled, and he's just going to be a KDA padded. And right now, Ahri just going to have to hope and wait and see what happens in this next draft. But Augusta, a strong mid-jungle early, allowing for the solo lanes to feel a lot less pressure. And I mean, I got to hand it up. I mean, top lane really dealt with the 2v1 ganks from the Mundo and the Garen. And bot lane, like we kind of knew, is a handshake. And if you're a Smolder, you're okay with that.
Mordekaiser's surprisingly easy to go 1-for-1 in the side lane. If you try and overload him, he can just make it a 1v1 anyway with his ultimate, and you have to be able to respect that. And if you get caught out by that, then your overload fails, and the enemy team gets so much more on the other side.
Yep. Well, guys, I got to get to draft. I will see y'all in just a few.
All right.
Feel free to critique everything.
Yeah. Interesting showing. Let's take a 5-minute break. All right. The teams are taking a 5-minute break. So,
okay.
I'm going to be
I think that
thinking over draft.
Yeah, we probably will as well until the next draft begins. So we'll catch you in about 5 minutes when the draft starts for game 2.
All right. So I think is much better than first. Another gank here. Victor does not dodge the charm, but the cleaver misses. And this is a lot of AD damage, but there's not really anything left. The gray health, he doesn't have flash, and now Darius is going to be able to claim first blood. He wasn't sure of his range and his damage output in the stray auto attack. Just aerospace miscalculates the Q off the charm, and then just doesn't want. Oh no!
Ward and Garen in Death Realm, and Mordekaiser will.
Mostly CS lead. We saw that those 2 kills are really going to do something here. Mundo going for something here, though.
Maybe.
And Mundo just going to be... Whoa, what a flash by Nami. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Nami going to get stunned up as well. And Eclipse is just going to claim one by one, but he's going to get the shutdown here. The Braum might stay, and they might try to play it, but no, it's a straight 1v1. Mel's might have the... Oh, he's just going to flash auto. There's the barrier, has the Q.
He is doing a lot of damage, but it's not passing full dirt
I don't know,
and
2v2 though.
He sniffs the bush cheese.
They're going to see him.
They're
Charm.
still going to see him here.
Charm going to land. He's going to bring it down to half HP already. He's jumped quite far, and he is absolutely now a little bit in no man's land, but now they're the ones being caught out as Mundo is completely a disarray here. Nami's going to have to burn the ultimate, has no flash, and at least kind of mistakes, you know, are the ones that you make on, you know, whether you're in-game or out. But we see a team fight right now. Darius is going to find a nice two-man heal, but now only Mordekaiser pulls him into the Death Realm. Garen is going to have to duke it out 1v1, but Mundo is going to take one Void Grub, but he's going to get absolutely smashed by the Victor. And there is...
Smolder didn't actually even lose any farm. It looks like we're in game.
He has flash. Silence is gone. He has a large wall to be able to have to take it on. There's the execute.
Just, you need Faded Ashes for Blackfire Torch.
Another gank top, though. Mordekaiser has no Death Realm. It's going to be up in just a few seconds. Garen just trying to play the range. He gets the Q in the silence. He should be able to pull him out here, but I think the blender's too much. He should have it up right now. The Garen is going to get bodied. 1 versus 1 and traded the Mundo. Oh, and the dive bottom. Mel that's the punishment. We go for the top, and there is nothing he can do.
Did so much damage with that Q with that Yoko's finished, and now he's running at this Nami, tagged by Braum Q, and you are so dead.
Be on turret, and that E is not going to hit, but the slows are going to be a little bit too much of a problem. There's Mel, there comes the Mother. The Mother is not going to find much. Darius just going to try and walk up and do as much as he can. He is going to find no avail on that, and now it is just too much from this Smolder, and then the Darius walk through turret and find the Noxian Guillotine, and now it's a kind of an offset ultimate from this Ahri, and Ahri is going to have to flash for the hills. He's already used all 3 procs to get in there. Smolder trying to find it, and there it is. Wrong. Dr. Mundo does not land the smite there, but there's the Nami ult on the back end. This could be really good for Huntington. Victor could not get in range for the Q from Garen.
Charm knows what.
There's one.
But Mordekaiser is in their entire team, and he's doing so much damage with his Rylai's.
Oh my goodness, he is having so much agency out of that, and in the worst possible spot to accept. Getting absolutely blasted on all sides. Ahri gonna get flashed on immediately. The charm's gonna hit, but the Braum trying to find it, but it's the laser by Nate Striker. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, right? Those slight mishaps really disrupted tempo. But Mordekaiser gonna sidestep that charm. He's brought to the Death Realm and brings Ahri. Ahri gonna go right on over, but now we gotta look at the Darius. The Darius is trying to find one reset. He will find one, and it's Huntington one by one falling as the double kill goes to the Darius. I don't even think Huntington gets a fair fight here. Garen just turns his E on and runs straight into the middle of it. And now there's Ahri in the backhand, but there's too many shields. The locket is used. The Mundo is just one more linking HP bars means that I think we could see a little bit more different of the game. Death Realm Garen in, he's just going to have to be on the edge and wait. He's going to get slammed by that. He's going to flash away, and it's a flash. Dude, if you step up to even touch that wave, there's nothing you can do about it. The Nami going to get pulled, and he's just going to be a KDA padded. And right now, I think is much better than first. Another gank here. Victor does not dodge the charm, but the cleaver misses. And this is a lot of AD damage, but there's not really anything left. The gray health, he doesn't have flash, and now Darius is going to be able to claim first blood. He wasn't sure of his range and his damage output in the stray auto attack. Just aerospace miscalculates the Q off the charm, and then just doesn't want. Oh no!
Ward and Garen in Death Realm, and Mordekaiser will
mostly CS lead. We saw that those 2 kills are really going to do something here. Mundo going for something here though, and Mundo just going to be. Whoa! What a flash by Nami! Question mark, question mark, question mark. Nami going to get stunned up as well. And Eclipse is just going to claim 1 by 1, but he's going to get the shutdown here. The Braum might stay, and they might try to play it, but no, it's a straight 1v1. Mel's might have the... Oh, he's just going to flash auto. There's the barrier, has the Q.
doing a lot of damage, but it's passing full dirt
I don't know.
and
2v2
Swifties.
though.
He sniffs the bush
They're
cheese.
gonna see him.
They're
Charm.
still gonna see him here.
Charm gonna land. He's gonna break down to half HP already. He's jumped quite far, and he is absolutely now a little bit in no man's land. But now they're the ones being caught out as Mundo is completely a disarray here. Nami's gonna have to burn the ultimate. Has no flash, and at least kind of mistakes, are the ones that you make, whether you're in game or out. But we see a team fight right now. Darius is gonna find a nice two-man heal, but now only Mordekaiser pulls him into the death realm. Garen is going to have to duke it out 1v1, but Mundo is going to take one Void Grub, but he's going to get absolutely smashed by the Victor. And there is...
Smolder didn't actually even lose any farm. It looks like we're in game.
He has flash. Silence is gone. He has a large wall to be able to have to take it on. There's the execute.
Just you need Faded Ashes for Blackfire Torch.
Another gank top, though. Mordekaiser has no death realm. It's going to be up in just a few seconds. Garen just trying to play the range. He gets the Q in the silence. He should be able to pull him out here, but I think the blender's too much. He should have it up right now. The Garen is going to get bodied. 1 versus 1 and traded the Mundo.
Okay, welcome back to PBC Championship. We're in Game 2. Game 2 of Augusta versus Huntington University. After a decisive win by Augusta in Game 1, where it wasn't even close after 10 minutes. They just couldn't do anything.
That Victor Darius just absolutely took over the game. And that Mordekaiser was very, very good at playing weak side. Every single gank by Arrowhead just completely neutralized. If anything, he usually would come out on top on the ganks, which very unfortunate when you're trying to strong side one side and that side also loses. So curious to see what the drafts are going to be adapting. And I think both coaches are actually going to come in and talk about kind of their thoughts on the draft and how they feel it went. So I'm looking forward to that.
Huntington opting for blue side this game, so we'll have to see how they change their draft strategy and what they want to prioritize on this first pick.
Yeah, there has to be something to choose, right? Because that's the greatest advantage of blue side is you get that first pick, you get to get those OPs. I'm curious to see what it is that they actually pick first, because we were talking a little bit about Huntington with Huntington's coach about Nefiri, about his thoughts earlier, and after the nerfs and the micro patches, we're curious to see. It's still a very strong pick, of course, with that vulnerability is always going to make it strong, unless its damage numbers get absolutely nuked. I haven't looked at the most recent micro patches and the hotfix nerfs, but I did see the overall normal patch, and that one seemed pretty weak of a nerf. I don't know how strong the other nerfs were, but I'm curious to see what they're going to be first picking out here.
Yeah, they mainly hit base stats. I know armor, they hit HP, they hit packmate damage, and I believe they improved Q wave clear and they hurt Q jungle clear.
So curious.
They're trying to put her more in mid lane.
Yeah,
or
flex
not
it a bit.
So
we're curious to see. Maybe that is what they're going to be thinking. Looks like we have a PC freeze from a player, so there might be a bit of a delay or something. They're going to be trying to figure that out in the meantime. But turned out it was Hextech Soul. So looks like neither of us were right. Unfortunate happens.
No cloud and
no ocean.
No ocean. We'll see what it is this game. I'm thinking Mountain Soul. It's Mountain Soul's game.
I'm going Infernal this game. Hopefully not Hextech. It's nice to see a variety, see how the game changes every time, right? Map changes are always interesting to see. That game was a lot more grub focused, I feel like. Both teams were definitely playing for the grubs, because that first dragon didn't get taken for solid
it wasn't taken until 12 minutes
12,
or something.
10, 12 minutes. It was a very long time.
They kind of danced around it and then took grubs and then danced around a little more, and even some they even got some advantage sometimes, but they didn't have enough tempo to actually take it. They couldn't get a big enough lead either team until Augusta really blew the game open in 10 minutes, and then
just kind of took it for free because they were already just so far ahead. They were just able to kind of take that dragon. I am curious to see how the bans are going to change as well, because we saw 3 jungle bans come out from Augusta last time.
They got rid of a lot of utility in jungle.
I'm very curious to see if they're going to be doing the same thing again, or if they're going to be, because it kind of worked a bit. That Mundo, it was part of the saving grace, but also at the same time it was Mundo, and they were kind of losing that 2v1 topside. So I'm curious to see if they're going to do something a little bit more early game skewed than the Mundo to maybe try to actually push the lead. Maybe see a Wukong Maybe see Wukong or what's another? Viego, something like that, right? Something more of those AD early skirmishing junglers.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of AP in that draft that Huntington had, and I think it made this Darius, even though he built Deadman's, that's the classic build. I think it still was just a lot.
Yep, there's so much AP. I'm curious to see if they're going to be going for more of a traditional AD carry. Looking like it's going to be taking a little while for the fixing the PC. So we'll just be talking for a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, we can.
What else was in that game? I'm curious, like I was saying, I'm curious to see, because Huntington's coach was talking about a little bit about how they like to play those AP bot laners, but of course they can also play the AD carries, right? As every ADC can. So I'm curious to see which one's actually going to be coming out in this next game.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Huntington might prio Victor this game, because it is a favorite of Augusta.
That's what I'm thinking the blue side's for. I'm thinking it's either going to be Victor or it's going to be. I'm thinking it's going to be Victor. That's my guess.
Could be Gwen or Neferi too.
Could be Gwen or Neferi.
I could see those, but I think they said they didn't really want Neferi.
They're unsure, but this game could be like I think they're going to take risks in this draft.
Is this do or die on this game?
So I think because in the last game, he was talking about playing safe on their draft. That was like their whole thing. They wanted comfort, and as we saw, that didn't work out as they wanted. So I'm curious to see if they're going to, because in my opinion, as a team that's behind, like on paper, you have to take those risks and picks. Because if you just play normal, if your team is just behind on paper, you're just not gonna, right? You're not gonna overcome that gap. So I think they're looking to take risks this game in their draft. I'm curious to see what those risks are, but I'm very excited to see.
We will see what comes out of bot lane. Victor might be a contested pick. I'm curious to see what these supports want to play with that.
Yeah.
Even though Augusta kind of picked Braum into a bad matchup, it still worked out for them, and he looked really solid on it.
They were able to stay even in a melee into range support matchup, and they actually had a push in their early game, I was noticing, which I was really shocked about, but ended up working out for them. They got that push a lot of the time, or it was even. I didn't really see them sitting under turret, which is what one would expect from this kind of matchup. Mm-hmm. I guess it's a little bit of the weakness of the Mel, but I'm curious to see if we can maybe get something more aggressive this time from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I see those Varuses, see those Dravens, see the Corki Tristan illusion.
Yeah, both sides. I want to see some engage. I want to see Nautilus. I want to see Rel. I want to see
Leona. See those big beefy supports just running in, getting those hooks.
Because I think that was something that Huntington had a problem with was because they had no engage here, they couldn't make something happen even though they were behind. They couldn't overload that well because their main pick was Ari Charm.
Yeah, and that's just their team pump felt kind of split. Mm-hmm. Right, that Ari wants to get that pick. That Garen kind of wants to side lane as well, and then it was just the Mel wants to poke. Right, it's like it was kind of have that Mel and Nami want to kind of poke a bit, which was very in the Mundo as well before they actually ran in, and there wasn't really any setup for the Ari. Right, Ari blind just throwing out a blind charm or throwing out a charm without any CC is very hard to hit a lot of the times because it's such a long projectile. Right. It's pretty slow compared to other engages in for how small it is for sure. So you always want something else to set it up, right? You want that Leona, then Nautilus.
Yeah, Ari wants that Leona, Nautilus, even Pantheon, Vi, other things like this.
You gotta get something from the jungle or the support for sure.
But we will have to see what they first pick, and I think they might ban Mordecai this time because that was a problem on side. Mm-hmm. It gets rid of their overload chances, and they just cannot deal with it if they draft something similar to this.
Yeah, but it seems like they're having a bit of an issue, so I think we're going to be cutting to a break here while they try to figure out all the issues with the computers.
Okay. We'll see you all when that is resolved. right, welcome back.
back.
After that very long break, they're back in lobby after our tech issue got fixed, and we are ready to start draft again and see what how Huntington adapts on blue side.
Yeah, we were talking a bit, and we think Huntington's definitely got to go for a carry jungler this game. Hopefully, a little bit stronger, something a little bit stronger than the Mundo, as he is on paper their best player. So hopefully, he'll be able to do something. Or no, it's not Huntington.
Yeah, it's Augusta's
It's
jungler.
Augusta's
Is their best
jungler.
player.
It's their best player.
I think they're going to look for engage on aerospace now, but if Augusta keeps those same bans with the J4, the Vi, and the Xin Zhao, it might limit his pool options a little bit. I have a feeling, and we discussed this.
Looking like bands are saying pretty similar. We're seeing Jarvan, Hecarim looking like copy and paste from Huntington so far, which is kind of interesting because usually you want to change something up after a loss like that, but maybe they're just going to try to stick to their guns. Because we were talking about hopefully they pick something a little bit more aggressive in this game, something a little bit more risky. You got to spice it up when you have a loss like that. But
we're thinking a Victor first pick. That's what we're expecting.
That's what we're expecting from this B1. That's our hunch. Since both players really like to play it a lot, we're guessing it's going to be the B1. Oh, looking like
Xin Zhao is
Darius
up now.
banned.
Switched for Darius. They don't want to give them that first pick in the jungle or the top lane.
Yeah.
And they first pick
Wukong. Oh, it's locked in. It's that Victor was left.
Okay. That's
curious
concerning
to see if we're gonna see it. Oh, a Mordekaiser.
We were talking about this, that they really should have gotten rid of this pick. Like this, it was a menace on side with this. It was unkillable. It was so hard for them to deal with it, and they're gonna lock it in early. This could be a jungle flex, but it's probably
they do have a Wukong this time though, so it's going to be much easier to actually kill the Mordekaiser compared to with a Mundo. And we're also seeing the Nami again.
They're going to take the Nami on 2 this time instead of Huntington.
Yeah. Take it away, because Huntington, like we were talking about, their support is one of their weakest players, if not the weakest. So taking away their comfort might be the play. But now we're actually seeing Huntington, I'm liking this draft a lot more than last time. It's looking like they got engaged this time with the Wukong, and then Rakan is really good with follow-up.
Yeah.
So I'm liking
You can't just have Wukong going by himself. He's just going to die. And Rakan also can't go in by himself. So
they're pretty
put
good
them together, and you'll get some good engage. And
seeing Varus.
the Varus,
a lot more aggressive bot lane.
Which we heard the Huntington coach talk about was something that they wanted to pick if it wasn't banned. It was a good ban from Augusta, but they're going to early rotate it this time and pick a really safe lane into Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Okay. This could be 80 carries, could be mid lane. They do actually lock it in. Let's see what it would be. Is this side, does this guy play Yasuo? He does play Yasuo.
So
this could be an 80 carry.
80 carry paired up with the Nami is an interesting parry, but the bubble does technically have a knockup. However, in the wave as well, right? So I'm curious.
It is a little sketchy of setup. But we'll see if they draft something
Quirky
more.
ban from Augusta here, trying to ban away the mid lane Quirky, I guess. Seeing. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I feel like they need AP in the mid lane from Huntington here. They're lacking AP right now, so I'm curious to see if the Victor gets through.
They think this is mid lane, banning Lucian. I believe this is 80 carry. Looking at the OPGGs that I have, this looks like 80 carry. They ban away a safe Syndra pick.
So I think they're looking to R4 the Victor here to take it away. So I'm curious to see if Huntington's going to see this and then go for the ban, or if they're just going to let it through.
Yeah, I think they have to ban this.
They take away the Diana for the Yasuo pairing. Smart. They do have to do that. However,
yeah, I think this Lucian ban is out of place, and they should have taken. Victor is actually really good here. Victor is good in Orianna. It's the one champ that can beat this big Orianna in lane, and they're actually going to give it to them. I did not expect them to pick Orianna here. Yes. I guess they wanted the synergy with Yasuo. But
I'm curious to see if there's going to be like a Nocturne here or something. That's what I'm wondering. For that Nocturne Orianna combo, it pairs really well with Yasuo as well, right? So that way you're able to get that 4 or 5 man knockup for Yasuo. Especially since the Diana is banned, which is your typical pairing you see with Yasuo. Because right now their knockups, it's Orianna ult and Nami ult, which is it's good, but it's a lot harder to set up than if they added the Nocturne into it to make Nocturne Orianna go directly onto the backline every Now we're seeing a set.
So Malzahar set coming out 4-5 from Huntington. Very interesting, and they
Yeah.
Augusta
Like
will look for the Nocturne. So a lot of wombo here on Augusta with the Oriana Nocturne, Oriana Yasuo, Nami knockup, and then just I think they're gonna try and just play 4v4.
Yep.
Leave Mordekaiser on side, and he's gonna dominate that side again. The Malzahar here is a little interesting. I would have expected Victor because it's a better lane, but it might not be as good for their comp, I guess.
I don't know. I kind of like the Victor more. I think it would have been fine. I'm looking here. I'm thinking the only Malzahar target really for the ult is the Yasuo, I guess. But at the same time, if Yasuo, I feel like he's only going to be getting into range of Malzahar if he's already ulting the Malzahar with the Oriana Nocturne combo.
Yeah, it feels a little. I like the set to get Nocturne or Mordekaiser off of someone. I like that. But the Malzahar just seems a little odd. Because like Rakan and Wukong want to go in, but Malzahar wants to play like turn or like counter engage, like anti-engage kind of thing. And it seems a little.
They do have pretty good pick and side lane with it though. The Wukong. Hi, how's it going?
It's going. We're finally back in action.
Okay.
How do you feel about
just
the draft?
talking about this draft. What stands out to us here is this Malzahar pick. This Malzahar pick seems a little out of place. I was expecting Victor here because it is a really good lane into Oriana, and it was left up.
What made you go with the Malzahar?
Yeah. You know, I'm leaving it with my players, right? It's game 2, land on the line. I've always been in a position to tell them what to pick and what not to. I think at this point, I do trust a bit of an issue on what his, desires are and how he sees the vision of the game. It's just a matter of, okay, is he going to execute? And truth be told, I mean, not a bad pick into their comp. I mean, you can get picked out and isolated by this Mordekaiser, but I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that ult as well.
Big early game fight here.
Oh yes, aerospace.
Oh, exhaust has to be used and double sums on the exhaust from the Yasuo and the Flash, traded from Wukong Flash and his life.
I'm surprised Honey didn't want to almost go in a little bit more. You were right. If there was a Victor there, I think that's surely a death, but. At the very least, that kill went to the Nami, and jungler's not going to be late to the camps. So, I mean, gray line area does mean picks up.
Victor is also a bit chunked out here, but Yasuo without a flash is very easy to bully, as it's kind of hard for him to actually get onto this Victor now, since the Varus, since the Varus has the flash advantage on the Yasuo. I'm kind of curious to see how this lane goes. With the Nami is usually more impressive, but at the same time, that level 1. It's going to be very hard with the Yasuo with no sums now, since he is melee. Varus is going to have that advantage. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go down there.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if our players are at that skill level to punish it, but maybe not. Maybe I'm seeing some good things right now. That's a good engage, good sidestep as well. Tags Kiyono and Infi half HP as well. No Summoner still has heal to the advantage. This might be might be the first time I ever see our bot lane get 2 first. But right now, I mean, right now, Fluidic's going to lose the level 2 and get chunked onto the side. The set pick, something he just plays in his comfort, and you know what? He's usually on that tank duty. And so when we went back to, hey, what are you going to be most confident on to potentially take this? And he set the set, so we're going to give him the set. Pulls him in with the Knuckle Breaker and gets a nice Q on there, but I don't think he wants an extended trade. Does get the true damage. His shield is 8 automatically, and that means that the Conqueror is fully stacked by this Mordekaiser. And I think, like you guys said, I mean, now with the Nami to sustain things up, Kiyono doesn't land those Qs. That means that these chip damage from the Nami, things like we see right there, just means that they're going to have a lot of issues trying to get priority from hunting inside.
Mm-hmm. I did like this adaptation from Augusta where they early rotated this Mordekaiser. We were thinking that this would be a really good ban for you on 4-5 because this thing was such a problem on side. But now at least you do have more lockdown. You have the set, you have the Malzahar, you have Varus ult. So it might be easier to deal with on side this game, even though it was led third.
Yeah, talking with them, they didn't really feel like it was the problem. I know we saw some really bad, 2v1 engages. That's more on them misplaying, I think, and having that kind of uncomfortability within themselves. You look and dissect Huntington right here. It's the jungle middle that's really the star of the show.
Yep.
And if that's behind, and then it's like, okay, well, what do I have when Ari's going the 40-minute damaging build? Oh, we see a solo in the bottom. Well, 2v2 successfully taken. I think they had to step up past that wave, and then they immediately spring on it. Very surprising having flash advantage as well.
Yeah, Varus blew flash level 2. He didn't respect the Yasuo E level 2, and he had to blow flash early. And so he didn't have it here, and he was punished for it.
Yeah, and no teleport. You can't, use that like you can Mel, and so that means you're going to be missing this wave, and that's a wave and a half. Does get the home guards, so he is going to be able to at least get back in XP range since that buff. I'm surprised he's going to miss this. We'll see how good he is about last hitting, but again, picking up nearly 1 out of 5 is not exactly what you want to see. But he does correctly understand he needs to get that wave in before it's too late. But I think it's just a little too slow. And so we might see themselves get ran down again, having those slices and dices that you get to see by this Yasuo to cut the distance, have that sustain up from the Nami.
We see the Nami already has her Bandle Blast. This Nami is pretty scary to see. It's going to be very hard for Huntington to actually come back into this lane. Kind of curious to see if maybe the Wukong can make a difference here with the gank. As we can see, he is in the bot side of the map right now, but it's more so looking like...
Yes, here it is again, no flash. Gets up on top of him. The not gonna land. It's a nice bubble. It lands on 2. Nice dashes to keep him alive, but the heal from the Q does not hit.
Turn is matching as well, though.
Wukong has first move, but he doesn't feel confident enough to go forward as Eclipse is literally right on his tail. And I think they just don't want to risk it. I think last time they recognized that they overforced in the jungle ganks, and because of that, the nice counter ganks from Eclipse was just able to snowball him.
Yeah, we see an interesting dragon start as they have mid prio, but they have no bot prio.
I would like it if it wasn't the Mountain Drake, if it was any other Drake, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up 1. Kiono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Oriana from the dash. That means a bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do anything else. He outlasts his purpose. And Aerospace, does he have WE? I don't really think he wants it, but his team
W was on cooldown from chasing down Nami there. So they get the Nami, but they lose 3.
Yeah, it's just
they lose mid
lane.
and jungle flash and support flash.
This Yasuo is already 2-0-2. He has his Berserker Greaves. He's starting to pull away a bit, but nothing too much yet.
Yeah, it's just really tough, right? From my perspective, these are typically ADC as much as everyone kind of complains that the role is weak. At the same time, a good ADC player can really make a difference, and that really changes how a jungler plays around it, But if you don't feel confident in your bot lane, especially with having that Iron 3 support, having someone that may miss if someone's stunned from a Varus ult and, potentially does miss those Ws on a rooted target, you see those over a course of a season and you just lose that confidence, and it almost feels like they don't want to go for it. But Augusta has that first move, going to go and take these grubbies. And with that...
Huntington is on the Drake this time.
Yeah, so looking for actual trade this time.
Yeah, that was one thing we had to go over, don't give it anything for free. Last time we kind of saw this, they extended it out a little bit.
And they're sprinting down here. They might be able to get in here in time.
Doctor does have paranoia.
It is gone. But
level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the...
no flash. There's no. And he dies.
Of all places to go.
Also dead here.
Also dead. It's looking like a bit of doom and gloom. However, they did get the dragon, which is a win condition. If they can actually get the next one and start stacking up these dragons, that's looking like their best way to get through this.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys kind of knew 3 versus 6. Then it's a very top-heavy roster. I mean, you got full-on challenger GMs, and then the next set you got GMs and masters. And in this case, you got your masters and your diamonds, and it kind of dominoes effects down. And so when you're in that top-heavy matchup, I think what I was trying to give them was just word of advice, right? Like the expectation for you guys is you might not be the one to go, out and swing. You're kind of the underdog, and so if that's the case, like just play without fear. Play and make these plays that you don't, normally make. Because hey, at the very least, if something works, then we can take a lead and use it. But I think it's just creating and being proactive, I think, is Huntington's real Achilles heel. I think they can do really well when it comes down to being reactive. But if against better teams, being reactive is always going to be at a disservice.
Yeah, if you're always just going to be one step behind, a little bit behind on tempo, a little bit behind on those waves, and it starts to snowpile up if you're too reactive. You have to be able to, if you're reacting, you have to be able to pay attention to Looks like
right here.
Oriana's about to fall.
Nice.
Good. This is what Huntington needs to happen. They need to start getting these picks with the Malzahar ult. They have to start using this combo from the mid jungle. This is their way back into the game if there is one.
Yeah, that's bread and butter. I mean, you pick a target, point click, and you just say, okay, your name is mine. Right now Eclipse though, 2-0-4, about to complete his stride breaker. And I mean, as long as Purging Protecto has no flash, I mean, I'm putting my target on his back. I mean, Fluidics can do some pretty. I think even if being behind, already down 30 CS, I mean, a set that can pull you into the ult, CCU, and get that true damage. It's a little wonky, but Purging Protecto, however, no flash, really just having to hope and pray. He's already down a level, and first item's nearly completed. I think they're just about 500 gold away, and so it's just up to what they can get under tower. And I think even right now, we're seeing just how desynchronized that those bot laners are. Usually a Rakan will tap it, and then the ADC last hits it. I just don't even think that's even built up. It could be said and it's addressed, but in the heat of the moment, you just go back to raw talent and raw what you know. And it's just is what it is. But here it is right now. There is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. He is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up by, but it's a nice trade right there.
2 for 2. Good play by support there to keep them off of Paris for so long, and then Oriana taking an extra tower shot.
The Yasuo's never even able to get the ult off, just leading for Huntington to actually turn around the play. And Malzar's there to pick up the full wave as well, so I don't even lose that many resources.
Wow, absolutely a play that was botched by Augusta. I think they had a brilliant plan of attack there. I think it was mis-executed. It wasn't as easy as the last comp that you do. Is just you get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down 2 levels, and even contesting this objective was questionably bad. No mid laner, and the ADC is going to fall for it. And just this
because of that previous play, Malzahar was in bot lane a little too long, and Oriana TP'd in. Rakan had the read and ran up top lane.
He was a little bit slower than Nami.
He was too slow and behind Nami anyway, and they had no mid laner, and set was already chunked. And now Yasuo
gets free plates in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean,
since they got all these grubs, this turret's just gonna absolutely fall. Or they got
6.
They have all 6. So it's these turrets are gonna be melting now. This Mordekaiser on side is just gonna be able to take so many plates. It's gonna be hard for Huntington to come back.
He's rushing Riftmaker, which is excellent. I honestly couldn't tell you what the set's going. Maybe he's going to the Blade of the Ruin King.
I think he's doing Stride Breaker.
Yeah, I could see that. Those components build into that.
This is where Huntington they have to win this fight. They have to start stacking.
It's already.
They have no ADC.
They have
already
no jungle.
It's already gone.
6K.
Don't 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Huntington.
There's no jungler here. Okay, he's behind. Are they going to?
They're going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but the shield, that's going to be enough to keep them up just enough. But Augusta plays a fight that they didn't have to take and absolutely outplays Huntington, and I think that's where the game is done. They're
Once again on side. The side laner is winning, full power Mordekaiser, and I think this gold lead is on the right people. It's on Mord, it's on Yasuo, and they're going to absolutely take over this game. 7.5k gold on Yasuo.
When the rest of the lobby for Huntington's only at like 4,000 or 5,000, it's just such a big lead. It's looking like Huntington's name is on the grave here, so.
Yeah, first one up, first one out. As much as I hate to admit it, it's looking like it's trending that direction. You know, Augusta, I think that if there was a chance to throw, it was right there. And, I mean, they played the fight beautifully. And I think it just comes down to the players are much better skilled on paper, right? Higher ranked than nearly every single member of Huntington, other than essentially the mid laner. But he's on a Malzahar, right? And we don't think, okay, carry champion Malzahar. You know, this is something that's going to have to scale 3-4 items. You know, this was in my head, my coach's brain. I'm thinking Cassiopeia. I'm thinking maybe,
Victor,
you know, Victor, Syndra, or just anything other. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, you know, when you're in this hole and you're kind of looking up a mountain, I think it just player satisfaction and something that they feel comfortable on. Especially with what you're given. Is just the route you got.
I mean, they did earlier. They did get that kill in the mid lane with the Malzahar playing to its actual strength, which isn't necessarily the 5v5. It's more of getting those picks in the side lane, more of catching on that one person stray, making sure you get to those objectives first. But they took the 5v5 and the counter was just. This is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiyono picks it up with the quickness. And it doesn't seem like anything else is going to happen.
Also managed to get the Nami walking in by herself with his ult. So it's a long road, but this is a road Huntington has to take to get back into this game.
Yeah, Augusta got a little overheated there and decided to go for something too much, and it looks like Huntington will throw it right back, face checking a Nocturne and dying.
Oh wow!
They get the Orianna flash here though.
I think they didn't.
This is a prime target now for the next
Malzahar
ult. The next Malzahar ult should be a kill on this Orianna, so hopefully they can look for that.
Yeah, that's so typical. You know, we get a good play handed to us and we throw it right back. Like, here you go, you drop this. You know, we're too polite. You know, we don't want to sit there and allow us to take the lead. You know, we want to make sure that we're going to go walk in really aggressive manners, but we see a fight. Yeah, there's the engage. There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for the Nocturne to travel in before the team fight was done. And 2 members of Huntington, Kiyono and Aerospace, absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
With no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald is charging in. This mid tier 2 is looking like it might fall here. But there's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charmed, but it does not matter. The kill goes actually to the Varus. But right now, that is a nice knockup. Does not take the ultimate because it is on cooldown. And now it seems like they want to go ahead and chase it, or do they want to disengage? Blinking red HP bar by this Mordekaiser. Does Aerospace have the way? He burns the flash for it and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Orianna shockwave way back in here. And just again, what can you expect with the Malzahar? He's going to put down his E and just kind of hope for the best. Game of seesaw, guys. It's a play. It's
back
a game
and forth,
of catch.
back and forth.
More signs of life this game, I think, from Huntington, but Unfortunately, the gold lead has once again ballooned so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's just
a beautiful
This
play.
game feels kind of like the opposite of last game in a sense, where Huntington really struggled in the early game this time, but they actually have been trying to make these mid-game plays and actually try to come back. Whereas last game, it felt more of like Huntington kept a stable early game, but they just kind of lost in the mid game. So
yeah, I think that's because their comp here has a lot more engaged. Both sides have engaged. But I like having more engage on Huntington here so that you can make these plays, the Wukong ult, the Varus ult, the Malzahar ult for these picks rather than just relying on Ahri Charm like game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, just if this was even on all accounts, I think it plays a lot different. But when you have to add in the skill differences, how long someone's been playing the game,
beautiful bubble by the
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
It's a nice engage. It finds 2, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. And Yasuo is going to have a nice handy-dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Glyphalytics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad, and he will join them in the gray screen. But that was just a late engage, and he just wanted to, I think, just participate. In fact, he spectates his team's demise. It's another tower, a tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado!
Like 3 damage.
Oh my goodness. He's just going to wait himself in this. He does not have a wave to get on out, but does Huntington even have the cojones to go in? And that is Fiona with 1 dash. Does he find enough? The heals are so massive.
Yasuo's getting a bit of an ego here, walking up instead of resetting. He wants to end the game now, but it looks like he's finally realizing it's time to reset, time to spend that money he got from all those plays down there, all those kills, get back on the map, maybe look for a play to actually finish off the game. We'll see what. There's not much left on the map, funnily enough, for Augusta to take. It's all the camps are gone. All the turrets are gone. Oh, but there is Otacon now, so that's their play.
This is like Doctor Strange here, and you're just going like, okay, there's one possibility, and it has to happen twice, and that means Augusta's going to have to throw 2 team fights in order for Huntington to really go about this. And well, let's just think of the likelihood. Augusta plays so calm, cool, and collected, especially. We've seen a little bit of
one thing though. Starting the Otacon is good for Huntington because Otacon does reduce your armor and MR. So if there's a time for them to actually take the fight here, it would be this.
But it's hard because the Lambo combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find 1 target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to take an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think the wallets of Huntington, the gold that they have procured, is even a smidgen close enough to even win these team fights. Even I think if that was 3v5, I think Augusta takes it out. And honestly, it was a go for broke moment. I think a little too late. The armor reduction, I think, might have fallen off from the Otacon. And this might be victory road. They might be able to stagger Huntington in there, but you're going to get two inhibitors for this, and they have a big wave. If Huntington missteps, they could easily walk this in.
I think they're so strong at this point. The wallets are so heavy, they could maybe even just dive these Nexus Towers and take the game right now. But it looks like they're going to play it safe, and they're going to take all their jungle camps, reset, and
keep bleeding out Huntington as much as they can. Wait for them to walk into their jungle, wait for them to punish. As soon as Huntington steps out of their base, they're as good as going to be Augusta.
Finds this, and Yasuo goes in and just almost one-shots him.
There's the engagement. Nocturne has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be
there. It is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the one pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready. Now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. Huntington's hopes and dreams cut off early, only delayed by a PC issue. And right now, they are going to have to wave and say goodbye. It's a nice flash forward. The quickness used by Rakon in a desperate attempt. He finds a couple members. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on. But it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. And Augusta move on to face the winner of GCSU and the host of our tournament.
I believe so, yes.
As much as this series was a struggle, you do have to give them their flowers. They actually made it here. They made it to playoffs. They made it all the way to this lane event, and that's no light journey. They actually made it here, so that's a win on the season for some. Maybe next semester, next year, they actually can make it deeper into the playoffs as these players get better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a young team right there. And again, unfortunately, Seth there with that setback of having an emergency come in who probably doesn't play league as much as everyone else, right? And it throws a wrench into the cogwheel, so to speak. It's really tough to ask someone who's primarily for the Rocket League roster coming in like, hey, I need you to play a league. Like, we don't have a sub available. You're going to need to come in. And I think in terms of the regular season, the grand picture, he's really stepped up to the plate. But when you're up into the Peach Belt Conference, there isn't any training wheels. There's no bumpers. It's whether you're a challenger or if you're at the very bottom, you're going and matching against whoever you go against, and that's just where the skill leads. But ultimately, Huntington 6 out of 8 in that regular season, nothing to scoff at. And for a team of that caliber and that skill, pretty proud of them as their coach. As they looked into skill brackets of their own, going in first and second seed of their own brackets and external different conferences. But here in the Peach Belt, it's the strong will move on. And unfortunately, Huntington will have to take a bow.
Mm-hmm. Good game played. They had good signs of life in that game. I like that.
There's plenty of moments for them to come, but they didn't take it down. They got back on their feet. They tried to get back up, and it's hard to do sometimes. Sometimes you just want to sit in your base, just twiddle your thumbs and try to come back with it. I like the effort. They actually tried to leave their base. They tried to fight, and sometimes they got some things from it.
This was more like game 1, cool, calm, and collected. At least game 2, it kind of felt like Big Brother kind of his hand on him. We're trying to swing at him a little bit. And at the very least, we put some dents on there. We didn't go out just like a wet towel, right? In this case, there were signs of life, like y'all mentioned. But other than that, guys, I'm gonna go be with my team, and we're gonna go get some dinner and kind of restructure and talk about how we're gonna go about things from here. But guys, you guys were awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for being here. I'll see you at 8 p.m.
Yes, you will. We're gonna ask for that OP.GG.
Mine or what?
Oh yeah, multi-GG time.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Quite the game from Augusta to finish this off. It was a absolute obliteration.
A bit of a stomp.
It was a bit of a stomp. I like the Wombo combo, the Oriana Nocturne, and the Yasuo.
Fun game to watch for sure. That Yasuo damage was, oof. That tornado at the very end there with the.
It was like half his HP.
Half his HP. It was a fun game to watch. Definitely rooting for the underdog, but Augusta's a good team. I'm curious to see how they're going to do. And the next game, Kennesaw versus Georgia College, will be a little bit later. So I guess we'll be going off to break now.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that goal as well.
Big early game fight here.
Oh yes, aerospace.
Oh, exhaust has to be used and double sums on.
Great, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Ferris is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up one. Kiyono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Oriana from the dash. That means a bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do it.
Gone.
Level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the
no flash. There's no. And he dies.
Of all places to go.
Also dead here.
Also dead.
Is what it is, but here it is. Right now, there is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. He is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up. You get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down. Don't 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Huntington.
There's no tumbler here. Yeah, he's behind. They're
going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but with the shield, that's going to be enough.
And the counter was this is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiyono picks it up with aggressive manners, but we see a fight. Yeah, there's the engage. There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for 2 members of Huntington, Kiyono and Aerospace. Absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
But no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald can like it might fall here. There's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charmed. Aerospace have the way. He burns the flash door and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Orianna shockwave way back.
Unfortunately,
so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's
just to add in the skill differences. How long someone's been playing the game. You know,
beautiful bubble by the
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
It's a nice engage. It finds 2, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. And Yasuo is going to have a nice handy dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Flipalytics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad. Tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado.
The Wombo combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find 1 target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to make an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think.
Almost one-shots him.
There's the engage. Nocturne has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be.
There it is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the 1 pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready. Now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on, but it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that ult as well.
Big early game fight here.
Oh yes, Aerospace.
Oh, exhaust has to be used and double sums on.
Great, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up 1. Kiyono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Orianna from the dash. That means a bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do it.
Gone.
Level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the
no flash. There's no. And he dies.
Of all places to go
Also dead here.
Also dead.
is what it is, but here it is. Right now, there is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. He is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up. You get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down to 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Huntington.
There's no controller here. Okay, he's behind. Are they going to
They're going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but with the shield, that's going to be enough.
And the counter was this is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiyono picks it up with aggressive manners, but we see a fight. Yeah, there's the engage. There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for 2 members of Huntington, Kiyono and Aerospace. Absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
With no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald can like it might fall here. There's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charmed. Aerospace have the way. He burns the flash for and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up getting dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Orianna shockwave way back.
Unfortunately, so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's just going
You just have to add in the skill differences. How long someone's been playing the game. You know,
Beautiful bubble by the Romulan.
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
it's a nice engage. It finds two, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. And Yasuo is going to have a nice handy-dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Whoa, Fluidics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad. Tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado.
The Lava combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find one target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to take an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think.
Almost one-shots him.
There's the engage.
Nocturne
Has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be.
There it is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the one pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready.
Nocturne
Now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on, but it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that ult as well.
Big early game
Either
fight here.
flash.
And-
Oh yes,
Flash bomb.
Aerospace.
Oh, exhaust has to be used and double sums on. Well, it's
Great,
exhaust.
but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up one. Kiono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Orianna from the dash. That means bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do it.
Gone.
Level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the.
No
Three
flash.
guys.
There it is. No. And he dies.
Of all places to
He's
go
also dead here.
Fon's also dead.
is what it is, but here it is. Right now, there is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. And he is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up buy. You get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down. Don't 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Hunting.
There's no controller here. Okay, he's behind. Are they going to?
They're going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but the shield, that's going to be enough to keep.
And the counter was just. This is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiono picks it up with aggressive manners, but we see him
Mordekaiser
fight.
TP.
Yeah, there's the
Nocturne
engage.
coming in.
There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for 2 members of Huntington, Kiono and Aerospace. Absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
With no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald can like it might fall here. There's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charmed. Aerospace have the way. He burns the flash for it and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up getting dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Orianna shockwave way back.
Unfortunately, so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's just going
You just have to add in the skill differences. How long someone's been playing the game. You know,
Beautiful bubble by the Romulan.
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
it's a nice engage. It finds 2, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. and Yasuo is going to have a nice handy dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Whoa, Fliplytics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad. Tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado.
The Wombo combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find one target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to take an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think.
Almost one-shots him.
There's the engage. Nocturne has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be.
There it is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the one pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready.
Nocturne
now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on, but it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that build as well.
Big early game fight here. And
Oh yes, Aerospace.
Oh, exhaust has to be used and double sums on.
Great, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up one. Kiono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Oriana from the dash. That means a bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do it.
Gone.
Level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the.
No flash. There's no. And he dies.
Of all places to go.
Also dead here.
Also dead.
Is what it is, but here it is. Right now, there is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. He is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up buy. You get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down. Don't 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Huntington.
There's no jungler here. Okay, he's behind. Are they going to?
They're going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but the shield, that's going to be enough.
And the counter was just. This is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiono picks it up with aggressive manners, but we see a
Mordekaiser
fight.
TP.
Yeah, there's the engage. There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for 2 members of Huntington, Kiono and Aerospace. Absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
With no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald looking like it might fall here. There's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charmed. Aerospace have the way. He burns the flash for it and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up getting dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Oriana shockwave way back.
Unfortunately, so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's just going
you just have to add in the skill differences. How long someone's been playing the game. You know,
beautiful bubble by the
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
It's a nice engage. It finds 2, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. And Yasuo is going to have a nice handy dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Fliplytics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad. Tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado.
The Wombo combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find one target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to take an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think.
Almost one-shots him.
There's the engage. Nocturne has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be.
There it is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the one pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready.
Nocturne
now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on, but it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that goal as well.
Big early game fight here. And
Oh, yes! Aerospace.
Exhaust has to be used and double sums on. Well,
Great, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to have no flash and absolutely going to get picked in the side. But there's still more people of Huntington here, and that means a flash for flash. Aerospace is going to pick up one. Kiono is going to get flashed on as well. There's the Oriana from the dash. That means a bit of an issue. He's not going to be able to do anything.
Gone.
Level 5 versus level 6.
They might die on the
No flash. There's no. And he dies.
Of all places to go
also dead here.
Also dead.
is what it is, but here it is. Right now, there is a commit. There's a nice engage by the Rakan. The tower is engaged on the Yasuo. That takes 3 already. He is dead. That tower is going to go. The shutdown's over to the Varus. There's a nice shockwave as well, and there is no follow-up. You get a lead, you run over them. In this case, you have to execute some abilities, but this Wukong has to burn a flash, and now the Knuckle Cluster is going to find something, but there's not enough damage because he's already down. Don't 50-50 this. There's the teleport by Huntington.
There's no controller here. Okay, he's behind. Are they going to?
They're going to have to force, and it seems like Eclipse is buying it. That's a nice engage, but there's 2 right away. It's the counter engage by the Wukong, and now it's a nice flash and a heal by the Nami to keep the Yasuo alive, and Eclipse is going to run them down. That's a nice little bit of damage, but with the shield, that's going to be enough to keep.
And the counter was just. This is looking like maybe a thing here. Yasuo should.
He flashes out, and Kiono picks it up with aggressive manners, but we see a
Mordekaiser
fight.
TP.
Yeah, there's the engage.
Coming in.
There's the W. Oh, he's away, but he's getting picked up by the shockwave. And oh my goodness, it took longer to set up for 2 members of Huntington, Kiono and Aerospace. Absolutely gone. And now Mordekaiser's got to be careful. He's going to pull Fluidics into the death realm. There is the W, but he's going to flash under the tower.
With no more tower anymore, though. Oh, he ults back, but he dies on the way back. This Herald looking like it might fall here. But there's no wave.
Oh, no wave, which means that he's suppressed under tower. He is charged. Aerospace have the way. He burns the flash for it and the ultimate, and the Yasuo ends up dashing right into it. He's chained beautifully, but the Oriana shockwave way back.
Unfortunately, so far, and Varus caught in his jungle by Nocturne. He's just
to add in the skill difference. How long someone's been playing the game. You know,
Beautiful bubble by the
4v3 here, looking for Malzahar ult target.
It's a nice engage. It finds 2, and the ultimate is going to get and secure Huntington's demise. And Yasuo is going to have a nice handy-dandy wave to allow Yasuo. Fluidics is here just to say hello. He wants to be a part of the team so bad. Tier 2 picked up. Great gold shared between the members of Augusta. And look at that tornado.
The Wombo combo on Augusta is so strong.
They're going to fight now once it's gone. Aerospace looking for the engage. They find one target, but now he doesn't have enough HP. The Yasuo is going to take an exit from a nice knockup. Now the Yasuo in the back. Excuse me, the Nocturne is just way too dang tanky, and I just don't think.
Almost one-shots him.
There's the engage. Nocturne has to push the flash.
And Set is going to be.
There it is.
Set is going to be the one left.
There's the one pick they needed. There's no ultimate ready.
Nocturne
Now the Nocturne might fall, but I think Aerospace is going to die, and it is the Yasuo able to get on him, and this is it. The towers are really the only DPS that Huntington can rely on, but it does not matter. Huntington had to say goodbye. 10-38 in kills. I mean, if Augusta has a wrong step, I mean, this Malzahar can get out of hand, especially with that ult as well.
Big early game fight here. And
Oh yes, Aerospace.
Exhaust has to be used and double sums on. Well,
Great, but Mountain takes way too damn long. And now Varus is going to.
Welcome back to the PBC Championship. We are in the quarterfinals right now, right? The next match is Kennesaw versus Georgia.
And we currently got the 2nd seed Kennesaw versus the 7th seed GCSU, I believe.
GCSU.
And the winner of this will go and face Augusta in the semifinals. And we have Miami here joining us on the cast.
Hello, everyone.
Also, a Kennesaw State University student, plays on the leading team for Kennesaw on varsity 2 as the mid laner.
Yeah. We got 2 mid laners here.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Our egos need to be checked.
Yeah, but they're finally getting started. Everyone's in the lobby. Draft should be happening soon, hopefully. We can see what kind of picks are coming out. Kind of curious to see. Kennesaw is definitely the favorite here for sure. Kind of curious what GCSU is going to pull out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume Kennesaw's blue side because they'll have side selection because of seeding, and they will be. And we're getting in a draft right now, and we already see Lowey's Singed
target
band.
band.
And Pantheon Katarina response. Wow, they actually do
GCSU.
respect the
Katarina
Katarina.
band.
Yeah. Big surprise.
Curious to see what Kennesaw is going to do. Another top lane band. Looks like they're kind of targeting their GCSU's top laner here.
Yeah, so some big OPs open right now. Nefiri, Gwen, very strong right now.
Yeah.
At least one of them is going to be open.
Yeah.
We will see which one based on GCSU.
Maybe it's both.
fans.
Maybe they just handshake.
Maybe they just,
Seeing a Draven band.
Interesting.
that Kenny respect. Definitely don't want to be giving him something against Snowball if you are looking at a dire situation with ball line.
That's
And
your
they're-
first pick, Gwen.
Gwen.
Already being Hubbard.
Gwen being Hubbard, we'll see. It will be locked in. And that's one of the big OPs right now. We'll see if we see the Fury response in either mid or jungle. We will have to see what the response is here. A Galio pick. It's a little.
Maybe
It's okay, but it's not best. Gwen is still
Right.
notorious for killing tanks.
Yeah, but Galio does get to stack the MR, right? So
Mhm.
maybe it's a little bit better than other tanks.
This might be top lane too. Early.
I think this is a
rotation.
bit of a flex
Yeah,
for top
for sure.
and jungle for this Gwen. Galio could also be a flex, right? The
Yeah,
mid
like
and
to be
top.
mid or top.
We saw Los Sertanos do it a bunch, that top lane Galio. So, as well as in Worlds. Or not Worlds, it was it Worlds? I don't know.
I think
Some type of
It was
Rumble.
it was
Yeah.
LEC. I know Broken Blade. No,
Yeah.
Broken Blade did it.
A lot of people
in,
did it to
Worlds.
counter the Rumble, so maybe it's going to be similar impact against the Gwen if it does go top lane. Then we also see a Skarner here, a pretty strong champ on the current patch, and we're looking at the Yone Hubbard.
Yeah, Yon will maybe even force this Gallia on the top side, and it might be better for them to have it there, given there's so many top bans right now. You might as well just put it up there. And the
then the
Varus
Varus.
comfort from Kenny.
Very
coming in.
common champ.
A lot of damage here on Kennesaw State, especially if Varus goes normal. You can also go poke in this, and it would be fine. Jinx response, pretty classic, but the lane might be really hard.
It's going to
for
be a
Varus.
hard lane, depending on these support picks here. GCSU does have that final say counter pick. I'm curious to see if they're going to give it to the support, so that way they can try to win the bot lane, or if they're just going to let it go to keep the flex alive for the Galio and give it to their top laner.
Yeah.
We're going to see what bans are going to be coming out here for GCSU for these support and either top or jungle, because we still don't know where this Gwen is going.
Yeah, I assume that this will be in the jungle. It's really strong there. Even though it was nerfed a little bit, it is still insanely fast in clearing camps, and you suck them up.
And that
like a bag.
1v9 carry potential from Gwen is just it's something else.
Rel ban from GCSU, good engage that Kennesaw State does need a little bit of, and it would be a really good wombo combo with the Gwen, Varus,
Looking
Yone.
like a Lulu ban, try to stop that. Because right now, GCSU is very much looking like a Jinx comp, so they want to ban the supports that will enable the Jinx to actually go absolutely insane with their exciteds and just try to kind of stop the steroid infusers with Lulu. Maybe we'll see like a Emilio ban next, something like that to make it that way. It's a little bit easier to stop the Jinx.
I expect Nautilus ban here, but Leona is
Leona.
also very good. I would have thought Nautilus would be a little better because it's point and click R, but
Yeah, the Braum, they do still have the option for Braum.
that is true. They can save the support counter pick to 5, so maybe that's what they'll do. And you were right, the Emilio ban coming out from Kennesaw State on 4-5.
Makes that way you can actually lock down that Jinx, kill her, make it that way she's not able to carry those team fights. As right now, she is the only damage that GCSU has.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to
Probably
see
seeing the control
something out of
mage.
top lane carry. We're not a
We're not
glass.
a glass, so they're
Okay.
keeping the flex alive until the very last second for the Galio.
Drafting some
Pretty good
good anti-engage. for this big, like, I want to run in Yone, I want to run in Gwen. And if they pick Nautilus, it's still
That's a
the
pretty good
lane is
matchup.
kind of hard, but
See Chug's signature Nico here.
Nico coming out from
Nico comes
Chug.
through.
Yep, they forgot to ban it.
We'll have to see what they pick in the top lane to round out this. There's no way he's playing Briar.
Briar
It's very
jungle.
funny how
This is probably
The
great
Sejuani.
pick.
Yeah,
Okay,
great
so
pick.
Sedge.
Yone.
So we got really good topside synergy here with Gwen, Yone, and Sedge. This melee comp on the top side is going to be absolutely killer. 3v3 is going to be huge for them. And Gragas into Gwen top is...
That Varus Nico lane is just going to bully the Jinx Renata. It's looking like a hard game for GCSU, but that late game scaling, that is what they're looking for. They're looking for this Jinx to absolutely 1v9 this game, as they have no other damage on their team, unless it's like full AP Gragas, which is doubtful. But
I assume that this Gragas is going to be mid. I don't think they want to put Galio into Yone, but they might. I doubt they will.
we'll see.
We'll have to see in game, but I assume this is going to be Gragas mid.
Into the Yone, I can see that.
for sure.
We might see some shenanigans between swapping Gwen and Yon, just to try and get the better matchup. But we'll see. We'll have to see where this Gragas and the Galio actually end up.
The draft, though, I'm feeling Kennesaw, their biggest problem is they have a lot of damage. But they have their front line is only the Sejuani. They have lots of angles of point to attack. There's a very high skill cap team, whereas GCSU's is that's more of an easier team, right? It's just you play and protect the Jinx. It's very one dimensional. This Jinx wins the game or loses the game. There's no other solution. Whereas Kennesaw has way more avenues of carries in every single position almost except for jungle. So you can have the Gwen, the Yone, and the Varus. And most of their lanes, like bot lane seems very winning for Kennesaw. Unless the Jinx or Renata are somehow able to pull it back, I will say the Galio can neutralize whichever lane he's in, probably. Maybe even come out on top. We'll see. And the Gragas is also a very good neutralizer. So I'm kind of curious. It's looking like Gragas top and Galio mid.
Okay,
So-
they will not be doing what I expected them to do.
I'm curious to see how these Skarner games come through to try to swing the lead for their bot lane, because that is where I expect GCSU's focus to be. And Kennesaw should also recognize this, so I'm curious to see if they'll also try to counter gank and play through their bot lane.
I think Kennesaw has a lot more winning lanes, especially with the match on the Galio into Yon. I think everyone at Kennesaw's lanes is winning. But the team fight is going to be a lot harder for them to execute. If they can get on this Jinx and blow her up, though, with Yon, Sedge,
Nico,
Parasol,
they have
it'll
lots
be,
of avenues to attack.
I think that GCSU will fall apart. But the Renata ult, I think, will be the big thing to look out for in these team fights.
As well as the Skarner ult and the Gragas ult and the Galio. They have lots of ults that are every single one of their ults can be used
lots
defensively.
Of disruption on GCSU, so we'll have to see how
Lots of
Kennesaw
big
plays
bodies.
around this.
We see it's going to be on hit Varus, as you would expect with these giant meatballs with the legal tempo.
Trying to match that Jinx damage, and
Actually try to kill the tanks, because Vitality Varus is going to do that.
Lethality Varus doesn't really do anything in this. I assume Gragas is going to go a little more tanky build. I believe he has
I
face
can
rush.
see him actually. I feel like this is a game for him to go more damage, because they're lacking AP damage unless this Dragon brings it. So I could see him going either way. Very aggressive trading from Nico here, walking up, showing that lane dominance that Nico usually does.
Team's already feeling that HP bar going down a little bit. Not gonna be too happy about that early game, but not the end of the world for the Jinx lane.
Yeah, Varus actually opting
Swinging
for
it.
cleanse here for the team fighting, and Gwen hitting level 2 first and getting a massive chunk on Gragas in the top lane.
It's not what you want to see from Gragas. However, he does have that sustain, right? That's one thing Gragas is known for. It's not his HP bar that's a problem, it's always his mana bar, so you have to be watching for that. And it's looking like Gwen's able to drop a ward, get some vision with that push, not much else able to be done. And it looks like all lanes are pushing for Kennesaw right now, so I'm curious to see where the Sejuani is going to go.
Kennesaw's pushing in this third wave on bot lane with Sedge going in enemy jungle, looking for the invade, and the bot lane will have moved. Are they looking for the
They're
dive?
gonna
Though? Wow, they're gonna
Wow.
dive here. Nico tanking, exhaust
Gets
used
the
on
root.
Sejuani, and they're calling it off right now. Okay. So they get the exhaust off Renata and take a little bit of damage on Nico, but Sedge does show. She's
And
gonna
then-
have to run to her top side here so that she can.
Well,
knock
Skarner
her
is
on.
pathing bot lane, so this just is a bit of a setback for Kennesaw. It's an interesting attempt, as they're still all sums on GCSU, so it's not what you want to see, but if it had worked, it would have been good, but it was kind of an unnecessary risk in my opinion. However, Scotch free, they lose the exhaust on the Renata, which is good, and they're able to reset anyways, so that HP that they actually lost from the dive doesn't actually result in a flash.
Sedge is going to be a little behind here, but she might also just sprint top lane.
At the end of the day, it
kill
is
this
Skarner
Gragas.
versus Sejuani, right? Neither of these strugglers are looking to carry this game. They are looking to play with their team, try to make plays on the map, do the job of a team.
Looks like Sedge will not go for a dive on the top lane of the stack wave. He'll instead go to the Scuttlecraft here,
Yeah, after that
Skarner
failed
body quick
dive
V.
bot lane,
losing little seconds.
yeah, there's not enough time for the Sejuani to go dive top after that failed dive bot. So, just gonna take the scuttle. Maybe look for something here and invade on the top side of Skarner, as Skarner did start top side. So these camps will be respawning.
Putting a ward for his top laner, and then
Forces out the Gragas TP as well. Pretty good conditions for Gwen. Up 16 CS already. It's a pretty big deficit for this Gragas.
So
And
this
cover a little
matchup-
bit.
this matchup is really hard for Gragas because if you try and body slam into Gwen, she uses Shroud, gets the extra resistances, and then just Qs 2-4 times and you lose.
You already have HP.
Yep.
Like
Yone also getting
a
cryo.
big lead as well with a 10 CS advantage. Right now, it's about a 10 CS advantage for every single lane, but this is kind of to be expected for GCSU, and that's kind of what they drafted for. They didn't draft to win their lanes, they drafted to win these team fights. And we'll kind of see when the first one starts happening, see if they can test the drops. Oh, look at
Skarner
the
goes
Ghost might get
top
caught
lane.
here.
It's like
The
Gwen
Ghost
should
just
be able to lock
popped.
out.
Oh!
Failed E-flash from the Gragas. Really
Gragas.
unfortunate race conditions.
All sums using that top lane scuffle.
I think he tried to do E backwards, flash on top of Gwen to knock it back into Skarner.
Oh, first
and
blood.
Yone pulls first
Ooh.
blood in a solo kill in mid
It's
lane.
looking
I
like
think.
a dive
And
again.
another dive attempt on bot lane.
Double
Nico
root.
Double
hits his
exhaust, double root from Nico. Renata bailout is ticking, doesn't get the reset onto Nico.
Redive looking very possible as well here.
And they're pulling the wave, and Sedge is standing there.
And Galio is not defensively DPing bot lane, so they are free to go here, as there's no top TPs from GCSU. We'll see if they actually can
Looks like they'll call off the dive and just let Renata
realize
live.
it's not really that worth it. However, it's only the 300 gold. The Jinx is the main target. You want to target the AD carry when you're diving, right? So that way they lose the full wave.
Yeah, they did lose that wave. They lose this wave here. And so
Maybe
it feels
Renata stops
really.
the Oh, that's just the
It's
Nico
gonna feel
baby.
so bad for this Jinx. Jinx losing Flash and missing out on that wave. Already down almost 20, full
However,
22 CS.
they do get the
And
grubs
kill.
here from that dive. That took a lot of the time. But however, it may look like the Nico's moving mid, so maybe they try to take the fight after.
Yeah, Sedge is just walking at them. I think that Yone is gonna run up here too. Takes one with Smite, so
Kind of
does
looks like
deny
a bad
the-
fight
does
for
deny the
Looks like a pretty good
KSU.
fight for KSU if they collapse correctly.
I think they win this 3v3, but Sedge, when Yone, like, they can't
Conditions are
move.
great.
And Nico is here now, and Gragas
Wow.
and Galio both fall. Yone over the wall with E, gets him the double kill on Yone.
Wow, this Yone is very far ahead now. He's 3-0, 200 gold bounty. It's going to be hard for Galio to function after this for sure.
Jinx catches mid so they don't lose that wave, but he's going to lose at least a plate or two on bot side
Yep.
and a couple minions there.
Especially now that that KSU got one grub, at least GCSU got two grubs to start stacking grubs and maybe be able to. However, honestly, I think GCSU should.
There's
Oh,
a coming out
on
onto
Renata. Nico E, follow up, instant cleanse on the hostile takeover, and they don't quite get the Renata. She did use bailout on herself, but no pop, and Varus getting really low, but chugging those biscuits and getting a lot of his HP back. And a bunch of sums off of Varus, but no kills found in bot lane.
like I was saying though, honestly, for GCSU, It's good for them to deny the grubs, as Kennesaw, I think split push will be very strong with this Gwen, especially in the late game. However, for themselves, it's a bit, they're not going to be able to use them that much, but I think it is important for them to deny 1 or 2 to make sure that Kennesaw can't get that 6 grubs. Because if this Gwen had 6 grubs, she would just absolutely shred towers. But I think it was good for GCSU. I think they might have should have only taken 1 and then gone out. However, they did opt for the fight. Unfortunately, they lost it. So now they're kind of having to recover in their other lanes.
3K gold deficit, 3.5K gold deficit across the board from GCSU. This Yone and this Varus have a lot of it too. So Kennesaw have the gold on the carries. They just need to convert this in the mid game. And here's what we're talking about with this Gwen Gragas matchup. You walk up too far and you're just gonna eat a Q and take so much damage.
Yeah, it's looking rough for GCSU. However, they still do have, like we've been saying this whole time, it's about their late game, right? It's about that team fight scaling. That's the hope from this game. It's looking like Skarner engaged Drive by, however. He decides not to engage as there's just too many members of KSU there to take that risk.
Yeah, put Skarner in Tokyo Drift when he got the hell out of there. He did not want to fight this, and for right reason. There was 3v3, and they do not win this.
No.
Jinx is way too far.
The Nico also has ult. It's a very risky fight for GCSU to take. Until that Jinx gets an item or 2 in, it's just going to be hard for them to take every fight. Realistically, they should be looking to cross map as much as possible. Unfortunately, however, it's a little bit more difficult for them too, as they're kind of behind in overall rank.
Yeah, so Kennesaw starting the Drake stacking. Next one in 5 minutes. Looks like not gonna.
Cleanse is taken out here, and Skarner's
is covering this, so hopefully the AD carry can finish their recall.
And maybe just they're gonna have to give a lot of plates for this though.
Yeah, they can.
TP comes in,
Gragas.
When already TP'd in the top lane.
Flash for flash from the Ronaldo to Varus. Ult
Comes out, Galio comes down.
Eagle ult hits 2.
When it just arrived though, hits a 2-man ult, starts getting some damage in.
And he will find the Galio. Bailout does go off, and does not res the Galio. And Gragas tries to get them off, and
Gragas barely gets out. Jinx is here now, though.
But Yone
what a
flashed Q3s to kill the
Ballsy
Gragas.
Q3 gets the kill.
That was a fight. It feels like it, honestly, in the end, it almost turned out even from what was looking pretty bad from GCSU at the beginning, trying to get their Jinx out. Oh, looks like Yone's about to go back in here.
They canceled Yone's recall, but I don't think it'll matter because you'll almost die for it.
Barely left. That turret shot almost. Oh, one more, and he still wouldn't have fun.
And Nico's here to cover it now, and
waiting for a funny
pushing
angle.
Jinx off the wave. You don't get to touch this because you're super low.
Yep.
And now they have to back, and they'll have to miss this wave, and it just feels so bad for this Jinx right now.
Yeah, she's not at this pace. She's
And,
not.
and she's gonna get canceled again, and she might even die for this.
Oh,
the
there
bailout
it
goes off the Varus Q, and Chug gets the kill.
Yeah, it's looking really rough here for GCSU, like we've been saying.
Yeah, this
Jinx is a win
ball
con,
is so
however,
hard.
she's so far behind, I don't know if she'll ever make it. And Kennesaw now has 4 grubs. That's a threshold you need to start summoning in those little grubbies, which has helped so much with the split push power of this Gwen. I don't think anybody's going to be able to kill this Gwen on the entire team of GCSU. She's essentially immortal. It's going to be really hard to deal with her.
I think both this Yone and this Gwen are going to be so untouchable inside. No one's going to be able to fight them. Like Gragas can't match Gwen. Galio can't match Yone. They just keep this mismatch, and I think Kennesaw will always have mid priority. And Jinx tries to go to the wave and dies again to Varus.
However, it looks like they might be able to trade one back this time with this Skarner King.
Good smash for
flashes.
Nico, barely out of Skarner.
Oh,
Gets
dude,
sniped by the
anyway.
rock. Oh, Kenny gonna proc the bailout on Skarner.
They're still up. How many damage back?
Big Renata.
Insta cleanse, and
Oh,
he trades it out. Renata getting the shutdown on Varus is not what you want to see though.
I wouldn't be completely mad for GCSU. Oh, Gragas falls as well. However, I think that bot trade isn't entirely bad for GCSU as they do get to keep their turret now. However, the play on the top side will lose them that first turret, potentially giving feats to KSU here.
Yeah, I believe feats will go over here because I think they have
They definitely
the feat
have.
of warfare. So I think that feats here for KSU now.
Yeah,
And,
it comes in. We can see it on the Yone's Berserker Creeps. They do have feats, which isn't the end of the day for GCSU, as feats don't give you that much. They give you a little bit of movement speed, a little bit of extra stats. This is a nice little topper off, but it's not game losing for sure.
Yeah, Jinx still the big loser here, down 40 creeps in bot lane, and basically
Down 3 kills, down 4 plates. This Jinx is not where she wants to be right now.
KSU's in a great spot right now, looking poised to dominate this game. All of GCSU is currently on 5 to 6 CS per minute, which is really unfortunate for Jinx, really unfortunate for Gragas and Galio too. They don't really have much to do in these fights without being tanky enough.
and Skarner has to be down here just to save his bot lane from a 2v2.
The second he leaves, this Renata's already half HP with the Skarner hovering. If Skarner wasn't here, they'd just be getting dove on reset.
And this Varus isn't even poke. He's on hit and he's doing this much damage.
Just shows the lead of that. We see that pickaxe recurve bow forward. He's already at an item, and Jinx only has the slingshot. It's looking rough for GCSU here.
Yeah, Gwen having a Riftmaker and Mercs into Gragas so strong. This Gragas doesn't even have boots or Seraphs completed. So this side is also losing, down 30 creeps himself. And Gwen gonna be looking at that tier 2.
And Yone's been all 3 tier 1s have dropped for GCSU. This opens up the map so much for KSU to just kind of, they can go wherever they want now. With this lead and with all the turrets dropped, the map is essentially theirs to take as long as they play it right. However, it looks like
might be getting
Yone
caught
is
here.
really
One player,
playing
but hits the
here.
ult. Uppers the CC, gets the kill to Galio. Skarner gonna
So-
ult back. Nico there to help the Yone ults to get the Skarner. And it's 2 to fall for
And
GCSU.
Yone is just too
He
strong.
just throws his wall at them. He says, I have an item, I have pork, you have a heart steel, I win this.
I will
Chain
throw my
CC
gold
here.
advantage in your face every day of the week, says the Yone.
The chain CC wasn't there. They couldn't find the Skarner E. They couldn't capitalize on the Galio taunt. He buffered ultimate through it all and just chunked Galio so much, and he just basically 2v1 killed him. And then Nico coming in,
Just to
Helping
make
him
sure.
kill
Just the icing on the cake.
helping him kill Skarner, and that's 2 more kills of this Young. He now has 2 items sitting on Shieldbow and Bork. So does Varus, sitting on Gwynsu's and Bork.
At some point, the Sejuani managed to get this dragon as well, so KSU's already at 2 dragons.
Looks like we're going to be
Already
having
has-
Infernal Soul this game.
Yeah, 10k gold lead, 2 dragons, 4
Shade
grubs.
coming down top
I
of
don't know
Yone.
what
He's
else you
just-
could ask for.
Gets
here.
the Gragas ult.
Defensive ult used for Gragas just shows how dire this is. Going to face check Skarner here in the 2v1. I think he still wins this anyway.
Yep, Yone wins this.
Like,
Skarner has the
he's-
ult.
Gragas has no ults. There's
There's
nothing
nothing
they
they can
do.
do here.
Yone can 1v2 any day of the week here.
Yeah, it makes it so hard to overload on one of these sides because both the Gwen and the Young are so
And
strong.
they can both just 2v1.
Hits from the
No.
Nico, and Gragas will fall to the Yone.
Yeah, Nico Root hitting, gonna be able to get this tier 2. No one can really contest them here.
Oh, the
And
flash
he's
came
going
from
for
Yone,
the Skarner.
and they finish the Skarner too.
That's a free tier 2 for this Yon and Nico. It's gonna be a lot of gold going
Gwen's
over.
also, as you can see in that bot lane, pushing heavy as well. It's just, there's nowhere for GCSU to make a play. This is when you start thinking about what do we change in draft for game 2, I think. How do we actually recover the series? I think it's, the most important thing is to not get tilted, right? They need to keep their heads cool, start thinking about the next game.
And another example there, Renata trying to get defensive vision, goes just a little bit too deep into the jungle and gets killed by the Yon and Nico duo. And it just shows that you don't get to have any control in this game against this KSU team with this strong topside and this insanely fed Varus. And they're
Oh, this
trying,
is all from
Skarner
Skarner.
ult
This
hits
may
2,
be
drags
their
them under
spot.
tower, and the
That's the
Jinx
first
rocket
one.
does kill Nico.
This is what Jinx needs. She needs that takedown to take over the fight, but she's just too far behind.
Yeah, she can't
She's
do any
taking
damage to this
Daisy.
Sejuani, and now that the excitement
Oh,
is off. But
Galio
Galio dives
goes
in
in.
with the taunt, and Varus cleanse flashes away.
And it looks like that.
Gwen is still in the fight though. She's still
Still
alive.
alive, still ticking.
Just barely
Gets
gets
that
the
reset, but the Yone flank with the TP just finishes off the fight. Very close for GCSU. I think that was the best fight they're going to get. Maybe if they could do something with those strings, getting a lot of those shutdowns. She got a lot of money. She still only has 1.5 items though.
And it's still a 13k gold lead for KSU.
So Yone TP saving KSU there, making it so that they don't lose. But that Scar roll was really great. That Galio
flank was
crazy.
amazing.
Yeah,
But
that's very
Kenny
well played.
is so fast with that cleanse flash. And he just gets out of dodge, loses 1 HP, kills the Jinx. And
There's just not much you can do.
now Yone might even pick up another tier 2 tower.
I think it's too much. This might be a chance for
Starter is
GCSU
there.
to
Galio
catch him
walking
out.
down to get Yone.
His whole team.
Defensive TP from Gwen. There's no
TP
way
as well from Gragas on the flank though.
We'll have to see what happens here. Yone is just going to melt Gragas.
This is
Gonna
gonna
go
go
back
back
to
to
his
side.
Nico walks in ults forward.
Galio ult was cancelled, and Yone kills the Jinx under the tier 2.
Wow, what a pop loss from the Nico though. Trug just coming in to actually save the team fight.
Ella procced onto Renata, and he will fall as well as the Gwen. Triple kill from the Gwen at the top.
They may try to end here, honestly. They have long.
Yeah.
They have
20 seconds
10,
on
20
death
seconds on
timers
those
so
death
far.
timers. Oh, and that's another kill. Oh, wow.
Nico
Only
finding
Sky's
Gragas in the
5
solo
seconds.
kill.
This may be it.
They have a
Oh,
Herald.
they have the
too.
Herald as well.
I think this might be the game. Starter going to try and do everything he can, but he can't really do anything into this Gwen and Yone. He shred him so much. He gets 2 on the ult, but then he dies for it. Yone
Jinx trying to pump out as many
Yone
items as
is
she can, but
low.
she can't stop what's right in front of her.
Bailout is on Galio, and he goes into it, but he can't get the reset, and he dies. And there goes Renata and Jinx.
That's the end of the game.
That's gonna be the end of the game.
Next is exploding.
Sub 20-minute game 1.
Very dominant game from
18K gold
KSU. Very dominant. That's a bit of a slam. I'm curious to see what GCSU is going to change in the next game. Because obviously something has to change here, right? You can't go down, lose 20 minutes, down 18k gold without having a change of plan. Maybe this time they'll draft more carries around the team. Maybe they'll actually try to contest the 1v1s in the sidelines, instead of just choosing Because with Gragas and Galio, you're not trying to play to win your lanes, right? I think that might have been part of the issue. Maybe this time in the next game they'll draft something more aggressive, something, I don't know, those Fioras, Irelias,
Yeah, I
those
think
Aatrox, Renekton, right?
I
Something
think
that can
drafting
win the
3
lane.
losing lanes into Sedge, Galio, Yone is definitely not
Yeah.
playing. I think that they will be taking blue side, and they'll probably be changing it up quite a bit in this next game. Or maybe they'll stay with red and try and get a strong top matchup or a strong mid matchup and try to shut down one of these lanes from counter.
Get a true counter pick this time around, as last time. What was the counter pick?
It was Gragas.
It was Gragas.
on
Maybe
fire.
they'll choose something a little bit more aggressive this time. As Gragas, not known for his lane dominance, not known for actually 1v9 carrying a game. Maybe they'll do something like that next time, hopefully.
Mhm. We'll have to see how they adapt in the game too. We'll probably go into a break while we wait for the game 2 draft to begin, and players will be on theirs. So we'll see you all in about 5 to 10 minutes. First blood in a solo kill in mid lane.
It's
I
like
think.
a dive
And
again.
another dive attempt on bot lane.
Double
Nico
root.
hits his
Exhaust. Double root for Nico. Renata bailout is ticking. Doesn't get the reset.
It may look like the Nico's moving mid, so maybe they try to take the fight out.
Yeah, Sedge is just walking at them. I think that Yone is going to run up here too. Takes one with smite, so
Kind of
does
looks like
deny
a bad
the,
fight
does
for
deny the
Looks like a pretty good
KSU.
fight for KSU if they collapse correctly.
I think they win this 3v3 with Sedge, Gwen, Yone, they can't
are
move.
great.
And Nico is here now, and Gragas and Galio both fall. Yone over the wall with E.
Gragas.
Gwen already TP'd in the top lane.
Flash for flash from the Renata to Varus. Ult's
Comes
coming
out,
in.
Galio comes down.
Nico ult hits 2.
When they just arrived though, hits a 2-man ult, starts getting some damage in.
He will find the Galio. Bailout does go off, and he's not res the Galio. And Gragas
Barely gets out. Jinx is here now, though.
Oh, but
Oh,
Yone
what a
flashed
play.
freeze to kill the
Ballsy
Gragas.
Q3.
She's
And
not actually
she's
gonna
going to
be
get
able
canceled again, and she might even die for this. The bailout
there it
goes
is.
again to Varus.
However, it looks like they might be able to trade one back this time with this corner game.
Good
Oh,
smash from
flashes.
Nico, barely out of Skarner.
Oh,
Gets
dude,
sniped
falls
by the
anyway.
rock. Oh, Kenny gonna proc the bailout on Skarner.
They're still up. I'm gonna damage back. Titans
Oh,
not
big Renata ult.
Insta cleanse.
Oh,
and he won't.
Essentially theirs to take as long as they play it right.
However, it looks
Might
like
be getting
Yone
caught
is
here.
really
one
slipping
hit, but hits
here.
the ult. Uppers the CC, gets the kill to Galio. Skarner gonna
So-
ult back. Nico there to help the Yone ults to get the Skarner.
Both the Gwen and the Yone are so
And they
strong.
can both just 2v1.
Hit hits from the
No.
Nico, and I guess we'll fall to the Yone.
Yeah, Nico Root hitting. Gonna be able to get this tier 2. No one can really contest them here.
Oh, the
And
flash
he's
came
going
from
for
Yone,
Skarner.
and they finish the Skarner too.
How do we actually recover this series? I think it's the most important thing is to not get tilted, right? They need to keep their height, but she's just too far behind.
Yeah, she can't do any damage to this Sejuani, and now that the excited
Oh,
is off.
but
But
Galio
Galio
goes
goes
in.
in with the taunt, and Varus cleanse flashes away, and it looks like that.
Gwen is still in the fight though, she's still alive.
So alive,
my
still sick.
Just barely
gets
gets
that
through.
reset, but the Yone flank with the TP just eats well from Gragas on the flank though.
We'll have to see what happens here. Yone is just going to melt Gragas. This is going to
Oh,
go
the
back
other
to
side.
Soul.
Nico walks in, ults forward.
Galio ult was canceled, and Yone kills the Jinx under the tier 2.
Wow, what a pop loss from the Nico though. Shrug just coming in to actually save the team fight.
Ella proc onto
Pop out as many
Yone
rounds as
is
she can, but
low.
she can't stop what's right in front of her.
Bailout is on Galio, and he goes into it, but he can't get the reset, and he dies. And there goes Renata and Jinx.
That's the end of the game.
That's gonna be the end of the
That's a
game.
2v next.
First blood in a solo kill in mid
It's
lane,
looking
I
like a
think.
dive
And
again.
another dive attempt on bot lane.
Double
Nico
root.
hits his
Exhaust, double root from Nico. Renata bailout is ticking, doesn't get the reset.
It may look like the Nico's moving mid, so maybe they try to take the fight out.
Yeah, Sedge is just walking at them. I think that Yone is gonna run up here too. Takes one with smite, so
Kind of
does
looks like
deny
a bad
the-
fight
does
for
deny the
Looks like a pretty good
KSU.
fight for KSU if they can collapse correctly.
I think they win this 3v3 with Sedge, Gwen, Yone, like they can't
are
move.
great.
And Nico is here now, and Gragas and Galio both fall. Yone over the wall with
Alright,
ease.
Gragas.
When already
Oh.
TP'd in the top lane.
Flash for flash from the Renata to Varus. Ult's
Comes
coming
out,
in.
Galio comes down.
Nico
Nico
ult
ult
covers.
hits two. Yone
When they
is
just
here
arrived
now.
though, hits a two-man ult, starts getting some damage in.
He will find the Galio. Bailout does go off, and he's not res the Galio. And Gragas
Gragas barely gets out. Jinx is here now though.
But
Oh,
Yone
what a
flashed
play.
freeze to kill the
Ballsy
Gragas.
Q3.
She's
And
not
she's
actually
gonna get
make the
canceled
lane.
again, and she might even die for this.
Oh,
the bailout
there it
goes
is.
again to Varus.
However, it looks like they might be able to trade one back this time with the Skarner King.
Good
Oh,
flash
oh,
from Nico,
flashes.
barely out of Skarner.
Oh,
Like, gets
dude,
sniped
falls
by the
anyway.
rock. Oh, Kenny gonna proc the bailout on Skarner.
They're still up. I'm gonna damage back. Titans
Oh,
not.
big Renata ult.
Insta cleanse.
Oh,
and he won't.
Essentially theirs to take as long as they play it right.
However, it looks
Might
like
be getting
Yone
caught
is
here.
really
One hit,
slipping
but hits the
here.
ult. Uppers the CC, gets the kill to Galio. Skarner gonna
So-
ult back. Nico there to help the Yone ults to get the Skarner.
Both the Gwen and the Yone are so
And
strong.
they can both just
Hit
2v1.
hits from the
No.
Nico, and I guess we'll fall to the Yone.
Yeah, Nico Root hitting. Gonna be able to get this tier 2. No one can really contest them here.
Oh, the
And
flash
he's
came
going
from
for
Yone,
Skarner.
and they finish the Skarner too.
How do we actually recover this series? I think it's the most important thing is to not get tilted, right? They need to keep their height, but she's just too far behind.
Yeah, she can't do any damage to this Sejuani, and now that the excited is
Oh,
off. But
Galio
Galio
goes
goes
in.
in with the taunt, and Varus cleanse flashes away, and it looks like that.
Gwen is still in the fight though, she's still
So
alive.
alive, still sick.
Just barely
gets
gets
that
through.
reset, but the Yone flank with the TP just eats
Wait.
well from Gragas on the flank though.
We'll have to see what happens here. Yone is just going to melt Gragas. This is going to
Oh,
go
the
back
other
to
side.
Soul.
Nico walks in, ults forward.
Galio ult was canceled, and Yone kills the Jinx under the tier 2.
Wow, what a pop loss from the Nico though. Shrug just coming in to actually save the team fight.
Ella proc onto
Pop out as many
Yone
rounds as
is
she can, but
low.
she can't stop what's right in front of her.
Bailout is on Galio, and he goes into it, but he can't get the reset, and he dies. And there goes Renata and Jinx.
That's the end of the game.
That's gonna be the end of the
That's a
game.
2v next.
First blood in a solo kill in mid
It's
lane,
looking
I
like
think.
a dive
And
again.
another dive attempt on bot lane.
Double
Nico
root.
hits his
Exhaust, double root from Nico. Renata bailout is ticking, doesn't get the reset.
It may look like the Nico's moving mid, so maybe they try to take the fight out.
Yeah, Sedge is just walking at them. I think that Yone is going to run up here too. takes one with Smite, so
Kind of
does
looks like
deny
a bad
the-
fight
does
for
deny the
Looks like a pretty good
KSU.
fight for KSU if they can collapse correctly.
I think they win this 3v3 with Sedge when, you know, like, they can't
are
move.
great.
And Nico is here now, and Gragas and Galio both fall. Yone over the wall with
Alright,
ease.
Gagas.
When already
Oh.
TP'd in the top lane.
Flash for flash from the Ronaldo to Varus. Ult's
Comes
coming
out,
in.
Galio comes down.
Nico
Nico
ult
ult
covers.
hits two.
When they just arrived though, hits a two-man ult, starts getting some damage in.
He will find the Galio. Bailout does go off, and does not res the Galio. And Gragas
Gragas barely gets out. Jinx is here now, though.
But
Oh,
Yone
what a
flashed
Yone.
in threes to kill the
Ballsy
Gragas.
Q3.
She's
And,
not
and
actually
she's going to get
kill
canceled
it.
again, and she might even die for this.
Oh,
the bailout
there it
goes
is.
off again to Varus.
However, it looks like they might be able to trade one back this time with the starter game.
Good
Oh,
smash
oh,
from Nico,
flashes.
barely out of the starter.
Oh,
Like, gets
dude,
sniped
balls
by the
anyway.
rock. Oh, Kenny going to proc the bailout on the starter.
They're still up. How many damage back? Titans
Oh,
not
big Renato ult.
Insta cleanse.
Oh.
and he just
Essentially theirs to take as long as they play it right.
However, it looks
might
like
be getting
Yone
caught
is
here.
really
one player,
slaying
but hits the
here.
ult. Offers the CC, gets the kill to Galio. Skarner gonna
So-
ult back. Nico there to help the Yone ults to get the Skarner.
both the Gwen and the Yone are so
And
strong.
they can both just 2v1.
Hit or hits from the
No.
Nico, and Gragas will fall to the Yone.
Yeah, Nico Root hitting, gonna be able to get this tier 2. No one can really contest them here.
Oh, the
And
flash
he's
came
going
from
for
Yone,
the starter.
and they finish the Skarner too.
How do we actually recover this series? I think it's the most important thing is to not get tilted, right? They need to keep their height, but she's just too far behind.
Yeah, she can't do any
She's
damage to this Senwani, and now that the excitement
Oh,
is off.
but
But Galio
Galio
goes
goes
in
in.
with the taunt, and Varus cleanse flashes away, and it looks like that.
Gwen is still in the fight though, she's still alive.
Oh my, don't stick it.
Just barely
gets
gets
that
it.
reset, but the Yone flank with the TP just eats ball from Gragas on the flank though.
We'll have to see what happens here. Yone is just going to melt Gragas. It's going to
Oh,
go back
Oh,
to
the
his
side.
soul.
Nico walks in, ults forward.
Galio ult was canceled, and Yone kills the Jinx under the tier 2. All right,
What's
we're
up?
back here at PVC for the Division A League of Legends. The quarterfinal between Augusta not Augusta, GCSU and KSU, where
Yeah.
KSU took game 1 on blue side.
Very strong, and we have some more
We have
friends
some more
joining
friends.
us on the
What's
Keswick
up, I'm
Coast.
Aro Dragon.
And DRZ.
Yep,
And they'll be joining us for game 2, and we're going to be seeing how GCSU adapts. They chose red side again, so we'll see if they draft some stronger lanes or if they just double down and try the Jinx 1v9 again, and we'll have to see what they come up with in this
It
game
was
too.
a very decisive game, so they definitely have to change up the draft somewhere. Something in the bans. I expect there's going to be maybe the Nico ban, maybe the Gwen ban. I believe they did choose red side this game. GCSU did. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be changing up now. We see the
we're
bans
in
coming
draft.
out.
Yep.
We got the Yone and Katarina ban from GCSU. They did not want to deal
Yone
with
was
those melee
expected,
carries.
in my opinion.
So same bans here from Kennesaw State, and we're now doing Yone, Katarina, and Akali from
Trying to ban
GCSU.
those melee mid lanes from Fizz. That is his greatest strength as seen in the regular season. He plays a lot of those.
Okay, and
Definitely
this
a ton of
yeah.
thanks for the mid
Send
laners.
down.
They did lane swap a few people. There's a new mid laner now from the ADC role, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they're switching a lot of players around. I think there were 4 swaps. And the Xin Zhao insta-pick from Kennesaw State, really prioritizing that strong AD bruiser jungler who was just going to fight you permanently. And they respond with Tristana Poppy, who I assume is probably going to be AD carry, and Poppy, which could be
Could be
jungle,
flex,
could be support,
could be top lane,
Could be
go
anything.
anywhere.
We'll have to see.
It's an
And that
all-rounder.
MF response, a pretty safe team fight oriented AD carry into this. Maybe Tristana's going mid. We'll have to see,
Let's see.
where
See
this
that
goes.
set.
Ooh.
That's a bit of a
That's
flex. Most likely going support, but could be going top lane here. We'll have to see the next parts of the draft. Also
Okay.
got the Ziggs, which
I guess
is
we're going to
also
Europe.
funnily
Maybe
enough
could be
a bit
mid.
of a flex as well. The
Yeah.
Tristana and Ziggs could go between
That's
mid and
surprising,
bot,
in my opinion.
depending on whichever one is a better matchup for them in the mid lane. We'll see here in the next few minutes or so.
So yeah, GCSU responding with the Yordle comp in game 2.
And
we're gonna see how they round this out.
GCSU is
Yordle
banning
comp.
out. The GCSU is banning out heavily those melee mids. They know his
Silas.
strength. They're willing to take them all out. Silas,
Kali, Katarina, Yone. I don't know how many melee mids are left, but I'm sure they'll ban them.
They will find them. I expect. It looks like GCSU needs some engage here. I mean, Poppy can go in, but it is a little hard sometimes to
Get
just
some
see her.
CC. If you're looking for, if it is a spot lane, a lot of times you see you see the Leona a lot of the time paired up with Ziggs, so that way you can actually hit those bombs in lane. It's very hard to do them without some kind of CC layering them. So that's why if it is bot lane, you'll usually see. And they're banning, KSU is banning the Gwen this time. They do not want to give it to them on that R4. It's just one of those power picks right now. So it's kind of a must ban.
Yeah, so Silas Diana is, along with the other first 3 bans, are really killing Fizz with the Yoda comp.
Yeah.
We're
Sounds like a custom game right here.
keeping the Yoda comp alive in the 4 pick. We'll see what they round it out with on 5.
However, this is kind of what we're talking about, right? They needed that CC. They need that lockdown. It's a Mumu. It could be a flex as well between jungle. I've been seeing it a little bit more support. It's predominantly jungle. Yes, but there's a couple, I think, pro games here and there in different levels where they do pick a Mumu support. However, it's mostly jungle. However, we'll see where it goes. And we see the Ahri mid lane coming up from Fizz.
Ahri, definitely not one of his most known champs. I think this is definitely very uncomfortable for him. We're have to see how GCSU punishes this mid lane pick, because this is not in his wheelhouse.
Oh, we're going with the Cho'Gath on the 5th. The Cho'Gath blind. Oh, and Bessa.
Bessa blind in the top lane.
Top lane. Pretty solid blind pick.
Yeah, with these,
I'm curious to see what they're going to do for the counter here. I think they could honestly, there's a chance they could send the Poppy top here and then try to counter pick something for support. Now that they do know for sure this set is going to the ball lane.
They're going the full Yordle comp.
It's full Yordle.
No way.
They're going the custom build right
I'm
there.
assuming, if I were to take a guess at the lanes, I'm thinking it's going to be Teemo top.
Right.
Amumu jungle, Poppy support paired with the Tristana, and then Ziggs mid lane. That is my most likely guess. However, we will see when we eventually load in.
So GCSU laughing
and
out
we're
there. I think
with
they're
all the
just
lanes
Yeah,
swapped.
they're just having
having
fun.
fun.
The only one who stayed the same was actually their top laner. Every other member will swap in some form for GCSU. We'll see how this game goes. Draft looks a little bit rough from GC. Honestly, until the Teemo, I kind of liked the draft.
Yeah, it was
Honestly,
okay.
it wasn't
okay.
bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was actually pretty playable. This Teemo makes it very hard. I'm curious to see.
I kind of expected like Lulu or something to come out to be the pocket for the Tristana and just kind of try and let Tristana 1v9, and then put Poppy in the top lane, Ziggs in mid lane.
Yeah, I'm in that jungle.
Yeah, but the Teemo does make this a little interesting. We'll see if it's Poppy or Teemo jungle. We'll have to find out.
It is a completely different draft from what we normally see in a 5 setting, especially the Teemo pick. Teemo's
No, it's looking like it's a Poppy jungle, and it's Triss mid with a Mumu support.
Okay.
And we're
Looking
A-railing
like
down mid.
all matching with the green skins. They're
Oh,
going down that
These
mid
guys
lane.
are cooking.
They are.
Whoa, okay.
They're all dancing.
They are
Mid lane.
confident.
Looks like it's a mid lane party.
They do not care at all.
This is definitely some shenanigans going on in this game. We do have the Tristana mid and the Ziggs bot lane.
You know what? Maybe the shenanigans are what they need to win. You
No,
know,
literally. Yeah.
Getting in their head.
after
here.
that first game, who knows what they need to win this one.
Hey, this is something that is really out there. Maybe Ken State will not be able to adapt to this.
And we got the tier start for Ziggs bot lane as well.
Yeah, the Ziggs
pretty
looking
rare.
to not interact
He
at
does
all
not want
with
to
this.
fight.
It actually
Oh.
is a Mumu support. It is
Mumu
Poppy
support.
jungle, a Mumu support. A Mumu is very strong. I do kind of like him more in the jungle with a little more gold because you can get that
The
Leandries.
problem with him in the support lane is he is very squishy, especially in this set.
Right.
I don't ever see this in Mumu pressing Q a single time in lane.
Yeah,
He's
Until
not
he
like a
actually
Ziggs
gets
just
that,
wants to hang back.
until the Ziggs
Yeah.
actually pokes them out, until Mumu hits that level 6 ult spike, I think he's going to be playing very safe.
Mumu doesn't really have those abilities that you normally find in the support role. Big chase but not mid lane.
Right.
Yeah,
But Mumu
Tristana,
doesn't have any
early
defensive
training.
abilities, so
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really
Oh,
aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
And
It looks like a Mumu pressed that Q.
Yep.
He went in. He had to flash out.
And
He doesn't even get away.
First blood and first blood.
Yeah, so Set taking the E level 1, I think, here, and it just completely kills his engage. There's nothing he can do into it. Tristana trading really aggressively here in the mid lane.
Looking to try to push that lead. Looking like, as you can see, it's looking like the bot lane for GCSU isn't going to be the carry. Tristana says, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
Trying to get that lead.
Fizz definitely uncomfortable on these ranged mages, especially. Definitely something he's not known for. So I think they're trying to punish that really hard in this game.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have a hidden awakening this game. And
Yeah, but Xin Zhao is here. He's baiting really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it jumps away.
Flash
Oh,
charm, but it's
Boys
matched
don't
with a
flash.
flash by
Does not.
Tristana.
So close, but yet so far away.
Flash from both sides, ends up in that mid.
Yeah, Tristana
Tristana
gonna be
is
forced to
forced
TP
back
here.
here. She'll probably TP back. Won't lose too much. Flash trade is, I'd say that's a bit kind of even. It makes it a little bit better, I'd say, honestly, for the Tristana side. Because Tristana can always jump away, whereas Ari's kind of stuck in the spot. Maybe Poppy can get a gank with
Ari
that.
will have ult, so I think really this doesn't affect the mid laners that much. I think it actually is worse for Tristana. On the 6 spike, Ari
think
can run you down.
Until before the 6, though, I think this is the time for Poppy to come gank mid. This is the time for her to get a kill with the Tristana. You just jump on Ari's head with Tristana, and maybe you can look for a kill here. This is what I'd be looking for. I think both jungglers are going to be mid a lot now.
Poppy finds Xin Zhao in the top river.
Right over the team jungle.
Oh, flash!
Oh,
flash
into the wall.
He forced the flashes
That's
away
gonna go
because the
flash.
flash was coming down. And Tristana
Very interesting.
Poppy's left with
Tristana moved to the wrong side of the map, unfortunately.
That'd be another kill going the way of MF in the bot lane. Mumu taking another death.
Yeah, Mumu probably clicked
Nice.
Q in again and ate the fist of Set and the bullets of MF right to his head and died.
Yep.
So,
Not
Poppy
much to
crossing
do.
jungle
Crossing
into the
jungle,
strong
one
bot
charge.
side of KSU. We're going to see if they challenge him for the scuttle
You can
grab.
already see Ziggs is running really low on mana. It's going to start getting hard for him to clear that wave until he backs in TPs.
Yeah, they're
Stops
backing on
the
a ward
reset.
She's
too.
trying to back again, block.
They're backing on a ward.
Yeah, MF had gotten a cheater back earlier because she has a long sword here.
Yes, yeah, maybe Mumu's gonna try Q.
Oh, stops the
Cancel
reset with the
again.
jungle.
There it is.
And going in.
3v1 now. Set uses
There's the flash.
Can we see the second one? Nope.
Nope.
Take the flash.
Not
and
letting
they
him take
won't
that
let him live. MF coming back here should be able to get some way. Xin Zhao also running out in the bot lane. And Vesa trying to trade with Timo here, but has
Walk
an
around that
AoE
blindness,
behind
you
the
know.
line.
I would say the Teemo's a little bit ahead in this top lane, as you'd expect from a
Right.
Teemo in the early game. However, once Mbessa hits that 6, it's going to be a lot harder for Teemo to function. With the great gank setup, with the ult, and Teemo just gets locked down. I'm kind of curious to see if this matchup eventually swings into Mbessa's favor, and we can see that Mbessa maybe solo ult the Teemo for the kill. Eventually, once you do get those level 6 spikes. As Teemo's ult is the Shroom, which doesn't have that much actual combat power. So I think that's when Mbessa will look to actually strike and finish him off.
I'm really interested in when Ari starts to get those levels into her Q, gets her ult, and starts to be able to just one-shot the wave. How she's going to use the tempo she gains mid lane to look into the side lanes. Definitely an opportunity in the future to look at the Teemo in the top lane, especially with aggressive trading like that. Fight going on in the bot lane, Set uses W.
Ooh,
Strong
going in
setup,
again
though.
and just can't play into this
Looks
set.
like
but
Tristana-
Game.
Tristana is
game
there
for
first.
Tristana.
And she backs up.
It's just it's
there's
too
there's-
hard to go in because they haven't used anything. MF still has some Set still has his abilities.
So that's
It's so hard.
And Tristana is, at least Tristana
I don't think
has no
Tristana loses.
flash
I don't think
either.
Tristana loses anything here, but it is some time spent that
Could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to
God.
actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill Xin Zhao here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in.
saves him.
This is
Tristana again on the wrong side of the map.
This is the loss that GCSU loses for the Tristana roaming bot lane. Is it allows Ari to get pushed and then move top lane after, since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike
Mumu
is set.
dies
No.
again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this game Set.
Oh, and the Andy died.
Hitting the Timo and Ninja
Dies.
coming in to finish the kill. He loses. He loses 6 minions
6, 7
there.
casters there. And Mbessa now gets a proxy of the wave and get a reset off. It's looking very good for KSU and all lanes right now.
Hex Flash looking for a gank on this Fortune.
And the
Doesn't
flash for
work
Miss
with the
Fortune.
Flash.
Okay. Poppy forcing flash on MF. MF won't really lose anything here. He'll lose, I guess, a couple minions, but right. GCSU might be able to convert this into a Drake though, because MF is on reset. Nope, she's staying here. So I think KSU wants to fight this. They know that they're stronger and they want to leverage
They
that.
know they have way more money. They know they're stronger. They have ults.
And the situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going.
Set's just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
A
Set
movement
can, Set can just run at you because he has
And the
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on
Aggressive
his
W.
down.
I don't know when to get a kill.
Plus she gets perma
Doesn't
stun.
secure it. Doesn't secure the W reset. That's her.
Q3 3-talent strike from Jin Zhao, knocking him up, and then the follow up from Set keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh,
Flash
the
is
solo kill in
traded.
top lane.
Flash is traded in the top lane, and Timo comes out on top, killing the Ambessa and crashing this big wave that he's now missing.
Yeah, that's a very big loss for KSU. It's a big win for GCSU as that is now kind of a point of strength. Maybe this team up can do something, maybe not. We'll see.
Still no dragon take from either team. I think with the constant fighting here, tempo has never really been on
Either
pace
team.
to take it.
Yeah, it takes too much time as every single time they do a fight, it gets a little bit close. Usually KSU comes out on top, but they should never have enough HP to actually take this dragon without having to risk it.
And this Amumu feels like really bad. He's 0-3, not even 2,000 gold to his name, and he just can't play into this set because this set will just
At the end of the day,
they'll
though,
just face breaker him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
however, this may be.
Mal can't finish the kill.
Amumu has no money, and he tries to go in with one of the MF, and they can't find it.
Already getting out of there.
Already getting engaged on the mid lane, but just having to burn ultimate. Not a big loss, but not a lot of mana left here.
Once Amumu gets that, if Amumu was level 6 there, that would actually be super winning. I think that's the main thing with Amumu. Yes, he's found a lot of gold, but does gold actually really matter on Amumu that much? I think the more important thing is once he gets his ult, is he actually able to make a play with it? Is he able to get some kills with it? Is he able to shut down this MF with it? Hopefully for GCSU, but only time will tell.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if they can really play to this strong side Timo right now. Timo is ahead a little bit in creeps and
Has a
definitely
kill,
on items.
so
But this MF is so strong right now. Already has the Bloodthirster completed, just running this bot lane.
yeah, but Mbessa does have ult here, so maybe she can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
he
misses the R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Timo.
Oh,
Xin Zhao is here.
Xin Zhao to the save.
And
Mbessa
doesn't
lives.
even-
Stays
Mbessa
alive.
Doesn't even die. That's so bad for GCSU. They commit 2 quick and they don't get anything out of it.
And they're leading top lane.
Yeah.
Finish through it.
It just
Now they're down
vaporized.
nearly almost 5k gold as well.
Yeah, 5k gold's gonna hurt here in 10 minutes. MF just able to hit this tower with all
trying
the
to get
growth
6
they
off
have.
of this. Off of
He
this
he
wave.
got to level 6.
However, he was just too far away to actually press that ult button.
MF going to just chunk out a Mumu, so he can't really go in anymore. He's too low.
If he goes into ult, he'll just instantly die. And that Q bounce makes it very hard for Ziggy to
TP
walk
from
up as well.
Timo
Xin
is
Zhao going
trying
up
to
top
kill.
right now too.
Xin
Never mind,
Zhao
he's back in.
covering, and nothing will come out of it. Mbessa will recall. Timo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming
They're
back.
turn
Yes,
it does have
on
shield.
That's a shield.
Xin
That's
Zhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
Mbessa's shield.
Mbessa dies,
a one
but
from
Timo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Timo will trade his life in a 1-for-1 for Mbessa, and this wave is pretty good for Mbessa. So, ultimately uses his TP to get a kill, but trades himself for it. I don't think it's super worth, because now Mbessa is just
However, they have to do something, right?
Mhm.
Like this Teemo, he's so far behind. Like their team is so far behind, right? He's trading at least gets them some gold for their team.
Yeah.
Right.
Conversely, it does make Team of Gold reset, so he is going to be working with it again.
Yeah, GCSU not taking advantage of Ninja showing on the top of the map for a good minute and taking Drake. I guess the MF is so
It's
strong.
just so strong they
She's
can
so
never
strong.
actually get access to that dragon. I think any fight with the MF just wins.
Ooh, going in,
Ooh,
looking for the
going in.
hole.
With the
R.
R. And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay.
Nice
Google
play.
does
Yeah,
set
they
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here, but I think the set has
Probably
so much
Ziggs
HP.
and
Zin's out go again.
Here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W,
And
now
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the
Yeah.
kill. There we go. And that is a free Drake for KSU right there.
Yeah, they were already, Zinja was already on it because of that pop cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
and Set's about to
and
be there.
Set is here to cover.
But they see him because of the ward.
Will something else happen here, or is the play dead? It looks like the play is dead.
Play
They need
is
to enter.
dead.
Kevin Sun needs to
Yeah.
take that win with the dragon, being able to walk out.
Zinzao is soloing the Amumu right now.
Zinzao
Or
finds
his own
Amumu
jump.
in the jungle and chunks him out, forces the flash. It's a big tool off of that support move that he doesn't have anymore.
KSU needs to take their win, go home, get that wave pushed in, reset. Actually, you see this game, the Roa build is well in Ari. It is not the full damage build. It is the more modern Roa build.
I hate this build. I'm a hater. I hate this build.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I
Go
hate it.
on,
It's
Ari.
so boring.
We'll see. However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the only
now.
carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I guess.
get out.
He literally gets popped right
Yeah.
right there.
clean dive, no
That should be
last
very
ball.
little
Shake
shake.
balloon.
With
And
all
they get
6
bot tower.
drugs, these jerks all instantly.
Yup.
There should be feats, I think, for KSU. Yeah,
KSU
but
has
someone's
every
scored.
single
They have
objective
beats.
right now.
Yes, they do have beats with that. It's a rough game for GCSU. I feel like they kind of knew it going into this with this draft. It's looking like another stomp is on the way. However, honestly, it feels kind of less stompy than last game, ironically enough.
It's a little slower. I think the early game they didn't bleed quite as much, but I think now with the bot tower, MF is unlocked on the map, and she's going to run mid here, and she is so strong that they're going to be able to take that mid tier
I
one.
think every time the MF has ult, they'll just take a fight, they'll win it, and
Yeah.
Yep,
they'll just
100%.
keep on
There's
progressing.
nothing.
Right, Teemo
There's nothing that
invisible.
GCSU put up
Sitting
to
in the
stop
top,
this
waiting for
MF
him to
right
run
now.
over the shroom.
And he runs over the shroom.
Misses
This Teemo
the charm.
confirmed the kill though. It's
It's going to be a forced
Very
ult
difficult
from
with
Mario.
the
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Teemo,
good flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo gets the
Teemo
kill.
The only shining light for GCSU gets another kill.
this Teemo.
It is
Maybe
a
that
lot
doesn't
of-
need much,
But they
just needs
traded
to
for
press
mid
his
tower
R.
instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills the flash and still gets
Oh, with
Flash
the
is
MF
on
with
the
the R
set.
right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Zinzao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa ulting into the back line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
Not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage. Still dies.
still dies, but they get a ton of resources from this right here.
So a bunch of kills going over to KSU
And towers as well.
and 2 towers for
Here
them.
comes the
But
top
they
lane
used,
MVP.
they used support and top flash for this, but here comes the Teemo running down
And
set.
lots of ults. However, they should get their ults back before that next dragon fight, right?
And
And
Zinzao is
this
taking
dragon-
their lunch money in their jungle right now.
thankfully for GCSU, Kennesaw took a long time to do that first dragon, so they don't really have to worry about the dragon stacking yet. However, as the time goes on, they'll get more and more. However, I do think this game will.
It looks like they're going for a rift play right here now too. Yep, they're starting off rift.
Zinzao still hasn't back, so he's sitting on almost 3,000 gold here, but he's doing the Herald because the rest of his team is so strong. This MF is already backed, and she's sitting on 2 items.
Yeah, they don't know that
Ari-
he's even doing
They're
rift right
making
now.
a play on Ari in the top lane.
Pushes too
But she
far up
has-
again, but the ult allows her
She
to
has
get out.
ult, so she just walks away. And they're trying to challenge this 3v3 now, but Tristana's
Ziggs
half
is stuck
HP.
catching that mid wave. So
GCSU has no idea that Rift Herald is
Yeah,
pushing
they
out.
had
Just
no
wanted to
idea.
get
Noses.
under their noses.
They can't challenge it. There's nothing they can do to it.
They cannot challenge anything in this game right now.
So right now,
Trades at the most.
I think they need to try and overload on this Ahri. This Ahri has been a weak link here on the side lane. Died to Teemo, chunked out again. They need to overload on Ahri here.
They have to look for that pick, especially now that ult is burned. I think this is a free kill on the Ahri here.
She has flash now,
She
but,
does have
but
flash,
burning flash
but-
on Ahri is also really good.
Very useful.
They do have an Amumu, so they're able to actually follow up on flashes decently well with the 2 Q bandages. So maybe Amumu can look to move on to wherever the Ahri is and look for him there.
It's still really hard here because look at jungle mid items. Jungle, Xin Zhao, 2 items. Poppy has 1. The Eclipse and the Symbiotic Souls. Tristana just has Wild
8,000
Arrows.
gold. That's around 3.
Oh, that's a kill right there.
It's a move defensively ulting to try and get away. Poppy
Goes back
ults to
in.
get the Xin Zhao
Go
out,
back in.
and they
Yep,
can't
goes
they
back
can't
up.
find anything else.
However, Amumu now has no ult. That is this entire toolkit, right? That's the whole point
Right,
of
with
Amumu.
the dragon up in 10 seconds especially.
Yeah, KSU
You're gonna-
forcing
just
all
gonna
this
have to
control
keep that.
on bot side for that
And they
trade.
didn't commit a single ult to that fight, so there's no way for this to actually contest this dragon. And they get a free tier 2 bot as well, just from forcing the Amumu wall.
Yep, they're gonna use Herald and get the tier 2, and they're gonna ride it into the jungle. Oh, Chug is
Well,
going on an
We're on a magical journey, but not on Bard.
Okay, delivering the
The
Herald
man
to
does not need a
GCSU
driver's
full
license
on.
right now.
I think he saw some chimes over there.
True. Now
Looks
this
like
game is slipping farther and farther away every minute for GCSU.
Nearly a 10k gold lead now too, as well.
And we're looking at that last game around.
Yeah, it is a little slower. They are doing a lot better here.
Last game
Yeah.
ended before 20 minutes. We are approaching that mark now. We'll see if GCSU can hold on for any longer.
They need to find these side lane picks, I think. They need to just have this Poppy just run at someone, have this Mumu just run at someone, and just try and chain CC them and kill them.
Yeah.
The best option is
Oh, the dive!
Yep.
And instantly popped like that.
Jinjo poked his sword into that Yoro-shaped balloon and he's gone.
KSU definitely
flash.
looked to lock in under macro there. They definitely let a little
Oh, the
bit go
Teemo
away.
with the almost solo kill on
Teemo's
top of
still-
Ahri.
Just
Unleash.
Teemo
taking
is
out
just
the weak link.
Teemo is just abusing Ahri right now.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's sitting
He's not
around
letting
in
anyone
Invis waiting for
in his
Ahri
lane
to
custom
walk
gaseous
up.
warfare.
But that's the power of Teemo right there. A lot of DPS. Ari is definitely not a champion that's known for her 100-0 against champs that can block and dodge her charm.
Right.
Teemo W definitely a factor in how he's looking through these engages, these fights.
Misfortune.
Mumu going to face check Ambessa and MF and force the flash away.
Misfortune.
Once again,
Literally
an important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right now.
gone. Flash onto the Ambessa by the Poppy. Bolting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage. to
And they get
CSU,
they
giving
get an
Kenny
ace.
a triple kill here in the top lane. Set does go down after flashing after
Free auto.
Tristana, but
Completely free out.
now they're going to turn their sights not a con. They're going to.
And
just
Ahri is
completely
pushing mid
free.
right now as well.
Ahri, I think, should be able to take this tier 3.
They have 6 scrubs, so
Yeah, they should.
Definitely for them.
After this, they should reset, let's play some on the map again. Probably break open this base. Looks to me, GCSU unable to walk out.
Yep. And GCSU is spawning back in right now, so they can't push anymore.
We'll see what.
GCSU entering back into the map, looking to clear mid together. Teemo walking top lane. Again, it's the lane he owns right now.
Alright, yes. Ari's gonna try to come up, but if she gets even close, he's just gonna spray out auto attacks.
Yeah, Teemo is the only person on GCSU with a
She lands
similar
the
amount
shot.
of gold to his
Their
counterparts.
counterpart.
Teemo,
Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate.
Teemo is
Right
going
there.
to die.
that is a dead Yordle.
Right. There's a
We've
lot of
seen
those.
a lot.
on
Yeah,
this.
you said that 25 times.
We've seen at least 25 dead
At
Yordles
least
this
20.
game. And they're pushing the end game right now as well, looks like.
Yeah, so mid inhib is going to fall here at 22 minutes in the game. Top tier 2 also going to fall. And it looks like KCU's going to balloon this gold lead. They might even just go for the end because Tristana's just on bot side. Amumu trying to stop them here. Poppy also knocking up the set line,
set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes their health bars. And they're going to push for the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do. And almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain. And GC
is a dub winning
That
KC.
is a W for KSU right there.
Maxing indeed.
KCU secures a spot in semifinals.
So they will play against Augusta, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, Augusta tomorrow.
Yeah.
Next, I believe we have. What's the last one? I
Not
forgot
sure.
what the last one was.
You got one more
We're
match.
going to go to the other side of the bracket. Which one? We're Southern and North Georgia. Okay.
Okay.
And then
So that
the
will be
winner
interesting.
and then the winner of that will play Converse in the semifinals, as there was, I believe, some kind of issue with the team, so Converse got moved on to the semifinals already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will be seeing you guys at the next game, and we'll be going to break now. So have a good one. Till then, we'll see you then.
Sweet.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
And
Well, it's like a Mumu press that
it's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash charm.
But it is some time spent that
Could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. Then the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu goes in.
And Mumu dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this game.
Oh, and the died.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KC just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going.
Set just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean, it's Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on Zen Zhao.
Once he gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Now,
She should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
Zen Zhao is here.
Oh, this down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zen Zhao's coming back.
yes.
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
Zen Zhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
They can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Investa dies, but Teemo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R. And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Zen
Zen
Zhao
Zhao go
is
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That pop cryo that MF had. Now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh.
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though.
it's gonna be a forced
Very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
the-
It's very difficult with the flash Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
R.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills him.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like.
The ult hits too, but the Zen Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh yeah. That
and the flash.
yeah.
from
Not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
Literally
Important engage tool on
destroying
him
the team
is
right now.
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Hennesar comes out and collapses, and then everyone really dies.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And MF is here.
We've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the in. Oh, the set
and the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing that Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
And
Well, it's like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it jumps away.
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. Because the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
move.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, Andy died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set just.
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but he has
And
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his out.
Plus he gets.
Follow up from set. Keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Time, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
If not, can't
she
finish
should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Zinzhao is here.
oh, this down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zinzhao's coming back.
yes,
He does have shield.
That's a shield.
And
Zinzhao
still
comes
a
back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's a shield.
Vesta dies, but Timo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Hitting
R.
the ult.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay.
Ooh,
Google
nice
does
play.
set
They
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Zinzhao go
Zinzhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
There's that pop fry that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
Bot lane, he's so squishy that
I
Luke
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a fourth
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
her.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Timo
flash.
and
Oh,
Timo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills him.
charm.
Flash is still fixing him.
Oh, with
Flash
the
is
MF
on
with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like.
The ult hits too, but the Zinzhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
Literally
Important engage tool on
destroying the
the
team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF.
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone really dies.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage. to
And they get a.
TCSU.
Oh yeah, this Timo's about to get popped.
And the
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the in. Oh, the set
And the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing that Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really
Oh,
aggressive.
And the first
early.
kill.
Well, it's like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes in
and
Ari
saves.
and top lane after. Because the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
move.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set just.
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
It's your Sonic coming in.
he has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his down.
Once she gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be not can't finish and look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh, this is the R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
Xin is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xinjiao's coming back.
yes,
It doesn't shield.
That's a shield.
That's
Xinjiao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's a shield.
And Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh,
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
Should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
he
Xin
is
Zhao go
down
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That block fry of the MF had. Now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
Luke
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a fourth
Very
ult
difficult with
for
the
Aura.
ally.
It's very difficult with the
Ball
flash
there.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy kills the flash.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa
worried about turret damage.
literally
important engage tool on
destroying the
is
team right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and they're all going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We've
25 times.
seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
impact line. Set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades, with a really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
And
Oh, it's like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
she jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm.
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill Xin Zhao here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Again, gets hit
And
by
Mike
Mumu.
gets set.
dies again.
It's just hurts. It's just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the
Hitting.
died.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean,
he has
it's your
that
Sonic
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on
Aggressive
Xin
W.
Zhao.
Once she gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be
Not can't
she
finish.
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming
Good
back.
eye, turn
Yes,
back
it does
around
have
on
shield.
them.
That's a shield.
Xin
That's
Zhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
And Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google
Nice.
does
Yeah,
set
they
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao go
is
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
Now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That block fry of that MF
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I guess.
get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
It's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
her.
It's very difficult with the flash Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
charm.
flash and still fixes it.
Oh, with
Flash
the
is
MF
on
with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Moo combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really
Oh,
aggressive.
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm.
But it is some time spent that
Could have been spent somewhere else. It gives
Oh
KSU the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. Since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
Another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
I get
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the dive.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but he has
It's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
aggressive
down.
Once she gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
Mount can't finish
should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming
Good
back.
turn
Yes,
back
it does
around
have
on
shield.
it.
That's a shield.
Xin
That's
Zhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Vesta dies, but Teemo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Getting
R.
the ult.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay.
Ooh,
Google does
yeah,
set
they
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
he
Xin
has
Zhao go
Zhao
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
Now
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
There's that pop cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh.
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I guess.
get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team will
the charm.
confirm the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult with
for
her.
Ori.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
there.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
charm.
flash and still fixes it.
Oh, with
Flash
the
is
MF
on
with the
set.
R right there.
With the Moo combo.
That is like-
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
Literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF.
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
Time seals his fate. Seen that 25 times.
We've seen at least 25 dead.
At least 25.
And they're pushing the end. The set
And the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push to the end here. There's nothing Mr. Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
And
Well, it's like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. Then the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
Another
goes
hit.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from a Mumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean,
he has
it's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on
aggressive
Sid Zhao.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
Now can't
she should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
yes,
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao pushed back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta dies, but Timo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh,
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for
in.
the
With the
ult.
R.
Setting the ult.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does
Yeah,
set
they
up
should
the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Xin Zhao go
Xin Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That pop right on the MF pad. Now, I think he's
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets down.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
Luke
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
It's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
her.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Timo
flash.
and
Oh,
Timo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills the flash.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa
worried about turret damage.
literally
important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investor by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Hennesar comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Timo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25 dead.
At least 25.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
end. Set
and the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push to the end here. There's nothing Mr. Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
Well, it's like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. Since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
Another
goes
hit.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep. And the Q from a Mumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
It's Tristana coming in.
he has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on Sid down.
Once he gets
Follow up from Seth, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe not can't finish to look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so he
Oh, this is the R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
yes,
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
Xin
Zhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R. And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up for the
Run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
he
Xin
has
Zhao go
Zhao
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W,
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the
There's that Fog Cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team will
the charm.
confirm the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a fourth
very
ult.
difficult with the real life.
It's very difficult with the
Ball
flash
there.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
R.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy kills him, flash and still
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
that Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
Not
Vesa
worried about turret damage.
literally
important engage tool on
destroying the
is
team right now.
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh my
MF,
god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone else dies.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
Prime Seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
in. Set
And the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
she jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm.
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Yeah, that's
And
Mike gets
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It's just her. It's just Prince playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
It's
has that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on Xin Zhao.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Seth, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
Mount can't
she
finish.
should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for-
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
Turn
Yes,
back
it does
around
have
on
shield.
him.
That's a shield.
And Zhao comes back
Shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
And Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Hitting
R.
the ult.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin Zhao
Zhao
go
is
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
that Fog Cryo that MF had.
and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy though.
I guess.
Get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
It's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
her.
It's very difficult with the flash Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
on.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
bomb.
flash. It's still 15.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Ninja ult is keeping him locked for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on
destroying
the
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and they never let Williams die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. He's in that
We've
25 times.
seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
And the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push to the end here. There's nothing this Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead to the
MFR.
bullet. Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades with a really
Oh,
aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
Here, but it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. Since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu goes in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
And
It just
Mumu-
hurts. It just hurts playing this situation.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set just
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
And Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on
Aggressive
Sid
W.
down.
Finding a way to get a kill.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Time, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
Now can't finish
she
the
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Zinzhao is here.
oh, this is out to the
Turn.
save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zinzhao's coming back.
Yes,
It does have
on
shield.
That's a shield.
Zinzhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Hitting
R
the ult.
and the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay.
Ooh,
Google
nice
does
play.
set up
Should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Zinzhao go
Zinzhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W,
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the
that pop fry of the MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy though.
I guess.
Get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult with
from
her.
Ori.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
there.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
on.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
bomb.
flash. It's still 15.
Oh, with the
Flash is
MF
on
with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Zinzhao ult is keeping him locked for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on
destroying the
is
team right
on.
now.
Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and they never let Williams die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. He's in that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead to the
MFR.
bullet. Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades with a really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my.
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. Since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Again, that's
And
Mike
Mumu
gets set.
dies again.
It's just hurts. It's just Prince playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from a Mumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I
he
mean,
has
it's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on
Aggressive
Sin
W.
Zhao.
Once he gets.
All from set. Keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
By him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Now can't
She can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for-
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
yes,
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
for
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in
hole.
with the
R.
R. And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay.
Ooh,
Google
nice
does
play.
set
They
up
should
the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Xin Zhao go
Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
B.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
that Bob Cryo that MF had. Now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
Luke
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
her.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Teemo
flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills him.
Oh, with the
Flash is
MF
on
with
the
the
set.
R right there.
With the Mumu combo.
That is like-
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh,
MF.
yeah.
That's
That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
Literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF.
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And the MF is here.
Seen that 25 times.
We've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades with a really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my.
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes in
and
Ari.
saves.
and move top lane after. Since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Again, that's
And
Mike gets
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just Prince playing this set.
Oh, and the dive.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from a Mumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
Imagine
Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his down.
Plus she gets.
Follow up from Seth. Keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be
Mal can't
she
finish
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in. Already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
But Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming
Good
back.
turn
Yes,
back
it does have
around
shield.
on
That's a shield.
him.
That's
Xin Zhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in.
Momo
Looking
going
for
in.
the
With the
ult.
R.
Reveal.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
should
the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao go
Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the.
that pop cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a forced
Very
ult
difficult
from
with
Oreo.
the-
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Teemo
flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
bomb.
flash.
Oh, with the
Flash is
MF
on
with
the
the
set
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesta ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesta-
worried about turret damage. Still
Literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on.
now.
Alright, flash onto the Infesta by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Hennesar comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And MF is here.
Seen that 25 times.
We've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
line. Set
And the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing Mr. Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead to the
MFR.
bullet. Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And Set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It
Yeah.
gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill Xin Zhao here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
move.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike gets
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this game.
Oh, and the dive.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep. And the Q from Amumu comes back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
Imagine
he has that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his Xin Zhao.
Plus she gets.
Follow up from Set. Keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be
Mal can't
she
finish
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in. Already used the W, so
Oh, this is the R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is down to the
Turn.
save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming
Good
back.
turn
Yes,
back
it does
around
have
on
shield.
him.
That's a shield.
And Xin Zhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Momo
looking
going
for the
in.
ult.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
They should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao go
Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
now
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
that pop cryo that MF had. And now
out.
We'll see. However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that Lily can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
Team
the
will
charm.
confirm the kill though. It's
It's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult with
or
the
It's very difficult with the blast Teemo and Teemo mid tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy kills him.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo,
That is like
the ult hits too, but this Ninja ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa ulting into the back line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
not worried
Vesa.
about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on
destroying the
is
team right now.
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes up and collapses, and everyone's really dies.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25 damage.
At least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
Dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu pressed that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
she jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives
Oh
KSU the
my
chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and moves top lane after, since the Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
Mumu.
in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Might get
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this situation.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from a Mumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean,
has
it's
that
your Sonic
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
Zen
W.
down.
Find a way to get a kill.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Seth, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Mal can't
She
finish
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
Zinzhao is here.
oh, this is out to the
Turn.
save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zinzhao's coming back.
Yes,
it does have shield.
That's a shield.
That's
Ninja
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's a shield.
And Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay.
Who
Google
dies
does
for
set
it?
up
Should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Zinzhao go
Zinzhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the
There's that pop cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
hitting the top one.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that Lily can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
It's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
the
It's very difficult with the blast Teemo
Flash
and
out.
Teemo
Presses
mid
R.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills him.
charm.
Flash.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Zinzhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
not worried
Vesa.
about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on
destroying the
Mumu
team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes up and collapses, and everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
And the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing Mr. Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really
Oh,
aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but he has
It's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
down.
Plus he gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on the set map.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this maybe
Mount can't
she
finish
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so he
Oh,
tries,
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is out to the
Turn.
save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
Yes,
it does
around
have
on
shield.
That's a shield.
That's
Yeah,
still a
push back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
That's a dive, but Timo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh,
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Hitting
R.
the ult.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
he
Xin
is
Zhao go
Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W,
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That pop cry that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets down.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that Lewis
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though.
it's going to be a forced
Very
ult
difficult with
for
the
Mario.
red
It's
eye.
very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
there.
Timo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Timo
presses
mid
R.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy kills him.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
Not
Vesa
worried about turret damage.
literally
important engagement tool on
destroying the
is
team right now.
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and they Kennesaw comes up and collapses, and everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Timo's about to get popped.
And the
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25 damage.
At least 20.
And they're pushing the Oh, the
And
set
the
W.
set haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing Mr. Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh,
dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really
Oh,
aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and move top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where KSU just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep. And the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean, it's Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
aggressive
down.
Once he gets,
All up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be
Mal can't
she
finish
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries to
this
look
is
for
the R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
yes,
it does have shield.
Vesta shield.
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao comes back up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
Vesta shield.
And Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
for
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the,
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs ult.
Okay. Google does set up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao go
is
again.
here too.
yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
There's that Fox Cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I guess.
get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team will
the charm.
confirm the kill though.
it's going to be a fourth
Very
goal
difficult
for
with
Mario.
her.
It's very difficult with the
Ball
flash
there.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills him. Flash is still fixing
Oh, with
Flash is
the
on
MF with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like-
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesta
And Vesta-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
Not
Vesta-
worried about turret damage.
Literally
important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh my
MF.
god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone's going to die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And
to
they get a.
CSU.
Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25 damage.
At least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes their
Clearing it
health
out.
bars, and they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Sonic can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Flash
Oh,
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes in
and
Ari.
saves.
and moves top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu goes in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this situation.
Oh, and the dive.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I
he
mean,
has
it's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his Xin Zhao.
Once she gets.
Follow up from set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be
Mal can't finish.
she can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
oh, this is down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
Yes,
it does have shield.
Vesta shield.
Xin
That's
Zhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't seal.
they can hit him though. They're hitting
And
him.
that's the shield.
And Vesta
Makes
dies,
it a one
but
for
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay. Google does set up
They should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao go
is
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That Fox Cryo that MF had.
However, in this
Oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
Team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though.
It's gonna be a forced ult.
Difficult with the robot.
It's very difficult with the flash Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills the flash. It's still 15.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Ninja ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa holding into the back line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
Not worried
Vesa.
about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying
move
the team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Holding the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses. And they're all die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
And the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars. And they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do. And almost dead.
Oh,
Dead.
MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
Oh, and the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm.
Here. But it is some time spent that
Could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh
the
my
chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes in
and
Ari
saves.
and moves top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu
another
goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I
he
mean,
has
it's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
down.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Now can't
She
finish.
can look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
But Zinzhao is here.
oh, Zinzhao to the
Turn.
save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zinzhao's coming back.
yes,
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
Zinzhao
Zinzhao
still
comes
has
back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Investa dies,
Makes it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh.
wins.
Mumu going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Reveal.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Mumu does set up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Zinzhao go
Zinzhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
now he
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
That pop cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though.
it's gonna be a forced
Very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
the robot.
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
very
Teemo
flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash.
kills the flash. It's still 15.
Oh, with
Flash is
the
on
MF with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but this Zinzhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa
Vesa-
holding into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash
yeah.
from
Not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on a
destroying the
move
team
is
right
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Holding the
Oh
MF,
my god.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and they're all die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get
TCSU.
a. Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
We,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
Clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars. and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And Set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive.
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
So
Yeah.
it jumps away.
Flash
Oh,
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It gives
Oh.
KSU the chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes in
and
Ari.
saves.
and moves top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike gets
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this situation set.
Oh, Andy died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going.
Set.
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean, it's Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
down.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Set. Keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Mouth catch
She should look for a turn onto the Teemo. She gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries
this
to
is
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Zinzhao is here.
Oh, this is out to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Zinzhao's coming back.
yes,
It does have shield.
That's a shield.
That's
Zinzhao
still a
comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Vesta dies, but Timo goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh,
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the
Hitting
R.
the ult.
And the.
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs'
set.
ult.
Okay. Mumu does set
They
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Zinzhao go
Zinzhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
E.
Flash W.
And
Now
the
gets
kill.
follow up.
Oh, there's the.
that Bob cryo that MF had. And now, I think
Tristana.
The dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that Lily
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
misses
Team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a fourth
Very
ult
difficult
for
with
Mario.
the
It's very difficult with the flash Timo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Timo
presses
mid
all.
tower instantly.
Looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills the
charm.
flash.
Oh, with the MF with the R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like-
The ult hits too, but this Zinzhao ult is keeping him alive for so long. And Vesa ulting into the back line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
Literally
Important engage tool on
destroying
Mumu
the team
is
around.
on. Flash onto the Investa by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh
MF,
my gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses. And they're all slowly die.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And they get a. Oh yeah, this Timo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
time seals his fate. Seen that
We've
25 times.
seen at least 25 damage.
At least 20.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
the set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars. And they're going to push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do. And almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive
And the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu press that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm.
But it is some time spent that
Could have been spent somewhere else. It gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to Grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and moves top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And
There's
Mumu
another
goes
And
in.
again, gets hit.
And
Mike gets
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this situation set.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh,
Set.
yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I
he
mean,
has
it's
that
Tristana
W.
coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
down.
W. Find a way to get a kill.
Once he gets.
Follow up from Set. keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker on the Amumu.
And the dodge.
However, this may be.
Now can't
You
finish
should look for a turn onto the Teemo if she gets
Poppy
ganked.
is coming in, already used the W, so
Oh,
tries to
misses
look
the
for
R.
tries to look for the public execution on the Teemo.
Oh,
but Xin Zhao is here.
Oh, this down to the save.
And Teemo is looking for it.
Oh,
Xin Zhao's coming back.
yes,
it does have shield.
That's a shield.
Xin
Xin
Zhao
Zhao comes back
shield.
up.
Oh no, Teemo went invis. They can't see him.
they can hit him though. They're hitting him.
That's the shield.
Vesta dies,
Makes it a one
but
from
Teemo
one.
goes down for them.
Yeah, Teemo will trade his life.
I think any fight with the MF just
Oh,
wins.
Ooh, going in,
Mumu
looking
going
for the
in.
hole.
With the R.
Heavy ult.
And the
Setting up
Oh,
Ziggs
set.
ult.
Okay.
Ooh,
Google
nice
does
play.
set
They
up
should
for the
run
Ziggs
away.
here. But
And
yeah,
Xin Zhao go
Zhao's
again.
here too.
Yep, with the
Flash
flash.
B.
Flash W.
And the kill.
Follow up.
Oh, there's the
that pop cryo that MF had. Now, I think
Tristana.
Dash.
Oh,
Ari still has one more dash, and she gets out.
We'll see. However, in this
oh, the
game,
dive bot
She's
lane
not
right
the
now.
only carry in this game.
And he's so squishy that
I
he
guess.
can't get out.
He literally gets popped. And he runs over the shroom.
Oh, misses
This team
the
will confirm
charm.
the kill though. It's
it's gonna be a forced
very
ult
difficult
from
with
Ori.
the
It's very difficult with the
Oh,
flash
sorry.
Teemo
Flash.
and
Oh,
Teemo
presses
mid
R.
tower instantly.
looking like a
Poppy
flash
kills him.
bomb.
Flash is still 15.
Oh, with
Flash
the
is
MF
on
with
the
the
set.
R right
With
there.
the Mumu combo.
That is like
The ult hits too, but the Xin Zhao ult is keeping him locked for so long. And Vesa
And Vesa-
ulting into the back
Ooh.
line. Poppy dead to.
Oh, yeah. That's
and the flash.
yeah.
from
not
Vesa.
worried about turret damage.
literally
Important engage tool on
destroying the
is
team right
on.
now.
Flash onto the investor by the Poppy. Ulting the
Oh my
MF.
gosh.
But the MF just doesn't care, and then Kennesaw comes out and collapses, and then everyone else dies.
Oh, with the misfortune ult right there.
Bullet time coming out doing a lot of damage.
And
to
they get a.
CSU.
Oh yeah, this Teemo's about to get popped.
And
Fortune
MF is
joining
here.
kind of seals his fate. Seen that
Oh,
25 times.
we've seen at least 25
At
damage.
least 25.
And they're pushing the
Oh,
line. Set
and the
W.
set Haymaker absolutely deletes
clearing
their
it
health
out.
bars, and they're gonna push the end here. There's nothing this Tristana can do, and almost dead.
Oh, MFR.
Dead to the bullet time in the fountain.
And set goes into the fountain.
Tristana with Hail of Blades for the really aggressive.
Oh, and the first
early.
kill.
It looks like a Mumu pressed that
It's
Q.
really hard, and Tristana is sniffing it.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it jumps away.
Oh,
Flash
oh.
charm
But it is some time spent that
could have been spent somewhere else. It
Yeah.
gives KSU
Oh.
the chance to actually get to grubs.
Poppy might even just solo kill it down here, but Ari comes in with
Ari
the charm
comes
and
in
saves.
and top lane after. The Tristana had to pick up the next wave. And Mumu goes in.
Again, gets hit.
And
Mike in the
Mumu
set.
dies again.
It just hurts. It just hurts playing this situation.
Oh, and the died.
Hitting.
The situation might be similar to the last game where Casey just starts throwing their gold in the face of GCSU.
And they're going. Oh.
Set just
Yep, and the Q from Amumu coming back in.
He's trying to make something happen here, but
I mean, it's Tristana coming in.
He has that W. Tristana roaming down from mid lane, trying to look on his
Aggressive
Xin
W. I don't know when to get a kill.
Once she gets.
Follow up from Set, keeps her locked down, and she will perish for it.
Oh.
Got him, and he gets slowed a bunch, and he can't get on this MF.
Oh, they're going back in.
Haymaker.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the TBC Championship, the last quarterfinal match of the day. It's going to be FSC versus
University of
UMG.
North Georgia.
Yep. Exciting match. Hopefully, it'll be closer than a little bit of the rest of the stomps today. It is the last one as Converse was able to get through to the semifinals already due to issues with another team. So hopefully, it'll be a good game today. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit closer gold leads, some better team fights. That's kind of all you can really hope for in a game, you know?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, do you remember when you played against them?
Yep.
How did you feel?
They are. Hopefully, they'll be a good team today. Hopefully, they'll show out.
Mhm.
It kind of just depends. You know, it always depends on the day.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure necessarily how close it'll be, but I'm
Mhm.
hoping it'll be close.
Yeah, and this is FSC and UNG's first full set together. Previously, during the regular season, they only played one game, and then the other team had to leave or FF for some reason. And so today is going to be the first time these teams are going to meet for more than just one single game.
For this season, at least.
For this season,
For
yes,
this season.
that's right.
Hopefully, we'll get started soon. I believe everybody's in the lobby, so they're just about ready to get draft underway.
Yeah.
Unless we have any kind of issues, as we've seen plenty of those today when the PCs blew out earlier in the first match of the day. I think, right? Or no, it was game 2 of the first series.
I believe so. Yeah.
I'm curious to see how the drafts are very different today compared from the both games, and it sounds like it's getting started out there.
Yeah.
So,
I can't wait to see how these two teams are going to play because they are the fourth and fifth seeds of the region. So I'm hoping that it's going to be pretty close. I'm hoping that they're going to both make a really good showing. Definitely the previous set that we did with where it was KSU versus GCSU, right? Definitely some interesting drafts for sure. Game 2 was definitely a little different from what you would normally see in a coordinated game with 5 players and a coach and all that. But hopefully with these games, you're going to see something a little bit more competitive, something a little bit more not spicy in the sense of exciting, like fun that you'd see from a Yordle
interesting.
But
Interesting.
interesting.
Something more volatile, as kind of the first series of the day, it was a lot more. I feel like they chose to try to pick scaling bot lanes a lot of the time. I remember they picked smaller Braum, so hopefully we'll see something more exciting. But we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, hopefully we have some long matches too. We haven't seen too many team fights today. Definitely a lot of games that were very one-sided, a lot of stomps. So can't wait till to see if they get to have some more 5v5 action. Playing around Baron, playing around these final drags.
I'm also curious if we're going to see Nefiri finally picked. I feel like that's the pick that's been going around. Everyone's been talking about.
Yeah, that is the thought on everyone's mind. When is Nefiri going to come out? When is she going to make a presence on the Rift? She is really broken right now.
Apparently, she did get nerfed a bit, but I'm curious to see if they'll still get picked. And it looks like draft is finally starting. Starting off with the Twitch hover for the first ban on blue side. And Florida Southern has chosen blue, so we'll see how this goes.
Trend's pretty interesting. Not something you'd see every day.
Not something you'd see.
Aurora being hovered. Aurora has been nerfed a little bit recently, but she's still a pretty good champion to ban, for sure.
I'm seeing Olaf. You seem like very targeted bans compared to more OP bans, trying to figure out, hey, we don't want this player on this. This kind of messes with our team. Yeah. Olaf is a champion that, although he's not always the strongest, if he gets ahead, he's very hard to play against because that ult's just unstoppable.
Yeah, really hard to lock down a champion that just can't be CC'd. And we're gonna see a Gwen ban coming out from Florida Southern. One of the priority 1 bans for sure.
Yep, we saw that today in KSU versus GCSU, just absolutely shredding the 2v1s. And we also see a Kindred ban coming out.
Yeah, again, another ban you don't really see every day, but definitely a targeted ban.
We'll see what the B1 is for Florida Southern. I'm thinking maybe it's a Renata Glass B1 hover. Nope. No. Seraphine B1. So this could go either ADC or supports, where you're typically seeing it most of these days. However, it can technically be played mid lane. So a pretty open flex for the first pick.
Yeah, Ash gonna come out from North Georgia. Very safe, very stable pick. Very strong early game champion.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to make a lead against Florida Southern. We'll see what they're pairing it with the Braum. Interesting scary. Blind. Rather risky. This is a very strong neutralizing lane against melees. It's a little bit harder to do against range champs. So if the Seraphine is going to support, I wouldn't be mad if I was Florida Southern with that. I think that's a pretty decent matchup.
For sure. Diego being hovered. He was a very, very nasty champion to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, good. Pretty good with Seraphine as well, because once Viego starts to go in, you can just Seraphine behind him, and then it's really easy to get that first reset.
Yeah, and Viego is locked in.
We'll see who else they'll pair with them in the mid lane, or if we'll get to see an ADC pick here.
Taking the time on this third pick.
Thinking heavy.
Yeah, there definitely should be an ADC or support here.
We'll see, no, it could be the top lane blind.
Interesting. Ornn blind.
Ornn top lane.
It's a good stable pick as well. Definitely on the scaling side of the game.
And they slammed the Morning counter pick, or does Sleeman like it? We saw a lot of Mordekaiser today in the first series. I believe it was Augusta that had chosen it twice in the top lane, and both times it did very well. So I'm curious to see what it'll look like in the hands of these players today.
Mordekaiser is definitely a very, very good pick into Ornn for lane. Whenever Ornn ults or Qs, whatever he leaves on the field is going to be gone. You can't use it anymore whenever Mordekaiser presses R. So it could be a very difficult lane for Ornn to play. We're going to be back into bans. North Georgia looking to make their fourth.
So it's seeming like there's going to be ADC bans because they're unsure of where the Seraphine is yet, and they just don't want him. Caitlyn's is a pretty good pick into Roms, and as well as Ashe, so they're banning it away here.
Yeah, Caitlyn being the only other ADC that can match Ashe's range, definitely something to consider in these drafts. Nocturne going to be banned from Florida Southern. Nocturne ban is very reasonable. Nocturne can definitely be paired with something like Orianna and can be a very easy one-two
Very
punch.
good duo, yeah.
Yeah, very easy to execute with. And Ari's going to be
banning
banned.
Ari
Yeah.
from the mid lane. Then last is Jarvan. They want to take around those good team fighting junglers.
Mhm.
We'll see what they go with the R5, R4 pick here. Most likely going to be picking that jungler, leaving the mid lane with counter pick. It's like Xin Zhao, that early scrappy. It's a really good pairing with Braum because if you can invade with the Xin Zhao, he has a high enough attack speed where he can get those Braum stacks up really fast. So it's a pretty common combo to see is Braum paired with Xin Zhao. We'll see if they'll actually be able to properly pull it off with the invade. It's looking like a Varus hover here. It's Varus. So if it's, we'll be able to see here now if the Seraphine is going to support, as most likely is the answer. That's a pretty good lane in my opinion, Varus and Seraphine. It's a pretty high range, which is pretty good in Braum. Braum likes to be up close and personal. And we'll see the Veigar.
Veigar is a very interesting pick.
Veigar is a very interesting pick. No, it's Victor.
Makes more sense.
Much more expected.
Yeah, Victor definitely a very strong champion.
Florida Southern's definitely going with a very heavy team fighting team comp here with Seraphine, Ornn. Those are big team fighters as well as Victor. They have pretty good range. They have good engage with the Ornn and Seraphine, all pretty well-rounded.
Yone going to be locked in by North Georgia. Yone is a very, very strong counter pick into Victor. Definitely a champion that Florida Southern doesn't really want to see in their mid lane, but regardless of that fact, Victor is a ranged champion and is super broken.
One thing I will say is UNG is pretty heavy on the AD side. However, Ornn can't really hard stack armor that much because he does have to match the Mordekaiser in the early game. So it's pretty decent for... It's not a complete nightmare since they do have the Mordekaiser's AP.
Yeah, and Yone is hybrid damage as well. So it's not entirely AD with just AP from Mordekaiser. There is a little bit of magic damage coming out from other champions. But for the most part, it is going to be an armor game.
I will say this is probably I feel like one of the best drafts we've seen today with both sides being pretty even. It seems like we'll get a good game here. I'm curious to see as I feel like the bot side for Florida Southern is a lot stronger in the early game. They should be able to get push. I'm curious to see how they'll pair that up with their Viego in the early game. See if they maybe try to invade or skirmish heavy, especially with Varus Seraphine.
Yeah, come mid-late game, I'm excited to see how North Georgia is going to approach these team fights because the Varus and Seraphine ults and the Ornn ults can definitely throw a wrench into the engage that they have with Xin Zhao and Yone.
Problem is, UNG also is a little bit lacking in engage. They do their main source is this Yone. That's really their own, that's the easiest engage for them, which is a risky primary engage source.
Yeah,
because they have a lot of peel with Braum, and they also do have Ash Arrow. I'm expecting to see that a lot. Looking for picks with that Ash Arrow, especially as we see Varus doesn't take cleanse in this game. So I'm curious to see how that's going to impact the lane with Varus having no cleanse. If UNG is actually able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and Florida Southern should be careful about how they approach fights as well. If they're looking to play out, Ashe can definitely keep them in the fight and let the Yone and Xin Zhao and Mordekaiser just run down the team. So if fights come down to Florida Southern trying to leave a fight, it could be a little bit difficult for them. So we'll see if they can secure an early lead and never really have to walk away.
There's going to be a lot of flanks coming in from UNG when these team fights do happen with the Zen, Mordekaiser, and Yone. So it's a question on if FSC can actually keep their range because they are relatively high range with Sarah. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah. And it is going to be Arcane Comet on Victor, which indicates lethality this game. So it is going to be a pretty high range AD game for the blue side.
It looks like both teams are just kind of 5-pointing, getting a little bit of wards on that top side, top red side, the north red side, and wards on both Raptors. So both teams are in full knowledge of where the junglers are. So there's not going to be any surprise ganks really. And we see UNG hiding in this first bush, looking for the cheese. As Varus walks the lane late, it does leave him wide open to attack. As the
They're going to hit a root on Braum, but stun comes out onto the Varus, getting auto down by the Ashe. Ashe auto is doing a lot of damage. Paired with the passive that Ashe has, when she slows enemies, she's doing a lot of early game damage with that auto attack.
They have taken complete control of this lane in the first few seconds of this game. We'll see if they can actually maintain it. It's very hard for FSC to walk in now with this HP disadvantage, especially since UNG has biscuits on both of their bot laners as well, so their sustain is just so much higher, as well as the fact that they now have complete control of the wave. It's going to be a lot harder for FSC to actually walk up. So,
Ashe did eat a bit of a charge Varus arrow, but unfortunately that's going to drop a little bit of CS for blue side.
Curious to see if they're going to do it, what they're going to do after they crash this wave, if they're going to look for... it looks like Viego is pathing down. However, Zen's looking like he's doing a 3-camp clear. He skipped his Raptors since he knew it was warded, and is looking like he might do a surprise gank bot lane here, especially since they're so low. I'm curious to see how this is going to look out.
They do know that Viego is also bot side from the Hollow Mist. So
good ward by FSC. They should be relatively safe from Zen here. I'm curious, what is Zen going to do now? He cleared only 3 camps and he has nowhere. He's just going to have to go back to his wolves and kind of a defeat now. He's just going to be so far behind this Viego and clear now since he tried to skip the Raptors in order to gank early. But they just couldn't find a play because FSC was already pushed in, sitting safely under turret.
In the mid lane, Yone is getting chunked down a little bit. It is a range versus melee matchup. Victor should be in control for a little bit until Yone gets more. Maybe on this first reset.
Looks like we might get a fight here as Seraphine hits the root and Diego hits a stun, but UNG is able to just walk it out. However, they are very chunked now. More of them delayed in the 2v2.
Diego walking in and deciding to recall on the on UNG's side of the map. He was just getting a little bit of vision with the Scryer's Bloom, checking for Jinzhao in his camps. So far, nothing really crazy going on. Ornn is starting to look a little bit low on mana and a little bit down in HP compared to the Mordekaiser. Nothing surprising from that matchup.
All lanes are kind of expecting as you would, except the only little bit of difference of variance is UNG's bot lane is winning a lot more than one would expect with melee and ranged. However, it's still relatively even in the bot lane, and then they have a slight lead top lane for UNG as you'd expect as Mordekaiser and Ornn. And we're looking at an invade here. The Viego gets a smite on the Gromp and just walks away. No gain, no loss from either side here, and we're just going to see Zen taking the reset to hopefully potentially play for this dragon. We might get the first team fight of the game here if FSC decides to contest, unless they maybe just go for. As Viego's pathing down, I think they're going to contest here.
I think so too. Jinzhao is back on the map though with a Caulfield's Warhammer completed, which is a little bit stronger, just a little bit stronger than the Viego for sure.
It's like 10 more ability haste compared to the 2 long swords, so it's not too much of an advantage.
Right. But those minute cooldown differences could make a difference in these early fights.
We'll see as FSC is now finally starting to gain control of the lane. They're able to finally start pushing UNG under, giving them access to River first, and potentially allowing them to eventually start this dragon.
A little bit of vision placed in the red side tri-bush. It's going to be very useful for blue side to know where Jinzhao is going to be, if bot side's going to walk up and contest and drag, Mordekaiser's going to look to crash the wave into the Ornn. 15 CS deficit for the Ornn, unfortunately for him.
And as UNG somehow managed to push this wave in a little bit, they're going to take their first reset of the game, hopefully get some items, and start to get ready to fight for this dragon, unless both teams have yet to decide to start it. Both junglers just kind of keep ignoring it, and they don't really want a team fight over it. So I'm curious if maybe there's going to be a fight around the grubs now, as it is 6 minutes, or if both teams are just going to continue to ignore these objectives.
Yone did back in TP along with Victor, but he did come back to lane with the Berserker Greaves, looking a little bit stronger for these trades. Unfortunately, that one didn't turn out so well. And now, perhaps the Vamp Scepter will keep him in the lane a little bit longer now that that trade has happened.
We see Viego early smite the dragon for that extra damage early on. It's looking like it's going to be a trade grubs for dragon. Now they side contested. Except Braum is now walking into Viego. He gets vision on him, but there's nothing he can do by himself. So both teams are just kind of handshaking, say, you get one objective, I get the other, and waiting to get some items before they actually start fighting.
Certainly there is a difference between these grubs and these dragons early on in the game. The grubs are going to be a little bit better for the early game, a little bit better for the split pushing, which doesn't seem like the game plan for the team comp that FSC has drafted.
I think UNG is actually the team that, as they got the grubs, they're pretty happy with it, as they're going to be split pushing a lot with this Yone and Mordekaiser, as they will most likely win inside sided lately in those 1v1s, right? As Ornn's greatest strength is not the team fighting, or sorry, it is the team fighting, not the split pushing compared to Mordekaiser.
Oh no, you're right. I thought it was blue side that had gone grubs, but it was actually UNG. So Mordekaiser and Yone are going to be benefiting a lot this game, having a little split push potential.
And FSC is very happy as well to get those dragons, as they are looking for those team fights, right? They're looking for, as Dragon Soul can easily win you the game if you manage to get all four. We'll see as bot lane is starting to move to the mid lane to get vision after they push the wave further. And they're going to now receive the wave that Blue Skies push. We'll see if FSC takes a reset with this timer. It seems that they do by their items. Both teams playing a very slow game. Neither side wants to really take any risks, which is a bit of an interesting choice in my opinion from UNG, as they do have Ashe, Xin, who are very strong, and Braum are relatively strong early. I'm surprised they're not trying to kind of fight at all.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of capitalization on the strengths they have early game. Mordekaiser is slowly losing the CS lead that he had from earlier, and Yone actually caught up to Victor in terms of CS in the mid lane, which is relatively expected for a matchup like this, where Yone should start winning the matchup as time goes on. But it definitely seems not the ideal scenario for blue side.
Interesting to see when these teams are going to pull the trigger, right?
Ashe Arrow comes down mid, hits Victor. Yone invests ult Q3,
and
that
his
just
fate
gets...
is sealed, and that is the death of Victor. First blood over to UNG at 9 minutes with the stray Ashe Arrow down mid. I mean, there's not much you can do there as Victor. The only thing you do is just flash the arrow. It's coming at such a fast speed that you're not even paying attention to it coming. That was an amazing Ashe Arrow by UNG's ADC. And that should honestly make the matchup so much more favorable for Yone now, as he is going to get that first blood, and that extra little bit of gold he'll have now from that kill.
Yone is going to be very happy about that kill. He comes back to lane with a pickaxe and nuker bow, which is very, very strong for these fights. It seems he really didn't need the sustain from Vamp Scepter. He's very confident that he can play these fights out and just win straight up.
As we can see, UNG's getting chipped up a little bit by Seraphine, who actually I just noticed took Glacial Augment instead of the typical either Airy is the most common thing you'll see. So she's just trying to kind of peel with this Seraphine, not actually do any damage, which is a choice for sure for killing. It looks like Mordekaiser is caught in the 1v3, but he activates his Death Realm to make it a 1v1 and then solos Viego with the Flash Tool.
Now Yone engines out, following up with the Mordekaiser after he kills Viego. Victor and Ornn looking to try to play out, trying to get away from these three people, both invest their flash into this escape. Victor manages to stun Jin Zhao, but it's not underneath the turret. Jin Zhao goes all in and trades 1-for-1 with the Victor.
Wow, what a fight from both sides. It feels pretty winning to be in UNG there, as they did manage to kill both the Viego and the Victor. Whereas FSC only got to kill the Xin Zhao. I'd be pretty happy with that trade as UNG. They just kind of get these small advantages here and there, and hopefully it'll eventually bloom up for them in some big team fight that'll come up soon.
Yone's definitely happy about his laner suffering, taking the brunt of these plays.
Especially since they have these 3 grubs, they're able to farm these plates really fast and they get an even more of an advantage.
Viego looking topside at Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does not have Death Drum anymore, so he is going to be stunned by Viego W. Trying to fight back, trying to target the Viego, and just get the shield off. Is he going to get one before he dies? And he does not.
Great gank by FSC Strungler right there. Knew his limits, knew when he had to ult. Barely came out, but that's all you need, right? You just need to win a little bit just to win the war.
Now he's going to notice Jin Sao is on the grubs, but he is not strong enough anymore to fight it. Jin Sao is definitely a little bit stronger in terms of HP.
He also has a lot of items as well, so Viego honestly wouldn't even win the 1v1 if they were at the same HP. So he's just going to get the grubs, take his kill on the Mordekaiser, take some camps, not do too much, just play it safe, as both teams have been doing a lot this series, or so far in this match. Just play safe, take little advantages where you can, try to scale up. As now, UNG has gotten 6 grubs, very strong.
That's going to be a very significant advantage for the Yone and the Mordekaiser versus split pushing later, so it'll be interesting to see how they play around these two in the side lanes. Jin Sao going to help Yone recall, or
Push out
perhaps
the waves
move
so
the
that
drag.
way he can maybe recall and TP to drag, or they might just
Just right
start the
straight there.
dragon right here. FSC, this is what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be trading these grubs for the dragon. UNG did it so fast off spawn that the dragon hadn't spawned in yet fast enough for them to take it. So UNG might be able to take both, which is an absolute steal for, as Viego, instead of resetting and moving up for dragon, he just continued to take camps.
That is the cascading effect of Viego going back to his top side to help out Born on Mordekaiser. He misses a lot of tempo, misses tempo on grubs, and now he doesn't have tempo for the dragon. Bit of a cascading effect, which unfortunately he suffers a lot from.
Flash from Seraphine away from the Rommel, ensuring her life, but no flash anymore. This Seraphine has a big target on her back now, as well as this Varus with no flash as well. I would expect Xin Zhao to come bot lane to gank sometime very soon in order to secure that free double kill. As once the Ash Arrow comes back up, because that is a much faster cooldown timer than Seraphine and Varus flash.
We're looking at the first item for every champion on the top side of the map. It's pretty big power spikes for these champions as well, Mordekaiser and Leandries, and we have a fight breaking out in the bot lane.
Matched up with the double stun, that's a free double kill for FSC. This is what they need to get back into this game.
And it was a very well executed engage by the Seraphine and Viego, and just 2 kills going away.
They waited exactly for the Braum shield to be done before sending that Seraphine ult, and that was a free line them up.
And now in this mid lane, we're seeing how awful this lane starts to get for Victor, which won't last for too much longer as mid game starts to roll in a little bit, but definitely going to be hard to deal with on the side lane. You know, Victor into Yone. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see some mismatches
See
going on.
Mordekaiser pulling some Balson's Laws, he proxies to get a faster reset, so that way maybe he can try to move to the map. However, there's not much for him to move, so I should be doing it for an early reset or to mess with the jungler. Yep, as we can see, he's now taking the blue buff,
and this,
FSC, which may lead to a fight here,
it should lead
depending
to a fight.
on where this Jin Zhao is. But he's on the other side of the map, so not much dodge, kind of running away. Ult from Yone onto the Victor, however, it's missed, and Victor gets to walk out scot-free.
Decent defense from FSC on their blue buff. I thought Mordekaiser could definitely have fought. Could have fought Viego definitely in his jungle being 2 levels up, but unfortunately things didn't pan out that way for him.
Yeah, we'll see as Yone continues to take trades with the Victor, trying to expand his lead more and more. However, we'll see that Victor is resetting here. He does manage to get it off. We'll see if he TPs back to the mid lane. He says no more side laning yet, as both teams are continuing to keep the AD carries in the bot lane for a little bit longer. And we see a dive is maybe about to be pulled here on the bot lane. Xin Zhao is sitting in this bush. They have no clue he's there. And we get the Q hit on Seraphine. However, there's no follow-up yet until maybe. Viego is, however, covering this dive, so it's going to be a lot harder to do. Looks like they call it off due to whatever conditions they had in Viego hovering. We'll see if he face checks Viego here. Maybe we're about to get a fight on our hands here.
Seraphine goes out, hits 2, and there is a big fight going on here. Jinzhou goes in, tries to get into the backline, kills the Seraphine, gets pretty low himself, but Victor coming to help as well. Looks like Grom might fall from the burn, and he does. Ash and Yone
Ash
fresh to
flashes
fight.
in.
But Yone does not have ults to go in to catch his Spectre, but he uses Flash instead. Decides to go all in on this guy. Does not land
Good
Q3.
flash from Victor to dodge the Q3. Very close fight. That flash in from Ash was a ballsy choice for sure. However, it did allow the Ash to get one extra kill for her own life. So it's not a complete waste. However, Ornn is now getting Fleet's top side right now. Which
And
is
Victor
not
did
Fleet's,
get
but he's getting
kills.
very good damage on the turret. However, Mordekaiser is able to take the turret mid lane much faster due to having 6 scrubs. So we'll see if he actually manages to finish it off here or not. Seems like Victor makes it back just in time. As they
Victor
said.
is going to come back with another burn component. He's definitely sitting a little bit in a better spot than he was before, having 3 kills.
See the Ashe arrow sent onto the Ornn as this Ashe begins to chase down with her slows from her passive. Let's see if she's actually able to catch him.
Rom coming as well. Engine's out to collapse onto his Ornn. Ornn does fall to the Ashe.
It's a big shutdown for this Ashe, and this should mean the turret should fall now as they do have 6 scrubs, so it's an easy take.
We might see Yone try to go in on this Varus, but it looks like he can't even find the angle. Varus just a little bit too
Varus does
safe.
have flash and ult, so it's still able to very much be outplayed in that 1v1, but Seraphine is hovering nonetheless. So Yone's getting weak sided a bit here. He's trying to play it safe, not lose, maximize his XP while minimizing HP loss is essentially the name of the game here as he's weak sided.
Diego is hovering bot side. They might be looking to make a dive onto Yone if he steps out of line here. It looks like instead they're going to opt to start the dragon.
This is the second dragon for FSC. They're looking to, both teams obviously would like the dragon stack at this point in the game. However, UNG gets the Red Herald instead, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, just like on that first route of first dragon. Top side for bot side. I'm curious to see what UNG decides to use this Herald on, as that can make or break a game, right? Because if they get a full tier 2, right, that's 700 gold, I believe. So that's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah. And they should be looking to play bot now and try to look for the bot T1, maybe even put Herald down if they can extend the play for longer. Jinzhou and Braum are going to be opening up onto the bot side of the map. Looks like they're just going to be clearing, looking to secure their vision. But Yone and Victor are back in the same lane again. Victor, Viego is also bot side, so the teams are postured in the same spot. And Yone has to invest ults to get out of a gank. Ashe arrow comes down, goes wide, misses all 3 champions in the bot side, but looks like both teams aren't really looking to go all in here yet. Mordekaiser is bot lane, is both solo laners now showing on the bot turret. Ornn is alone top side. Nothing's going to come out of it. Yone is going to look to recall, and teams are going to look to go back into their normal state of affairs.
Looking like the top side just kind of like open. Yone maybe going here looking to get that top tier 2, secure that 250 or 300 gold. Maybe they can use Herald there as well to get it, just to secure it with the Braum move potentially. We'll see if they actually move around to that side.
So far, a pretty stable game. UNG is leading by about 2k gold, which is significant, but not significant enough to break open a game just yet. Definitely no cases of throwing gold in the enemy team's faces. So
it looks like UNG is going to pop the Herald mid, try to take this mid tier 1, and it looks like it will fall as this Herald crashes. Interesting Herald use.
Oh, Seraphine roots 2 and manages to hit ult, but it unfortunately is blocked by Braum. But Braum will go down to Viego and to Ashe. Just turns out into a kill for FSC in exchange for a turret.
I would be happy as that trade with FSC, as that turret was already 1 HP anyways. So UNG essentially just wastes their Herald there on an already extremely low turret, while also losing as well as FSC getting a kill as well. So I'd be pretty happy as FSC there.
Definitely no harm done for their side of the map.
We'll see if Otacon is spawning now. It will be blue Otacon. So we'll see what actually they're able to do with this. Fight that should be coming up soon over it. We'll see if they just decide to play it safe as they have done this whole game, or if they'll decide to play around it.
After walking back away from the lane, looks like he knows he's weak-sided. Rom opened back up onto the top side for UNG, so looks like there is nothing to be done here though, unfortunately. Jin Zhao and Yone looking to recall.
We'll see Mordekaiser's caught proxying in between the two waves. However, he does have Death Rattle, so he's not essentially caught yet. However, it is getting a little bit scary here.
Sees that there's quite a few people here.
He's taken Viego into the Death Rattle. He's typing him under turret within his Death Rattle. He's very low. Viego with a good flash out, and then the Seraphine W allows him to live, going 1-0. However, this does allow UNG, since they sent so many members outside to cover this Mordekaiser, UNG is now able to take the Otacon. This is truly, as Mouse would say, a good death, as he's now able to get the entire Otacon for just 1 kill, which is a pretty reasonable trade. As Mordekaiser did also get the majority of the wave, so they weren't actually able to push that bot side tier 1 until now. So they still do get a little. It's a little bit of a trade if Warren decides to stay. However, that's also gold going on to an Ornn, right? That's not going to be doing too much for the game. So I'd be very happy with that trade as UNG, as those roses for Otacon give you so much XP and so much AD and AP. It's such a worth trade in my opinion.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is definitely a worthy sacrifice in that play. As you said, Bowson's Law definitely come into effect here. When your team pressures, you pressure on the other side of the map. That is how he would probably explain it himself. So pretty effective usage of that concept by UNG. And they are going to be swap sides again. Mordekaiser now going to be in top lane, and Yone with the crew going to be on the bot side of the map for now. Drag is going to be up very shortly, so we could be looking at a
I
dragon
see a
test.
TP here coming in from Victor. It looks like they want to contest this dragon. Get that wave push, get that mid prio, hopefully walk in the jungle here. It's a bit dark right now for FSC, so it's very scary for them to walk in here.
Mordekaiser does have TP though, so this can easily become a 5v5 fight here. Bot side for Dragon.
Like a very important decisive fight. Looks like both teams want to fight over this mid wave. However, UNG is just waiting in the bush while FSC gets this mid push completely for free. Allowing them access to the Dragon Pit as UNG has to catch this lost wave.
Yeah. FAC going to have river access first, going to be able to start the drag before anything happens, and they are going to be 5 strong on that objective. However, Mordekaiser is still top lane.
Yep, UNG looks like they're giving this dragon saying, hey, we'll just split push with our Mordekaiser, we'll get that free tier 2 top. Or we'll take the trade. We'll take the trade. Tier 2 top for Dragon, which is a risky trade because now FSC is on Soul Point. If they get one more Dragon, that's Cloud Soul, which is very strong with UNG with that Yone and Mordekaiser. As soon as they ult, they're able to run down their target much more easily. It makes it a lot harder to kite as the Victor and Varus if the enemy team's just that much faster than you. So it makes it much easier to kite, actually.
Yes, yes. It makes it very worrisome for UNG seeing the soul that could be potentially in FSC's hands at the end of this game. But it seems that they're more than happy to give Mordekaiser some more resources in exchange for the soul point.
Yes, I think Mordekaiser's already at 2.5 items compared to the rest of the lobby, mostly for the only having 2 items, putting him pretty far ahead of the curve. We'll see if he's actually able to convert this lead into anything. And it looks like Mordekaiser's going for that bot tier 2 turret now, get that extra 300 gold in his pocket again. We'll see if he, as well as the bot tier 1, which is still up. So this Mordekaiser is just split pushing, using the 6 scrubs they obtained in the early game.
And definitely these decisions have led to a little bit more gold being in UNG's pockets than in FSC's, but that has been the story all game, and they haven't yet been able to capitalize in any significant fashion with their 3,000 gold. So Ashe comes out, goes wide of Victor. There's a possible play to be made there. Unfortunately, it will not happen now that there is no more Ashe Arrow. So a different means of engaging will have to be done.
It's a lot harder for UNG to engage in a fight now, as that is their one primary pick pool is using that Ashe ult, as the only other real CC that's actually good at engaging is that Yone ult, but even then, Ornn ult starts to call in.
It's 2. Seraphine going to follow up as well onto the Baron, or onto the Ashe, and Ashe is going to fall to 2 Viego.
That's a great kill. That's exactly what we want to see inside SC. Get those kills, get those team fight wins. Use that potentially to maybe even start walking towards Baron. As Baron is now spawned and they are in a 4v5 situation. I'm curious to see if they'll think about trying to take control of that area, try to prepare later for a Baron.
But FSC is already on that side of the map. It seems like they are looking indeed to go into the Baron.
Looks like they're going to start hitting. It's spotted out by a blue ward, however, but it is a 4v5 situation. Victor is, however, bot lane matching this Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does have TP. So this is actually going to turn into a 4v4.
Yone flash ults in onto the Varus, gets stunned, cannot quite finish the Varus off, and Braum is going to start to fight off onto back. And now they have 4 people on that side of the map. Victor hasn't moved yet, and he's starting to move now, but the fight is still ongoing.
Sinjao flashes in, manages to finish off the Varus, keeps chasing the Seraphine as well. This is a horrible fight for FSC. There's losses all across the board. Ornn, Viego, Varus, and something like Seraphine's gonna. This is a huge fight for UNG. Only Victor is left in that mid lane. This should be Baron for UNG.
UNG is very happy with that outcome. Definitely, the possibility of this being a game-breaking play is on the table for sure. Asher are going to come out. This is the Victor once more. Fortunately, Asher is having to wreck this game. But that would just be the cherry on top of this already well-built Baron cake that they're hitting down. So with this Baron, they're gonna recall, it seems.
I'm curious to see how they're going to deploy to try, because the only turret left on the map is those inhibitor turrets in that bot tier 2. So I'm curious to see where they're going to move with this Baron. If they're either going to choose to try to break that top inhib to create that inherent push, making it easier for them to test this next dragon, or if they're going to be heading bot to take that tier 2. They also have the mid tier 2, however, it's a lot harder to take that as it is in the mid lane, which leaves them open to the flanks that FSC can't have with Viego and Ornn ulting. So I'm curious to see where they're going to go.
Yeah, at this point, they could be looking for the home run play, maybe looking to end with this Baron, which is very ambitious, but possibly an outcome they can get if they get a good fight in with these Baron buffs up. And FSC is going to try to go on mid, trying to collapse on the 2 players there. Braum blocks the Seraphine ult, but Diego will still get the Ashe. And more FSC cleaning up
himself, taking the Ornn into the death realm. However, a beautiful engage from FSC as they realize UNG's here alone. There's only 2 of them. We have 5. UNG tried to split push too much, and they walked up too far while this split push was happening, leading to their demise and getting pretty much cleaned up. However, Mordekaiser does take out the Ornn with him at least, making it a little bit better for UNG. They do start applying pressure on this inhib turret in the top lane, which for the dragon fight that's coming up in 10 seconds, it honestly may be it's going to be very hard for UNG to actually walk in, as they do have so many members dead, and this Mordekaiser is not going to be up for 30 seconds, and he has no TP compared to the Ornn who's going to be up in 17 with TP.
And this is going to be the soul for FSC if they manage to secure the track, which it looks like UNG is unable to contest with their man disadvantage, and it is going to be soul. And that is going to be very crucial for blue side, for FSC, for their backline to be able to kite out the Yone, kite out the Jin Zhao and the Mordekaiser.
It's also going to be very good for Viego when he does try to walk in at that critical moment to finish one-shotting off the backline. Because now, as soon as he ults in, he'll be able to chase down any of his targets. This is very good for FSC. They were behind, however, their team fighting has come alive as UNG has kind of found the game a little bit after FSC had with throwing the Baron, but UNG has managed to find a way to get behind, and FSC pulled the britches up and took that team fight even though they didn't have Baron, which was very well for them.
Yeah, while UNG is still ahead in gold by about 5,000, their fights and their decision making from the past few minutes definitely do not take the most advantage of the gold lead that they have, and FSC is finding their way back into this game, especially with the Soul. And right now, both teams are trying to figure out what they want to do next. Yone doesn't find the end gauge onto Victor. But Victor now with W down might be a little bit more vulnerable. However, Yone is going to get collapsed on by blue side. Viego and Seraphine walking up from behind. Yone with Q3 up, looking to try to make an escape, or try to look to turn onto the Victor. Manages to ult, but Victor Zonia outclasses.
Beautiful arm guard by the Victor. Leaves him alive, full HP. The Yone dies. That's a big shutdown onto the Viego. This Viego is very large now. He's 6'3" and 6 with a lot of items. And this Orange is getting dove bot lane. Let's see if he manages to go 1-for-1. No, he just dies by himself. That's how League works, right? When you get a play on one side and the other side, the other team makes a play. So we'll see how much further UNG is able to go. They do get that tier 2 bot lane, but that leaves their mid lane wide open for this Varus to take the tier 2 as well. That's something a lot of these teams have been doing a lot. They've been trading back and forth. As UNG feels like their team fighting was a little bit like, not weaker, but they lost a couple, and now they're having to pick up the pieces of that.
Yeah, their confidence is definitely a little bit lower now. Choosing to play on the other side of the map from Yone because of the losses they had recently experienced. But it is going to be a relatively even trade overall. Gold lead is still, it's slowly dwindling for UNG, now down to about 4.3k.
We'll see if FSC is actually able to make this comeback with this Dragon Soul. The Baron is spawning in a minute 40. I would say this is where to look out for. That's going to be the next play.
Ash arrow hits the Viego. Viego getting engaged on by the rest of the team. Yone gonna follow up with ult as well, and that is gonna be a secured kill. However, that is multiple ults down for UNG's side, and there are still 4 up on FSC, so a fight could still happen. A team fight could still be lost by UNG. It looks like that is.
Victor does use his TP here prematurely after Viego's already dead, so Victor has no TP now, whereas UNG has both TPs up for this upcoming Baron fight, which is going to be very hard for FSC to properly match. This Victor's going to have to stay top lane, or it's going to have to go bot lane in order to catch this wave. We'll see, now that UNG has a pick, they're able to kind of take control of the area. It's a lot harder for FSC to walk into this. UNG has not fully taken all the vision yet, but once it does, it'll be a lot harder for FSC to actually walk in blind for this Baron that's in 45 seconds.
UNG is very comfortable with getting that kill. However, they are going to lose control of that river as there are 4 people, or I'm sorry, excuse me, that is FSC who is going to lose control of the top river because of that play. And Mordekaiser on the other side of the map, of course, doing what Bowson does.
He's pushing out this bot lane before looking to move up to the mid lane and top lane. Both have TP. Diego stops the reset, followed by Serafino barely next to the Ashe, and Ashe falls. This should actually be FSC's Baron now, as it's 5 seconds left and there's no ED carry for UNG. I don't know how UNG would be able to fight this, but
that pick really opens up the game for FSC. FSC might even look to end with Baron if they secure
looks
here,
like
but instead of going to look to
hit on the
they're going to invade, kill the Xin Zhao. Yone tries to ult back, but doesn't get the kill onto the Seraphine. Braum also there trying to support the Yone, but he will fall too. Mordekaiser now joining the fight, but he is fighting 1v4. Yone not currently in the fight with him. He death realms the Varus. Yone gets blocked by the rest of the team, and Varus will fall to Mordekaiser. Now there's 3 people looking to hunt down this Mordekaiser, looking to prevent him from going anywhere. Diego lands the stun. He is now stuck in the middle of a fight with 3 people. Victor hourglasses for nothing, but regardless of that fact, he will be part of the fight still because he can't do anything against this many people.
like Mordekaiser's making this kind of close. Varus barely lives, or Viego barely lives there with 1 HP, getting that kill to Mordekaiser, allowing them to take care of him. Ashe
that he
is
got that.
alive. It was very close with that early Zhonya's fighting. Victor.
Definitely, that Zhonya's could have been pretty bad for
Ashe
FSC.
arrow comes in, hits the horn. Ashe may be able to clean up here.
Ashe is there. Does she have flash to go in with them, or is she gonna look to stop backs? There's a plan here. Trying to land more W's. Unfortunately,
Walks
gets
into
stunned.
the bear stun, combos with the Viego stun, leading to Ashe's death. That could have been a hero play moment from UNG. However, well played by FSC's mid laner with that Victor trap allowing her to not properly walk up as she wanted to, allowing them to get the Baron and get out. And since UNG's ADC managed to walk into the trap, get another kill as well.
Ashe smelt blood, and she actually smelt her own. So that's just how the cookie crumbles for her. She is going to be on a death timer now, which
As
hurts it a
Elder
little
is
bit.
spawning, and we see FSC starting to walk up to this. This is a 4v5 again, making it very hard. This UNG roster has stepped up multiple times without being able to properly cover themselves and leading to many picks. I feel like that's been their greatest weakness this game. They've been getting picked off a lot, which has led to them having to take 4v5s, not actually properly use the lead they got.
Yeah, definitely seems like they're falling apart now. Xin Zhao is going to fall to the fresh 5 Elder buff teammates on FSC's side.
This should be FSC's final march here, walking it into the Baron with walking it into the Nexus with Elder and Baron. We'll see if they actually manage to finish it off here. There's not much UNG can do against an Elder buff and a Baron buff.
Yeah, it is very difficult for UNG to defend this. More than likely, this will end in FSC's access to their Nexus and a win for them. UNG doing their best to try to prevent them from going any further, but unfortunately, All of these ults are still up. Yone manages to ult 3 people, tries to auto down as many people as he can, but he doesn't get any kills. Elderbuff slowly taking down UNG. They're starting to think that maybe this fight is going to work out. Mordekaiser falls to FSC as well. Now it is down to a 3v5 with no ults. These teams.
This looks like the end for UNG after a very hard fought game, but this Elder buff and Baron buff is just too strong. There's not much you can do about it. They kept it close, however, it's just over. Very close game. That early game was very slow, but then eventually started to pick up in that mid and late game. Very close game from both teams. Exactly the kind of League of Legends we like to see. A lot more closer games than the first two series today. Hopefully we get another game just as close.
Yeah, it was definitely a very good showing from both these teams. For sure, UNG definitely had a few slip-ups into the mid and late game that cost them the game over time, but it wasn't a loss that can be attributed to just one single instance. There was multiple picks, multiple objectives that were conceded, that were traded, that maybe weren't the best decisions for them. Meanwhile, FSC taking advantage of what appears to be a stronger mid to late game. However, maybe they can change up the early game, try to get a lead early on, try to close these games out a little bit faster.
I'm curious to see how this draft's going to adapt, because it was I'm curious to see if they'll line the Braum again, because that honestly was kind of a bit of an issue, was how much range that bot lane had, and that those Seraphine ults were very good for the majority of the game. A lot of them hit their members, so I'm curious to see if maybe they'll ban it this time, or if they'll let it through with maybe a different kind of pick to try to like play more ranged away from it. But
yeah.
It was a very interesting game.
It was.
We're going to take a bit of a break here, 10-15 minutes for the two teams, and then we'll get back to it.
Ideal scenario for blue side.
Interesting to see when these teams are going to pull the trigger, right?
Oh, Ash Arrow comes down mid, hits Victor. Yone invests ult Q3,
and that Seraphine not actually do any damage, which is a choice for sure for killing. It looks like Mordekaiser is caught in the 1v3, but he activates his Death Realm to make it a 1v1, and then solos Viego with the flash heal.
Now Yone engines out, following up with the Mordekaiser after he kills Viego. Victor and Ornn looking to try to play out, trying to get away from these three people. Both invest their flash into this escape. Victor manages to stun Jin Zhao, but it's not underneath the turret. Jin Zhao goes all in and trades one for lane.
Get even more of an advantage.
Viego looking topside at Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does not have Death Realm anymore, so he is going to be stunned by Viego W. Trying to fight back, trying to target the Viego, and just get the shield off. Is he going to get one before he dies? And first item for every champion on the top side of the map. It's pretty big power spikes for these champions as well. Mordekaiser and Leandries, and we have a fight breaking out in the bot lane.
Matched up with the double stun, that's a free double kill for FSC. Viego here. Hey, we're about to get a fight on our hands here.
Seraphine goes out, hits 2, and there is a big fight going on here. Jin Zhao goes in, tries to get into the backline, kills the Seraphine, gets pretty low himself, but Victor coming to help as well. Looks like Braum might fall from the burn, and he does. Ash and Yone fresh to fight.
Ash arrow sent onto the Ornn as this Ash begins to chase down with her slows from her passive. Let's see if she's actually able to catch him.
Braum coming as well, engines out to collapse onto his Ornn. Ornn does fall to the Ash.
Fall as his Herald crashes. Interesting Herald use.
Oh, Seraphine roots 2 and manages to hit ult, but it unfortunately is blocked by Braum. But Braum will go down to Viego.
Yeah. However, it is getting a little bit scary here.
Sees that there's quite a few people here.
He's taken Viego into the Death Realm. He's typing him under turret within his Death Realm. He's very low. Viego with a good flash out, and then the Seraphine W loves that Yone ult, but even then. Oh, Ornn ult starts to call in.
Hits 2. Seraphine gonna follow up as well onto the Baron, or onto
TP. So this is actually going to turn into a 4v4.
Yone flash ults in onto the Varus, gets stunned, cannot quite finish the Varus off, and Braum is going to start to fight off onto back. And now they have 4 people on that side of the map. Victor hasn't moved yet, and he's starting to move now, but the fight is still ongoing.
Zinzao flashes in and manages to finish off the Varus, keeps chasing the Seraphine as well. This is a horrible fight for FSC. There's losses all across the board. Ornn, Viego, Varus, and something like Seraphine.
And FSC is going to try to go on mid, trying to collapse on the 2 players there. Braum blocks the Seraphine ult, but Viego will still get the Ash. And more to see FSC cleaning up
himself, taking the Ornn into the Death Realm. However, a beautiful engage from FSC as they realize UNG's here alone. There's only 2 of them. We have 5. UNG tried to split push.
Blocking up from behind. Yone with Q3 up, looking to try to make an escape. Or try to look to turn onto the Victor. And it's just the ult, but Victor Zonia hourglasses.
Beautiful arm guard by the Victor. Keeps him alive, full HP, shut down onto the Viego. This Viego is very large now. He's 6'3" and 6. With a lot of items. And this orange is getting dove bot lane. Let's see if he manages to go one. I would say this is where to look out for. That's going to be the next play.
Ash arrow hits the Viego. Viego getting engaged on by the rest of the team. Yone gonna follow up with ult as well, and that is gonna
Move the mid lane and top lane. Both have TP. Viego stops the reset. Followed by Seraphino. Barely next the Ash and Ash falls. This should.
he might even look to end with Baron if they secure
Looks
here,
like
but
they
instead of
get
gonna look
another
to
hit on this
they're going to invade, kill the Xin Zhao. Yone tries to ult back, but doesn't get the kill onto the Seraphine. Braum also there, trying to support the Yone, but he will fall too. Mordekaiser now joining the fight, but he is fighting 1v4. Yone not currently in the fight with him. He death realms the Varus. Yone gets collapsed by the rest of the team, and Varus will fall to Mordekaiser. Now there's 3 people looking to hunt down this Mordekaiser, looking to prevent him from going anywhere. Diego lands the stun. He is now stuck in the middle of a fight with 3 people. Victor hourglasses for nothing, but regardless of that fact, he will be part of the fight still, because he can't do anything against this many people.
Like Mordekaiser's making this move.
Trying to land more W's. Unfortunately,
Walks
gets
into
stunned.
the bear, he's stunned, combos with the Viego stun, leading to Ash's death. That could have been many picks. I feel like that's been their greatest weakness this game. They've been getting picked off a lot, which has led to them having to take 4v5s and not actually properly use the lead they got.
Yeah, definitely seems like they're falling apart now. Xin Zhao is going to fall to the fresh no-ults these teams.
This looks like the end for UNG after a very hard fought game, with this Elder buff and Baron buff, it's just too strong. There's not much you can do about it. They
Diego
kept
dives
it
Ash,
close,
yeah, they tried.
however, it's just over. Very
Ideal scenario for blue side.
interesting to see when these teams are going to pull the trigger, right?
Nope.
Oh,
Ash arrow comes down mid, hits Victor. Yone invests ult Q3,
and
that
that Seraphine not actually do any damage, which is a choice for sure for killing. It looks like Mordekaiser is caught in the 1v3, but he activates his Death Realm to make it a 1v1, and then solos the Viego with the flash tool.
Now Yone and Xin Zhao following up with the Mordekaiser after he kills Viego. Victor and Ornn looking to try to play out, trying to get away from these 3 people. Both invest their flash into this escape. Victor manages to stun Xin Zhao, but it's not underneath the turret. Xin Zhao goes all in and trades one for one.
Get an even more of an advantage.
Viego looking topside at Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does not have Death Realm anymore, so he is going to be stunned by Viego W. Trying to fight back, trying to target the Viego, and just get the shield off. Is he going to get one before he dies? And he first item for every champion on the top side of the map. It's pretty big power spikes for these champions as well. Mordekaiser and Leandries, and they have a fight breaking out in the bot lane.
With matched up with the double stun, that's a free double kill for FSC. Viego here. Maybe we're about to get a fight on our hands here.
Seraphine goes out, hits 2, and there is a big fight going on here. Xin Zhao goes in, tries to get into the backline, kills the Seraphine, gets pretty low himself, but Victor coming to help as well. Looks like Braum might fall from the burn, and he does. Ash and Yone fresh to the fight.
Ash arrow sent onto the horn as this Ash begins to chase down with her slows from her passive. Let's see if she's actually able to catch him.
Braum coming as well, and Xin Zhao to collapse onto his Ornn. Ornn does fall to the Ash.
Will fall as this Herald crashes. Interesting Herald use.
Oh, Seraphine roots 2, and manages to hit ult, but it unfortunately is blocked by Braum, but Braum will go down to Viego.
And yet, however, it is getting a little bit scary here.
Sees that there's quite a few people here.
He's taken Viego into the death realm. He's typing him under turret within his death realm. He's very low. Viego with a good flash out, and then the Seraphine W loves that Yone ult, but even then. Oh, Ornn ult starts to call in.
Hits 2. Seraphine gonna follow up as well onto the Baron.
FTT. So this is actually going to turn into a 4v4.
Yone flash ults in onto the Varus, gets stunned, cannot quite finish the Varus off, and Braum is going to start the fight off onto back. And now they have 4 people on that side of the map. Victor hasn't moved yet, and he's starting to move now, but the fight is still ongoing.
Xin Zhao flashes in, manages to finish off the Varus, keeps chasing the Seraphine as well. This is a horrible fight for FSC. There's losses all across the board. Ornn, Viego, Varus, and something like Seraphine.
And FSC is going to try to go on mid, trying to collapse on the 2 players there. Braum blocks the Seraphine ult, but Viego will still get the Ash. And more FSC cleaning up.
himself, taking the Warren into the death round. However, a beautiful engage from FSC as they realize UNG's here alone. There's only 2 of them. We have 5. UNG tried to split push.
He's walking up from behind. Yone with Q3 up, looking to try to make an escape, or try to look to turn onto the Victor. Manages the ult, but Victor Zonia hourglasses.
Beautiful arm guard by the Victor. Keeps him alive, full HP, shut down onto the Viego. This Viego is very large now. He's 6'3" and 6 with a lot of items. And this orange is getting dove bot lane. Let's see if he manages to go one. I would say this is where to look out for. That's going to be the next play.
Ash arrow hits the Viego. Viego getting engaged on by the rest of the team. Yone gonna follow up with ult as well, and that is gonna
Move the mid lane and top lane. Both have TP. Viego stops the reset. Followed by Serafino, barely next to the Ash, and Ash falls. This should.
he might even look to end with Baron if they secure
Looks
here,
like
but
they
instead
get
of gonna look to
another
it.
hit on the
Yeah,
Zinzao.
they're going to invade, kill the Xin Zhao. Yone tries to ult back, but doesn't get the kill onto the Seraphine. Braum also there, trying to support the Yone, but he will fall too. Mordekaiser now joining the fight, but he is fighting 1v4. Yone not currently in the fight with him. The Death Realms, the Varus. Yone gets collapsed by the rest of the team, and Varus will fall to Mordekaiser. Now there's 3 people looking to hunt down this Mordekaiser, looking to prevent him from going anywhere. Diego lands the stun. He is now stuck in the middle of a fight with 3 people. Victor hourglasses for nothing, but regardless of that fact, he will be part of the fight still because he can't do anything against this many people.
Like Mordekaiser's making this move.
Trying to land more W's. Unfortunately,
Walks
gets
into
stunned.
the bear, stun, combos with the Viego stun, leading to Ash's death. That could have been many picks. I feel like that's been their greatest weakness this game. They've been getting picked off a lot, which has led to them having to take 4v5s and not actually properly use the lead they got.
Yeah, definitely seems like they're falling apart now. Xin Zhao is going to fall to the fresh no ults these teams.
This looks like the end for UNG after a very hard fought game, but this Elder buff and Baron buff is just too strong. There's not much you can do about it. They kept it close,
They tried.
however, it's just over. Very
Ideal scenario for blue side.
interesting to see when these teams are going to pull the trigger, right?
Nope. Oh, Ash arrow comes down mid, hits Victor. Yone invests ult Q3,
And
that
that's Seraphine not actually do any damage, which is for sure for killing. It looks like Mordekaiser is caught in the 1v3, but he activates his Death Realm to make it a 1v1, and then solos the Viego with the flash tool.
Now Yone and Xin Zhao following up with the Mordekaiser after he kills Viego. Victor and Ornn looking to try to play out, trying to get away from these 3 people. Both invest their flash into this escape. Victor manages to stun Xin Zhao, but it's not underneath the turret. Xin Zhao goes all in and trades one for
Get it even more of an advantage.
Viego looking topside at Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does not have Death Realm anymore, so he is going to be stunned by Viego W. Trying to fight back, trying to target the Viego, and just get the shield off. Is he going to get one before he dies? And he first item for every champion on the top side of the map. It's pretty big power spikes for these champions as well. Mordekaiser from the Andrews, and we have a fight breaking out in the bot lane.
With matched up with the double stun, that's a free double kill for FSC. Viego here. Okay, we're about to get the fight on our hands here.
Seraphine goes out, hits 2, and there is a big fight going on here. Xin Zhao goes in, tries to get into the backline, kills the Seraphine, gets pretty low himself. Victor coming to help as well. Looks like
Welcome back to the PBC Esports Championship League of Legends. We are still in the quarterfinals for the second match between University of North Georgia and Florida Southern. It was a very close first game. I'm curious to see what changes both teams are going to make up in the draft for the second game. There wasn't really any standalone pick that made too much of an issue. I feel like it was more of just teams made mistakes. There wasn't. So I'm curious to see if they're going to keep the same picks and bans, because it didn't feel like there was like, oh, that one champion absolutely took over the game by themselves. It felt like a lot of it was both teams just either playing well or not well on the macro map. So I'm curious to see if there's going to be any specific bans this time.
for sure. I'm sure that they'd consider taking a couple champs off from, especially from FSC's side that they just played, because it seems like they can perform very well on them. But other than that, their UNG's loss is definitely more attributed towards macro, towards the overall game flow than it was any particular champion or pick. However, we did see a couple really impactful moments from the Seraphine, for example. And then when the Ash arrows did hit, it did end up in the kill both times. That I remember watching it happen. But
It looks like the draft is starting here.
we'll see how it goes now.
Blue side has been UNG chose red side. probably for that counter pick to make it so that way they can get winning matchups in all their lanes. We'll see if that actually happens this game in this draft here.
Yeah, Twitch is
Starting
going to be
with the
banned
Twitch
again.
ban. I have
Same
a
as
feeling
last game.
FSU is probably going to keep their bans the same. They're probably pretty happy. Maybe they'll ban the Yone this time, as Victor kind of struggled in lane against that. So I'm curious to see if maybe they'll do that ban.
FSC going to ban the Olaf again, it looks like. Being consistent. Lily is also banned on UNG's side, which is something they also did last draft.
Let's see. I wonder if we'll see the Aurora ban. It looks like Viego is going to be banned this
Yeah,
time. They
makes
did not
sense,
like
makes
the
sense.
Viego.
Take it off. Take it away. We don't want to see
what
it
the
anymore.
jungler has this time. Instead of maybe they'll do that instead of the Cantrick ban this time. We'll
Mhm.
see.
Gwen, great
FSU
ban, of
keeping the
course.
exact same 3 bans. He said Gwen's way too strong of a champ right now. We got to get it out of here. And then
Mhm.
all up in Twitch. It's looking like instead they're dropping the Aurora ban UNG is. They're swapping it to the Viego ban. So I'm curious if FSU is going to take the opportunity to maybe first pick Aurora here. It's looking like it.
It is hovered.
It's a pretty safe blind pick. There's not really any like extremely hard counters for Aurora, at least in the current meta that I've heard of. We'll see what they have. The answer is Silas.
Silas, very interesting pick in response, but it is a very strong ult, having Aurora ult on Silas, so I can see some logic behind that answer.
And Insta-Lock and Jarvan as well, which is an interesting combo with the Silas. And it looks like
Seraphine
Seraphine from FSU
locked
again,
in.
probably going support. And we're seeing an Ari hover. It surely
That's not-
is an
it's
Ari.
not.
No, it's
Unless
surely
that
a
is an Aurora top, which would be crazy to show right away. But either way, all of these ults are looking very strong on Silas, so I don't think Ari is going to be the pick here.
I don't think it'll be Ari either, unless we do see, like you said, it's
Oh my
Ari,
gosh.
So it's going to be Aurora top. This is a very
Wow.
squishy AP heavy team comp. We
Yeah.
have to see some kind of high AD damage AC, and there's got to be a tank jungler. Right now, they're lacking a lot of front line,
Mhm.
and the AD carry position is not where you're looking for a front line. So it surely has to be a jungler here.
Yeah.
For some kind of front line.
Yeah, FSC playing both Aurora and Ari is a very interesting option. Having 2 assassin-oriented mage champions on a team is very interesting. I wonder how they're going to play around those fights.
And now they have the Alistar as well. So a little bit more engaged than the Braum last time. However, it's not a super heavy engage. Alistar is very good. He's a very well-rounded character in the fact that he can both peel and engage decently well. However, there are better champions in both positions. However, it's an interesting pick, this Alistar, as Florida Southern does not seem like they're going to want to be engaging hard. It looks like they're going to be playing from range and poke for the most part. But you see the Xin Zhao ban coming through. They do not want to play it. They actually banned it they picked it last game, so I guess they think that Florida Southern will be able to play it well this game. FSU does not want to see the Mordekaiser again, so they're banning it this time.
I would kind of expect that FSC would try to pick a jungler with some sort of point-and-click ult, something like a Vi or a Nocturne, because having that type of setup for Aurora and Ari to play off of seems very strong, especially early in mid-game. I can only wonder what their logic would be in drafting this comp.
It's going to be very difficult, though, if they choose. I am curious to see if it'll be Vi. However, there's not really any Vi targets right now, so it's kind of risky to pick the Vi here, because if they just pick, like, something super safe in the AD carry, like, I don't know, like a Zaya or something, it's like Vi won't have that much of a use.
Right.
So I'm curious to see what they actually do with that.
Yeah, we could still be looking at Seraphine being a flex pick here.
It's
And
mooned out top lane.
Top, you're looking 4 melees on UNG's
4
side.
melees.
Very interesting choice into the champions that have been picked already, but for sure Aurora and Ari can have some trouble when it comes to fighting against this type of beefy frontline team.
Yeah, they're lacking we'll see the Varus again coming out from FSU as it looks like they lock it in. So we're going to see another game of the Varus Seraphine bot lane, lots of CC.
Yeah, we need something to round out the
from
comp
those
here,
two.
something like a tank
We
as
need
well.
some kind of front line, something
Mhm.
with a little bit of HP, as FSU's team is very squishy right now. It'll be kind of hard it makes it very easy for those bruisers to actually deal a lot of damage, as they do. We'll see the Wukong, which is an interesting pick. It is a bit of a front line, however, it's not the tankiest thing. So this is in my opinion, it is a good combo with Seraphine though. It's a very interesting team comp. I think it'll be hard for them to execute a bit with all of these ranged champions. However, it is an Ari and Aurora who can kind of buy their own space with Aurora's jump reset with invisibility. So it's a lot harder to catch an Aurora than like a traditional mage, as well as with Ari with their ult resets. So I think that's going to be FSU is going to have the Varus, Seraphine, and Wukong together, and then in these team fights, Ari and Aurora is going to look for flanks. And we get a Samira pick. That's a very interesting pick.
Samira does seem like a pretty good pick into these champions. We have things like Seraphine or even Ari Charm or Varus R that she can block with her W, but she can only block one or two of those if they somehow if they layer it the wrong way.
Lots of disruption with this Wukong ult, so it's a very interesting pick on this Samira. It's going to be a very rough lane until they can hit 6 and look for that kill threat. Until then, or maybe they can do something at like the level 2 once Alistar gets the WQ and Samira also has her EQ. I think this is going to be a pretty hard game for that Samira to actually shine in. But I'm kind of curious. UNG, again, very low range comp, lots of melees, and it's kind of looking like the same thing with FSC with having a lot of range champions on their team. So I'm kind of curious if we'll see something again that happens like last game, where they'll win their, except this time it's Aurora into Amundo. So I'm curious to see if they'll be winning their lanes as hard this game, since they aren't as winning with the Ari and the Silas.
Right.
But we'll see.
And as far as these matchups go, it is going to be an electrocute Silas mid lane, which indicates that he's going to be playing an assassin playstyle, which makes a lot of sense considering the durability that FSC lacks in their team comp. And I expect to see something like Ari or Aurora actually having grasp. I mean, Aurora does have grasp in top lane. I could imagine her and Ari both building perhaps a burn build. Leandri's looking to take down on the high HP bars that will be on UNG's side. And FSC is stacking bot lane right now with all 5 of their champions. Looking to find someone out of place.
Nobody finds anyone. Pretty stagnant deploy. Nothing too much really happened. No super deep wards. No crazy skirmishes. We actually haven't seen any of that today, I don't think. I don't think we saw... No, we did see that one actually in the second series. It was... Or first series, I believe. The Yasuo and the Wukong.
Oh yeah, that was the second series. Yeah, Yasuo's walking in around the mid lane.
The second game of the first series, I believe it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the first series. Okay, second was KC.
So,
correct?
yes.
Okay, so it was the first series.
We'll see. Nothing that much happened in this game.
Nothing crazy like that.
Everyone just kind of walking the lane. I'm curious to see how UNG plays this level 1 because the Seraphine, Varus. It looks like Seraphine and Varus might be conceding push here, which is rather interesting in this situation, as they are the ranged into melee.
Yeah, that is
and
not
it is an
typically
Alistar, so it's very difficult for Alistar to engage level 1 because he has to invest his flash to actually get into range of the Seraphine. So I'm curious to see why they're giving so much. And it looks like UNG is doing the 3 camp again of their Jarvan. He skipped his Raptors this time again. I'm curious to see if they'll actually go for a gank this time, or if they'll set themselves behind again.
Not much going on the other parts of the map. Silas is a little bit chunked, but that is natural considering his status as a melee mid laner to Ari. Wukong is currently in the top side of the map, looking to clear down towards bot side, but he is going to be much later than Jarvan is. Jarvan looks like he's going to be making a look on a play very shortly.
This may be the reason that FSC keeps on conceding push, is because they know UNG's jungler. This may be a common theme for him to 3 camp gank. So this could be their typical response to it. Maybe they're thinking, oh, he's going to be ganking us every time. Let's let the wave push into us. However, it's now starting to bounce out. Jarvan might be wrapping around behind here with, as we can see, sitting in that tri-bush, waiting for them to walk up. And the engage happens. Flash Q from Alistar, knocked back into the team. Jarvan EQ, this Seraphine is dead on my screen. First blood goes to UNG. They actually managed to pull off the 3 camp gank this time. And Wukong is able to function with an invade. So it's a relatively just all-winning play for UNG here, as they also get Seraphine's flash and the kill.
Yeah, very well executed too. The Alistar flash into headbutting back into that the flash wouldn't take Seraphine anywhere is very, very strong combo with this Jarvan coming from behind. Definitely not much that Seraphine can really do in that situation.
All she could have done was flash that initial Alistar flash, but it's a very fast reaction time, especially since
he was he just did it instantly. There wasn't as much telegraphing as you usually see. It was just a flash Q because she was probably expecting the W Q, but not the flash Q. Wukong is, however, able to full clear, get a bit of that CS lead. Will most likely get the double scuttle. We'll actually see if he goes for it. Oh, looks like he just is gonna sit bot side. Maybe walk across to contest the scuttle now.
Maybe.
It looks like it's just going to go back to full clearing his wolves. Yeah, just full
back to
clear
clear.
again. Try to get that CS lead, make himself the carry, which is sometimes viable on Wukong, because Wukong is definitely one of those AD bruisers who can do a lot of damage in the game while also providing a lot of CC. So that's something I think we've been seeing a lot from FSC Jungler, and it paid off decently well in last game, as we saw that via Go-Go, 14-4. And this Aurora is kind of going how the lane you would expect. Aurora kind of just has control of the wave. Mundo tries to steal as much CS as he can with his cleavers. Not much else he can do. And UNG is starting to set up a freeze in this bot lane to punish the flashless Seraphine as Alstar just charges the Hex Flash. I think Jarvan barely got spotted by that melee, squeezing through into the back line. So FSC knows that this Jarvan is nearby. They do not want to walk up.
Wukong is going to finish his double scuttle, and his top side camp is going to start his first recall of the game at 40 CS. He's going to come back quite strong with Sheen and Longsword, so
He's much stronger than the Jarvan with just a longsword right now. We'll see if he can do something with this lead, see if they can try to contest this dragon. However, they do have no flash on the Seraphine, so it's kind of hard for them to walk in with no prio either.
UNG is going to start hitting drag. Bot and mid have both rotated on their side.
I believe they also, since they used the EQ on the Jarvan's EQ, they have no vision of this. They have no knowledge right now, except for that the bot lane is missing, so they should start sniffing around. They drop a ward and see it. However, I don't know that there's much that UNG can do at this point, as they do have complete control of the area with FSC having no vision. It looks like they're giving the dragon. Grubs are going to be spawning in 6 seconds, so I'm curious to see if looks like FSC is just looking to trade them, 1-for-1 trade. Not too bad. However, since UNG did the dragon so fast, there's a chance they can try to either take the fight after the grubs are already taken, or maybe look for a steal on one. I'm curious to see if UNG is going to actually try to contest this at all.
It's a little bit difficult if Silas isn't rotating yet. Ari is the first to move from mid lane.
It looks like Jarvan's just going to be taking his camps. He's not really feeling like it's straight to grubs specifically, as Aurora and Ari both have push. So it's very difficult to walk up to these. It could be a very point flip of a fight. It's safer just for him to take his camps, catch up on that farm he missed out on that 3-camp gank, try to catch back up a bit in CS.
Otherwise, very stable lanes going on around. Top is just naturally losing the matchup. Sucks to be the melee in that situation. Silas is slowly trying to get to the game.
The Mundo will look to actually run down the Aurora once he actually gets a bunch of those items and the Aurora can't truly one-shot him. Looks like we're contesting the red buff FSC. We'll see if the Wukong with his ult is able to solo kill this Jarvan. Nope, he just kicks them off of the red buff, takes the flash from the Jarvan. You're not happy to see this as Jarvan. You're now down 22 CS. You are very far behind in your camps. And lanes are kind of going as you expected. FSC, now that they know where Jarvan is, they can actually walk up and start contesting these waves and actually use their ranged advantage. It makes it very hard to catch as UNG. They do have a large CS discrepancy, as they had to be super careful when the Alistar took the flash of the Seraphine. When the Jarvan kept on ganking them, they couldn't actually farm that well. So as UNG, I'm pretty happy in that ball lane for my Smear to have a lead like this. As well as being even in the mid lane as the Silas, which is kind of what you're looking to do. You're not looking to go ahead and CS, you're looking to turn around for kills and actually win the fights.
Yep. No need for Silas for a home run play just
Looking like
yet.
Seraphine gets caught out here a bit. She gets chunked to 1 HP. Looks like Samira
Flashes in, manages to get the E out as well.
with
Doesn't
the
take any
reset.
shots.
And takes one turret shot, gets out, says, "Thank you for the kill. I'm going to take my kill and run." That's exactly what this Samira wants to do. She wants to get these kills. So this is looking like a game that Samira could potentially try to take over, as she does have that kill. She does have a lot of fun. This is kind of what you're looking for as the Samira, is to actually get ahead. The Samira has to get ahead so that she's able to make a big impact in these team fights and hopefully like just one-shot the ultimate with their ult. But we'll see if this league will actually work.
as she's barely short of gold on Collector, which is rather unfortunate, but there's not much you can do.
Things are shaping up pretty nicely on the bot side of the map for UNG. On the other ends here, we see Silas. A little bit of fun now that Ari's getting a little bit low, but things aren't really happening in these lanes.
It looks like
No,
Alistar
it's
might be
just
trying to
running
go for
out.
the flash over the Raptor Wall. However, Ari still does have ult, so this is very risky. It looks like Seraphine's going to be walking behind and getting vision on that control ward. How is this Alistar going to get out now?
Alistar going to be spotted up by the Seraphine. Headbutts her back, but he is currently trapped, but now he's getting saved by his teammates. It is now a 3v3 in the bot jungle. Narvin going to play the first kill.
Samir's about to get her ult. She's one stack
Samira
off. She
can't
doesn't
get
get
it.
it off. That leads to Samira dying with a beautiful Varus ult, blocking up both of them.
They're still hitting, but Silas walks in with Ari ult. Getting a
Awesome,
security
get
kill
the kill on that
himself.
Wukong. That Wukong is very far ahead with lots of money. However, that shutdown now does go to Silas, which will hopefully swing the matchup for him, as we see the Ari going the Robo build again. A lower damage, but a higher, more sustained. So it's going to be a lot harder for the Silas to one-shot her, but it's going to be a lot harder for her to one-shot him as well. So curious to see how that will impact the old matchup, which used to be kind of both just decide to fight. And we'll see if Mundo does anything with this chunk here. Nope, just takes turret shot as he tries to get demolished. Aurora's going to take a reset here. She's too low to be playing.
Aurora starting to struggle a little bit into this Mundo, trying to keep up with his extremely high health bar with her limited mana pool. And she is going to start with a Hextech Alternator for a second component, so it doesn't look like she's going to lean into the burn build or addition of her champion just yet. We're going to see some vision being fought over, but Seraphine can't really lead this wave. But Samira and Alistar are getting pretty deep wards into the blue side of the map.
Potentially, they could be looking for the dive, as they know Seraphine has no flash. They could be looking for this 2v2 here. We also see Wukong engaging on this Silas. Ari uses ult to try to catch him with the charm, however he manages to walk out as Wukong has no ult. We see Alistar locking down this Varus, however Samira's just too far away. Varus flashes out, not much you can do there. However, now that Varus has no ult, that is a great target for Alistar in later fights, such as this dragon fight. They are very chunked, however, so this is a bit of a risky fight with Samira's HP.
And UNG looking to back off. They don't really want to be in this choke point with Seraphine staring at them. Seraphine ult still being up. There could be a possibility to throw a lot of kills the way of FSC, but it looks like there is no contest yet. UNG looking to walk back into the jungle. Silas trying to walk down the tri-bush, gets the Wukong ult.
Very impactful for this team fight. We'll see if they actually try to fight this dragon, as we're seeing a 4v4 kind of start to shape up. And we see red side UNG fall off of the dragon as FSC gets the scuttle. We see Alistar engage.
Alistar
with the
engages, Silas tries to
headbutt
walk
override.
in. Fortunately, Samir is the first to fall, but Wukong ult comes out from the Silas. Silas trying to look to make a comeback into this fight. Jarvan trying to keep people trapped in his ult, but unfortunately, no kills come about.
This is too low HP. She wasn't able to get her ult off, and that just leads to the death of Samira and the winning team fight for FSC. Not actually able to use the gold advantage they had, and now they're going to drop behind in the gold actually, as FSC also gets the dragon. Very good situation for FSC. This is exactly what you want to see here. You want to see this Varus and Seraphine actually get back into the game, as they were falling very far behind because of that Samira early three camp gank, which put them a bit behind, but now they're looking to get back.
Yeah, I will say it was a very interesting sequence what Jarvan just did, because he definitely had a way out of that fight, but he instead opted to EQ back over the wall parallel to the enemy team. So it kind of looked like Jarvan just gave his life away. Samira looking for the fight onto Ari, but gets charmed out before she can get S and before she can activate her ult. Now it's a 2v2 again. Samira not able to get the ult off, not able to get
Ari
the kill.
gets her ult back last second to be able to actually ult out of the fight. That's very close. Ari was on death's door there. She didn't have ults. Well played by the Alistar, but she barely gets out 1 HP.
We're going to see Varus going to be alone in the bot side. Seraphine is catching a mid wave.
We can now see
Teams are just redeploying.
We also can see that Mundo now has his Warmogs completed. Once he actually gets that passive built up with enough HP from his levels and items and such, he'll be able to shrug off all the poke that this Aurora does inside lane. This is when Aurora is going to begin to start struggling in the 1v1. this is when Mundo can actually start to push his EQ. I'm curious to see how this turns out.
Yeah, we should be looking for an adaptation from Aurora here, perhaps looking to impact more fights as she has been uninvolved so far. Because her presence on side lane is not going to matter too much with this Mundo being so tanky and not really caring too much about the poke she's dishing out. So far, no lane swaps have happened just yet. ADCs are still in the bot lane.
You can see they have vision on this Alistar. I'm looking to see if there's going to be a counter gank here from the Seraphine and Wukong. Looks like Alistar is just going to pulverize Headbutt into his death as Samir wasn't able to follow up due to the Seraphine and Wukong. This game is starting to get... UNG was in a very big lead, and it looks like they're starting to throw it the other way around. However, they get a big pick on the Ahri, who's down her ult, so she's actually very vulnerable. And now they also get her flash as well with the Jarvan ult, leading to her death. This is what UNG needs to get back to this game. They need to start finding pressure somewhere, most likely through their Sylas, who's now 2-0, very far ahead. Well, I'm curious to see if this is their way back in, because their Samira is starting to fall more and more behind. Wukong engages with the Cyclone. We'll see if he actually gets a pick on the Sylas. This is not what you want to see as a UNG fan. The Sylas's death there is very bad. It allows them to get grubs for free, as well as get the shutdown over to the Wukong, who has been maintaining his high, ginormous CS lead this entire game. This Wukong is very far ahead of the pace. It's a full level up. You see the engage from the Alistar, Seraphine counter ult into the Aurora ult to get that damage off. See Wukong continue to chase after the Jarvan. The Alistar ult finally fades, so Alistar finally pops. Let's see if this Mundo can manage to win this fight here. Ahri Charm hits, leaving the Mundo to get CC'd. Samira finally makes it to the fight with her ults about to charge up. She has S. We'll see if she can use it to kill this Rabbit. The Rabbit barely gets out 1 HP. Aurora lives. Aurora makes it to see another day. A very close fight from both sides. UNG barely able to turn it as that Mundo stays at 1 HP forever due to his ult. And then giving enough time for the Samir to actually make it to the fight while the Varus just hits blades in the bot.
It was definitely a very messy fight. It looks like Sylas here is going to steal Varus and going to land it onto the Varus himself. Tries to walk in, tries to hit him with E and W, hits everything, and secures the kill on his own against the Varus. Definitely not the lane you want to be in as Varus when you see this Sylas walking down at you.
That's very bad, as the whole trade-off was of UNG sending their ADC top lane to actually secure that fight. This Varus is supposed to get lots of plays, lots of advantage in the bot side. However, due to him dying right there, he lost the majority of the advantage he could have gotten. He did, however, turret has fallen in the bot lane. So they're able to get a little bit, at least a little bit out of it. However, he does just die to the Sylas, giving the shutdown over to the Sylas, who already has a decent amount of kills.
We are starting to see the Haunting Guise being built on Aurora, being her first component for the Liandries that she is going to build to counter this Mundo, which might not be enough to really kill him 1v1, but it's definitely going to help a little bit in keeping him low so that he will not want to fight so often.
I have a feeling this Mundo is going to be a very strong late game, as Varus also opted into lethality Varus, so it's going to be very hard to kill this Mundo, as they have no actual true DPS. It's most likely going to have to be up to Wukong, which is not what you want to see. You get Aurora ult into Aurora W, allows him to get out of the Jarvan ult, allowing the trade to go 1-for-1. Very well played by the Aurora there. Allowing to barely get out. Or not get out, but allow him to go 1-for-1 instead of a 0-for-1.
Sylas getting flops on the Wukong as well. Manages to take the ult before Wukong get in melee range. Can Sylas get out of this alive? Sylas looking to go back in, flashes onto the Ahri, misses E though, and doesn't manage to reach Ahri, but he walks forward. Ahri still trying to kite away, manages to live, and Seraphine will secure the kill onto the Sylas.
Great move by Seraphine there. If she isn't there, that's definitely going to be a 1-for-1. You lose a little bit of damage mid lane, but that's nothing compared to the actual kill that you're able to get in the bot lane. Get this Sylas behind, get this Ahri ahead, because Sylas is one of their strong points, and UNG's kind of been playing away from it, and FSC is able to kind of shut it down now.
FSC going to be the first one to start the Dragon, and UNG not looking like they want to contest at all.
With Sylas not being alive, there's no chance to contest. It's just kind of a free Dragon for FSC here. I'm curious they do have 2 Dragon Summons. Hex Soul, one of the strongest souls in the game, if not the strongest soul in the game. So I'm curious to see how these next 2 Dragon fights go for FSC, because if they can win both of the next 2 Dragon fights, I'm sure the game is theirs.
UNG definitely isn't out of the game yet. In fact, they are still leading by about 500 gold. Mundo definitely still a very strong point for UNG. However, it seems they're finding they're not finding very many ways to involve him into these fights. However, there was the dive earlier that unfortunately was done ahead of the wave, and so the Jarvan ended up trading his life away for the Aurora.
I feel like something that UNG has been struggling in the series so far is having one of their members get caught out pushing too far or being in deep enemy vision. We're seeing a similar problem again with the Silas when he got caught in the bot lane. They're trying to play around their Mundo, who is their side laners are their strong point right now. I think the Silas is pretty strong compared to the Ari, and the Mundo is also pretty strong. I'm curious to see if they'll continue to keep making picks on the side lane. However, honestly, UNG is just a strong team all around right now, right? They have 3 avenues to play through. They can play through Mundo, Samira, or Silas, whoever their choice is. However, their Silas seems to want to play very aggressive, so I'm surprised that UNG is not breaking them for this.
Another mistake that UNG has been making is been playing ahead of their wave, such as the traded 1-for-1 dive in the top side of the Aurora, which didn't plan very well. Looks like UNG is going to be doing Herald and is going to take it for themselves while FSC is playing on the other side of the map.
Picking out the Silas once again, not recognizing that he is on weak side and that he can't look for these aggressive fights and aggressive trades. It may lead to the loss of their tier 2 because FSC did manage to get all 4 of those grubs earlier, or get 4 out of the 6 grubs, which then allows them to get this free tier 2 bot, and hopefully, and we'll see if they're able to make it out or if they're going to look for the fight here.
There's definitely an avenue to fight here. Seraphine isn't a decent choke point for her ult, but looks like they are not looking to fight
I think
at
it's
all.
just they took the tier 2. There's no reason to force a fight. They just reset, recover their waves, recover their top side.
Yeah, nothing to necessarily play for at the moment. More comfortable getting what they got and getting out.
And Mundo completes the Heart Steal. He's only going to get tankier and tankier at this point. But Aurora also completes that Leandries. I'm curious to see if she's actually... I don't think she'll be able to match him, though, because that Mundo is just going to heal back up with Warmogs. And it's going to be very hard for Aurora to function in that side lane.
Yeah. However, I don't think Aurora should ever die in this case. I mean, she has 3 ways of escaping at the moment, actually, with Flash, her ult, and her W. And Mundo did take Ghost.
And she also
and not
gets to
Flash.
clear waves very fast. So I think it's just going to be neutral. I think Mundo's just going to keep on maintaining that push. As I don't think they'll actually ever be able to catch this Mundo.
But it will keep him in that lane next to this Aurora, which might be a little
It looks
bit
like he's going to be
rough
summoning
for Aurora.
Herald to try to get this tier 2 top lane. As Aurora can't just press her QE on the Herald and it die like she does with the normal minions. So I think this should be tier 2 top for the Mundo. There's not much the Aurora can do here. Just
Very
kinda sit back and
calculated
watch.
decision from this Mundo, seeing that FSC was playing on the bot side of the map, knowing that it's just Aurora there is no chance that this Herald gets stopped on that T2 turret. So he gets it and is very happy with the cash he just got into his pocket.
This Mundo is becoming more and more of a strong menace on that side lane. Not really able to be matched by anyone. We see Silas getting caught again in that side lane. However, we're seeing Mundo try to do a TP cover and getting matched by their Aurora. I don't know how the Mundo is going to get out of this one.
Samira is very late to the party, so they are missing a big amount of damage on the side of UMG. They're going to get knocked up by Wukong. Garvin trying to slow him down with his ult. Manages to secure the
This
Wukong
dude's
stun.
tanky. He still hasn't fallen. He finally falls. Samira gets here too late, too little. She has to flash the Seraphine, but she gets the ult, but isn't able to finish any kills with it. This is a big win for FSC. This fight could lead to them getting this down, leads to them getting Otacon, which is a very big objective. And it's pulling it ahead a little bit in that gold lead. This is what FSC needs. They keep on winning these team fights. They keep on catching out the Silas. He keeps on dying inside lane. That's UNG's biggest weakness right now. Has been the Silas getting caught out. It makes the game so much harder to play. They keep on having to try to fight these 4v5s, and they just
Yeah. Silas should definitely take some time to reevaluate how he's approaching playing on which side of the map he's playing on. However, the TP after he had died already from Mundo seems like a very miscalculated decision. He probably felt very strong after the amount of bullying, the amount of gold that he's been getting in the top lane. But unfortunately, it does not lead to anything positive for UNG.
a chain into moment. We saw the Silas get the first hit by getting caught out, which was well done as FSC to know that he's going to be overstepping, knowing that he'll be there by himself, and
Recognizing the
actually
pattern.
properly punishing. But however, UNG is now able to get this dragon since FSC took the Otacon. So UNG not completely down. They do stop the dragon stacking that the FSC has, making it 2-2. So it's not completely lost for UNG. They still have plenty of ways to get back in this game.
Gold lead has already shifted towards the way of FSC. And this is something that we haven't seen yet in the early to mid game until now, until a few minutes ago. And it is definitely starting to look like a very FSC sided game. Aurora is 5-1 and 2 currently, which is a big upgrade from where she was just a few moments ago. And she is going to take that T1 turret with her jungler on that side of the map. We'll see how Silas and Jarvan like to play into this
We also
push.
see Samira taking the Hex Gate. I'm kind of curious. I think there's about to be a fight here.
looks like there's
Wukong
four
looks like
people
he's getting
collapsing.
caught out. We'll see if they're actually able to finish him off. He gets out with the flash, the Aurora ult, but followed up by the chains, by the Silas, leads to the Aurora death. That's a big shutdown for Samira.
No, that was a very, very good exchange for the finish. However,
We
looks
also
like
see now this
he's
Mundo
trying
is
to
running
do
down this Ari. He gets out very low HP. The Mundo's also, he seems like he's low HP, but then you have to remember that's around like 2,000 health there. He has so much HP,
and he still has his ult.
and he still has the Warmox passive. He's going to be already back at HP, while Ari's going to not be able to defend this turret, so that's going to be another turret to win.
This Mundo pick is definitely looking very strong into the two side laners that FSC decided to pick for themselves. And their decision is definitely coming back to haunt them.
I feel like UNG is looking for another scrap here. Silas does have TP, so he'll be able to make it to this fight. We'll see if they actually try to contest this midway. It looks like they're kind of giving it, letting FSC get that first control of the Baron pit, as this is most likely where the next fight's going to be. Unless they're either going to wait for the next dragon or fight at the Baron. It's curious to see which one they're actually going to pull the trigger at.
UNG is going to walk in as 4 towards the bot side of the map with Mundo pushing in the bot lane. Looks like they're going to look to play onto the T2. They find the jungler as he was rotating, and Wukong falls to the Samira.
It looks like Seraphine took the wrong portal. She hex tech gates in. She's already dead. That's a very big pick for UNG.
And this is exactly what UNG needs to get back into this game. Definitely a big positive net income for them. And it looks like they're going to try going to this top side of the map, trying to look to do the Baron, while
They
the
did get two
jungler and
picks.
Seraphine are in dead timers.
They also do have TP on Mundo. This looks like a very clean Baron. The only thing left is this Aurora and this Varus. But we'll see if they're actually able to make a play with their ults, as they do have both of them. And their Aurora ult goes out. She's able to get one tap, but they're all very low now for this Varus. We'll see if Varus is able to clean up, as he gets pulverized and headbutted by the Alistar. He's now just dead on our screen.
It seems it was too much of an ambitious decision. However, there is a Mundo going to TP towards a Baron, but there is nothing to stop. They had already decided to stop
This
the
allows
play.
Mundo to now get that free tier 2 bot turret. This Wukong cannot one-shot the Mundo. He just gets to run away in front of his face. So he doesn't get the full turret. He does, however, get a large chunk on it and forces out that RA TP. He now has TP advantage. So FSC does give away 2 kills, but they get them off of the Baron, so it's not all bad for FSC here, as they did have a bit of a mishaps with that RETP, as UNG was already off of it, but it allowed them to force off UNG. So back to kind of a clean, even state on the map. However, Mundo does finally finish off that tier 2 in the bot lane, allowing UNG to get that gold lead back again.
Things are starting to go back the way of UNG. Definitely a couple plays just now worked out in their favor, but the decision for the next set of plays should be deciding how they're going to try to end the game.
We're going to see a Hex Slash from Alistar here. It's a good pick. Good Samira win wall stops it with the flash in, knowing she can finish off the Varus there. Goes 1-for-1 under the turret. Bit of a dive. It ended up working out a bit in her favor, going 1-for-1. But we'll see if the Mundo is able to kill the Aurora here. Aurora gets out with her ult, being able to jump from side to side. Both ADCs go 1-for-1. However, they did have to trade Samira Flash for it. And we see Silas with the Predict E chains, finishing up with the Ariel, getting that 1-for-1. As Silas is finally able to actually enter the 1v1. FSC didn't respond to him split pushing, so he's finally able to actually get that kill.
Silas and Lum are happy now that there isn't a full team waiting behind the Ahri, but there is a fight going to happen in the bot side. Wukong tries to ult the Alistar and the Mundo. Mundo is starting to get chunked down, and he is going to fall to the Wukong and to his teammates behind him. Interesting
However,
pick
with
for
them
FSC, but it doesn't look
so
like
many
it's-
resources bot lane. Mundo did actually get that inib turret, so that was what he was dying for, but it also allowed Jarvan to get that mid-tier 1, as they had to send so many members down there. This is just opening up the map more for UNG. They are down a member now, for this dragon fight that's already spawned, whereas Ari's going to be back a little bit faster. So we'll see if they're actually able to make a advantage of that timing. However, Mundo does have TP, so it's not that much.
Yeah, UNG is posturing in the top side of the map. They are looking to start Baron and trade away the dragon, and this could be a bit of a risk if FSC decides to go
FSC
back and
actually
test.
sniffs it out. This will be very risky from UNG as they'll be down HP already from starting the dragon.
Yeah, FSC Wukong tries to walk in, gets headbutted by the Alistar, Seraphine falling up to the roof. But it looks like Silas goes in with Wukong ult, but gets charmed by the Seraphine ult. Aurora ult coming down as well, a big fight going on, but unfortunately for UNG, FSC is getting a lot of kills. Is eventually going to wipe out almost all of them, Mundo the only one left on the map.
The Wukong ult peel was just too strong. They couldn't actually properly engage. As Samira can't actually ult on, and it got instantly canceled. We'll see if Mundo is able to have a 1v4 hero play here. However, I just don't think it's possible. He's just not strong enough. It's one champion against 4. We all know how numbers work, but he almost actually pulled it off. He almost did, but it's not much you can do as FSC now is hitting this Baron. They get Baron. Looks like they're going to get that mid-tier 1. UNG's in a bit of a dire state right now. However, the game is not over yet for sure.
It seems like a bit of a blunder by Mundo as well. There's no need to trade away his life considering the fact that they can just continue to hit the Baron even if he kills one of them. So it's definitely a very big miscalculated decision from him. But as you said, they are not out of the game yet. UNG just needs to defend this Baron and maybe look for some picks, maybe look for a play like they did earlier, maybe look to Baron trap on the side of the map that FSC will enter on. However, they do not have the tempo right now to do anything.
Is as well by Mundo actually TPing in late and dying so far off from when his team is. They're not actually going to be able to contest this dragon anymore. It's going to be another dragon for FSC soul stacking. They're also going to be able to actually push out these lanes with no contest. We'll see if they just ignore the dragon and keep pushing. So that way they can get as much as they can on the map before falling back to the dragon. But it seems like they're just going to take the safe route, take that dragon. Unless they're waiting to look for a team fight here. They'll look to maybe get another pick first. Looks like they get a catch on this Jarvan.
Is going to fall. Seraphine ult hits 2. Silas also hits the Seraphine ult, hits 4 players. However, it is too little too late. Seraphine ults going all around. Right. FSC is going to clean up the fight.
Well played by FSC. It looked a little bit tricky after that Jarvan ult and the Silas stealing the Seraphine ult. However, they're able to finish it off cleanly with only losing 1 member while UNG lost all 4 of the members that they had in that fight. Mundo is just stuck top lane by himself. And this may be FSC's push to end. However, it's going to be very difficult with the Mundo still up. But they do have Baron, so they have very long death timers as well. They have 10-20 seconds, so I'm curious to see if they'll actually go for the end here. I think it's looking like they're going to back away. There's just not enough members there right now. They're going to decide to instead just get the top tier 2 reset, as they still do have 1 more minute of Baron push until actually the Baron expires. So I'm curious to see if they're going to look for another push, maybe try to send all 5 top lane, all 5 bot lane, figure out, try to break open the game a little bit more, as they did get that mid inhib, but they do still have 2 more intense standing for UNG.
The natural push from mid lane, though, is going to be a big boon in favor of FSC. So FSC can definitely look to 5-stack on one of the side lanes and try to end the game that way, waiting to sync up with the mid wave and the super minions barreling down towards UNG's Nexus. However, UNG trying to look for a way back into this game, maybe trying to look for a duo pick between the Silas and Jarvan, but nothing comes about. Nobody in the jungle. Seraphine backs up. Ari is just hitting the wave bot. It looks like FSC doesn't really want to push out 5 on a lane right now. They are spread out across the map. And looks like they want to play neutral.
They're just going to be catching these waves, trying to stop them from actually using their Baron push. As the Baron does only have 8 more seconds left until it fades away, we'll not get another push out of them, unfortunately. However, they did get lots of turrets with it, so it is a very good Baron for them. Lots of gold increase. It's now 5k gold lead for FSC, and they also have 3 out of 4 dragons, with the next one spawning in 3 minutes. I'm curious to see if they'll let the game go that long, or if they'll try to end soon.
Silas is alone on the bot lane right now, and Wukong and Ari are both creeping up, trying to get some space onto the map. However, it doesn't seem like they're going to keep pursuing that idea. I think what is going to go down on the Wolves. So they are going to have some vision on some rotations going on from UNG. Right now, we're just looking at a fight over waves and fight over vision, trying to pressure and peel back as needed. However, there are no neutral objectives on the map currently to play for. So FSC looks to be just trying to take as many camps as they can, wherever they can find them. But things are just slowing down. Perhaps both teams are waiting for a
Alistar
fight.
has to pop ult due to the retron landing as he has to walk in blindly. So there's not much he can do to try to get vision except for absorb the damage. But he does lose his ult, which is Alistar's main sustain tool. And Alistar without ult is very squishy. That's one of his greatest weaknesses, is how squishy he is without his ult. So it's going to be a lot easier for FSC to win any fight while Alistar doesn't have ult. And they didn't even have to use any of theirs to get it out.
And it looks like they are going to opt for trying to push waves in, trying to pressure turrets, but now they're looking to back up. Even with Alistar ult down, it is a little bit scary trying to walk into the enemy team, walk into UNG's base with 5 players on the map. They are going to start rotating away from the bot side.
You see FSC not really wanting to pull the trigger, a little bit scared because they have no Baron buff. A little bit nervous. They don't want to. It's probably that land jitters, not wanting to potentially throw the game with the bad.
But also gets cut out. Seraphine ult lands on him as well. Cleanse has to come out from Samira, and Samira trying to get out with Flash as well. Those are both sums down from the Samira. And this is a very good spot for FSC now, looking to maybe push while Alistar is down. They do still have Ahri ult up, but that is their only ult available. Jarvan, Samira, and Sylas and Mundo all have ults up to fight back if need be. However, can they find a way to coordinate a stop to this push? That bot turret is going to fall. Inhib is now open. FSC is going to continue bashing that Inhib down, trying to get as many supers onto the map on UNG's side as possible. Perhaps looking to retreat
Baron
into
standing
Baron.
back super far, being aware that he has no flash and Jarvan still has flash ult. So Varus, it's very dangerous for him to try to play forward without having flash up. But he did trade it for Samira, so it's a little bit. It's very scary for this Varus to walk up, and since he is lethality though, he can stand pretty far out of Jarvan's range and just throw the arrows. So we'll see how this will impact the Dragon and Baron fight. The Dragon and Baron that are spawning right now, as neither ADC has flash up.
Yeah, and things are coming out on the Baron that's about to come up. Red side is looking to get some vision down. UNG trying to see if FSC is going to commit onto the Baron right away. And FSC is posturing around the top side of the map with their Wukong, but Wukong is going to move away from there. And it looks like they might be looking at Dragon instead. 4 players on the side of FSC trying to look at the Dragon. Varus staying mid to try to catch this wave. And Aurora currently playing on her own against the Sylas. And both Sylas and Aurora both have TP up, so they can both come to this fight and make it a 5v5. Alistar going to walk in blindly, tries to headbutt and knock up the Seraphine, but nothing comes of it. No follow-up. He gets punished very severely. However, the fight is starting to break out here. Seraphine ult tries to go in, but unfortunately doesn't land on anyone effectively. And Yuji is going to try to look for a fight after that.
However, Silence here. Ult is very good. It hits a lot of members, so it's not able to do much. It's UNG or just doesn't have enough money to contest anymore. FSC is too far ahead. They do lose the Dragon. They do lose the 50-50, but they win the team fight, and we'll see if they can actually try to end the game here with those super long respawn timers.
It is 30 seconds on Samira, Alistar, and Jarvan, and it looks like this is going to be the end of the game. Those death timers are way too long for these UNG players to get back on the map to try and stop the push from happening. Their Nexus turrets are being battered down by the Wukong, and it looks like this is going to be
the end of the road for UNG. Hard fought match, very close. However, they couldn't make it that final step, you know. So we'll end up seeing now FSC versus Commerce, I believe, in the semifinals tomorrow,
and
as well as KSU versus Augusta on the other half. Best series today by far.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
Pretty close. Unfortunately, it was a 2-0. I would have loved to see game 3.
Yeah.
But very close by both sides. Very hard fought. And congratulations to FSC.
Yeah, FSC definitely played very well. In the first game, in both games actually, they came back from a gold deficit both times. It definitely seemed like UNG couldn't really do much with the gold lead that they had.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting how the comps played out as well, with UNG having more melee-focused comps, and seeing how they suffered a lot, even against the double assassins, Aurora and Ahri, as a Mundo, for example, in this game too. So I think that the decision making from UNG definitely was a little bit shaky, definitely cost them the game, but they definitely had a good showing in the early game.
Yep, and they always have next season. We'll see them next
Yeah.
year. Thank you everyone for coming out today to the
Thank
Peach
you.
Belt Esports Conference. Thank you for all the teams that showing up. Congratulations to KSU, Augusta, and FSC for winning today. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10:30 for the first match of FSC versus Converse.
Have a good night, everyone.
With, as we can see, sitting in that tri bush, waiting for them to walk up. And then engage happens. Flash Q from Alistar, knocked back into the team. Jarvan EQ, this Seraphine is dead on my screen. First blood against the UNG actually to run down the Aurora once he actually gets a bunch of those items and the Aurora can't truly one-shot him. Looks like we're contesting the red buff FSC. We'll see if the Wukong with his ult is able to solo kill this Jarvan. Nope, he just turned around for kills and actually wins the fights.
No need for Sass like for a home run play just
Okay, like
yet.
Seraphine gets caught out here a bit. She gets chunked to 1 HP. It looks like Samira
Samira flashes in, manages to get the E out as well.
All-Star gonna get out now.
All-Star gonna be spotted up by the Seraphine, headbutts her back, but he is currently trapped, but now he's getting saved by his teammates. It is now a 3v3 in the bot jungle. Marvin going to play the first kill.
Samira's about to get her ult. She's one stack
Samira
off. She
can't
has to
get
get
it.
it off. That leads to Samira dying with a beautiful Varus ult blocking up both of them.
They're still hitting, but Silas walks in with Ari ult.
Dragon as FSC gets the scuttle. We see
He is split
Alistar
up, but
engage.
Alistar
with the
engages, Silas tries to walk
override.
in. Fortunately, Samir is the first to fall, but Wukong comes out from the Silas. Silas trying to look to make a comeback into this fight. Driver trying to keep people trapped in his ult, but unfortunately, no kills come about.
Samira was just too low HP. She wasn't able to get her ult off, and that just leads to the death of Samira. And the witnesses their way back in because their Samira is starting to fall more and more behind. Wukong engages with the Cyclone. We'll see if he actually gets a pick on the side. Our enormous CS lead this entire game. This Wukong is very far ahead of the pace. It's a full level up. You see the engage from the Alistar, Seraphine counter ult into the Aurora ult to get that damage off. You see Wukong continue to chase after the Jarvan. The Alistar ult finally fades, so Alistar finally pops. Let's see if this Mundo can manage to win this fight here. Ari Charm hits, leaving the Mundo to get CC'd. Samira finally makes it to the fight with her ults about to charge up. She has S. We'll see if she can use it to kill this rabbit. The rabbit barely gets out 1 HP. Aurora's in the bottom.
It's definitely a very messy fight. It looks like Silas here is going to steal Varus and going to land it onto the Varus himself. Tries to walk in, tries to hit him with E and W, hits everything.
They are hard to kill this Mundo as they have no actual true DPS. It's most likely going to have to be up to Wukong, which is not what you want to see. Get Aurora ult into Aurora W, allows him to get out of the Jarvan ult, allowing him to one. Very well played by the Aurora there. Yeah, allowing him to barely get out. Or not get out, but allow him to go 1-for-1 instead of a 0-for-1.
Silas getting flops on by the Wukong as well. Manages to take the ult before Wukong get in melee range. Can Silas get out of this alive? Silas looking to go back in, flashes onto the Ari, misses E though, and doesn't manage to reach Ari, but he walks forward. Ari still trying to kind of
Menace on that side lane. Not really able to be matched by anyone. We see Silas getting caught again in that side lane. He covered and getting matched by the Aurora. I don't know how the Mundo's going to get out of this one.
Samira is very late to the party, so they are missing a big amount of damage on the side of UMG. They're going to get knocked up by Wukong. Garvin trying to slow him down with his ults. Manages to secure the Wukong.
He still has to fall, and he finally falls. Samira gets here too late, too little. She has to flash the Seraphine ult, but she gets the ult, but isn't able to finish any kills with it. This is a big win for the Hex Gate. I'm kind of curious. I think there's about to be a fight here. Wukong looks like he's getting caught out. We'll see if they're actually able to finish him off. He gets out with the flash, the Aurora ult, but followed up by the chains, by the Silas, leads to the Aurora.
Bot lane. Looks like they're going to look to play onto the T2. They find the jungler as he was rotating, and Wukong falls to the Samira.
It looks like Seraphine took the wrong portal and this Varus, but we'll see if they're actually able to make a play with their ults, as they do have both of them. And their Aurora ult goes out, she's able to get one tap.
They're going to try to end the game.
We're going to see a Hex Slash from Alistar here. It's a good pick. Good Samira when Wall stops it. With the flash in, knowing she can finish off the Varus there. It goes 1-for-1-1. However, they did have to trade Samira flash for it. We see Silas with the predict E-chains finishing up with the
We're
armor.
happy now that there isn't a full team waiting behind the Ahri, but there is a fight going to happen in the bot side. Wukong tries to hold the Alistar in the Mundo. Mundo is starting to get chunked down, and he is
This would be very risky from UNG as they'll be down HP already from the right.
Yeah, FSC Wukong tries to walk in, gets headbutted by the Alistar, Seraphine falling up to the roof. But it looks like Silas goes in with Wukong ult, but gets charmed by the Seraphine ult. Aurora ult's coming down as well, a big fight going on, but unfortunately for UNG, FSC is getting a lot.
As Samira can't actually ult on, and if that instantly cancels, we'll see if Mudo is able to have a 1v4 hero play